All is well. Everything is working out for my highest good. Out of this situation, only good will come, and I am safe. Doing this will work miracles in your life. This is Louise Hay, and I love you. Joy and blessings to you all. It thrills my heart to present this book to you, dearest reader, whether you're new to my work or a longtime follower. All is Well looks at my teachings from a fresh and exciting angle. My co-author, Lisa Schulz, who I love and adore, has been promising me for ages that she would pull together scientific evidence to support what I have been teaching for years. While I personally do not need proof to know that these methods work, I rely on what I call my inner ding to evaluate things. I do know there are many people who will only consider a new idea if there is science behind it. So here we present the science to you. With this added information, I know that a whole new segment of people will become aware of the power they have to heal their bodies.
Chapter 1. Integrating Healing Methods. Healing the mind and body with affirmations, medicine, and intuition is territory that has been increasingly explored over the last 30 years. And although there are many brilliant and gifted individuals who have helped lead the way, few would argue that the first pioneer in this field was Louise Hay. In fact, this movement began en masse in the 1980s, when we all bought her little blue book, Heal Your Body, The Mental Causes for Physical Illness and the Metaphysical Way to Overcome Them. And we discovered the thought patterns that led to the health problems we all had. Who knew what a turn my life would take because of this little blue book? But it truly has changed everything. It helped me sculpt my own medical practice, and its theory has guided me along the path to better health for my patients and myself. As you can imagine, I was thrilled. Actually, beyond thrilled, when Hay House proposed that I write a book with Louise that brought together the healing power of intuition, affirmations, and medicine, both traditional Western medicine and alternative therapies. It's the ultimate healing system. To work with this material and with Louise, how could I say no? I had dragged Healing Your Body along with me to medical school, and later, as I spent long years researching the brain in pursuit of my PhD, I used it when I cried through the ups and downs of my medical and scientific training, and the times I didn't cry, and came down with sinusitis and postnasal drip. I would look up in the book the associated thought pattern. Postnasal drip, also known as inner crying. When I got nervous about taking out one student loan after another, yes, to pay all that tuition, I started to get sciatica, lower back problems. Once again, I turned to Louise Hay Little Blue Book. Sciatica was associated with fear of money and of the future. Time after time, the book made sense, but I could never figure out where Louise got all that affirmation system. What motivated her nearly 35 years ago to start her clinical observation study on the association between human thoughts and health? How could someone with no scientific background or medical training observe client after client, see a consistent correlation between certain thought patterns and their associated health problems, and then write a book that so accurately addresses our health concerns? Her prescriptions worked, but I didn't know why or how. It simply drove me crazy. So as necessity, or aggravation, is the mother of invention, I decided to delve into the science behind her affirmation system, mapping out the emotional aspects of illness in the brain and in the body. And the correlations I found helped me create a treatment system that has guided me through more than 25 years of intuitive consultations and an equal number of years as a physician and a scientist. But it wasn't until Louise and I started down the path of writing this book that I realized how powerful combining the healing methods I use with Louise's affirmations could actually be. The importance of intuition. Back in 1991, I had finished 2 years of medical school training, plus 3 years of my PhD, and I needed to go back to the hospital floor to do my residency. Armed with a white coat, stethoscope, and a lot of little books, I entered the floors of what at the time was Boston City Hospital. On the first day, my resident came to me, gave me the name and the age of my first patient, and said simply, "Work her up." That was it. I was terrified. How was I supposed to go figure out what was wrong with her when I had no information other than her name and her age? In the elevator, on the way down to the emergency room, I fidgeted nervously. I just knew only the rudiments of how to work up a patient, let alone how to operate the stethoscope around my neck. Trapped in the elevator, I stood with my clipboard in my hand, and there, in an instant, I saw in my mind's eye an image of the patient I was about to evaluate. She was, moderately obese, in lime green stretch pants, clutching the right upper part of her abdomen, screaming, "Doctor, doctor, it's my gallbladder." Wow, I thought. In the event that the patient I was about to meet does have a gallbladder problem, how would I evaluate the medical problem? As the elevator slowly crept in between floors, I flipped through the pages of the numerous manuals stuffed in my pockets, and I quickly researched how I was going to work up a patient with a gallbladder problem. On my clipboard, I sketched out, the classic workup one does for a gallbladder problem. You check out the ultrasound of the liver, you check the liver enzymes, you observe the whites of the patient's eyes. Poof, the door opened. I ran down to the emergency room and threw open the curtain, and there, to my surprise, was a woman lying in the gurney saying, "Doctor, doctor, it's my gallbladder." Yes, she had the lime green stretch pants. She was exactly the way I saw her. It had to be a coincidence, right? The second day, once again, the resident barked out the name and the age of my patient, telling me to go down once again to the emergency room. And again, an image of the patient popped into my mind, this time with a bladder infection. So I ran the drill again. How would I treat a patient with a bladder infection? Lo and behold, it was a bladder infection. On the third day, I repeated the process again, and again, my intuitive impressions were accurate. After 3 days, I realized there was something unique about my brain, that my mind's eye could see ahead of time what my trained medical eye would eventually see on the floors of the hospital. I could see just how useful intuition was in helping me assess my patients, but I soon realized that intuition played an even larger role than I initially thought. The body's intuition. The human body is an amazing machine. And as a machine, it requires regular maintenance and care to run as efficiently as possible. There are a variety of reasons your body can break down and get sick, whether it's genetics, the environment, diet, and so on. But as Louise found in her career and published in Heal Your Body, every illness is affected by emotional factors in your life. And decades after Louise presented her conclusions, the scientific community has put forth studies that actually support them. Research has shown that fear, anger, sadness, love, joy, all of the emotions have specific effects on the body. We know that anger makes muscles clamp down and blood vessels constrict, leading to hypertension and resistance to blood flow. Cardiac medicine, heart medicine, tells us that joy and love tend to have the opposite effect. If you look at Louise's little blue book, a heart attack and other heart problems are squeezing all the joy out of the heart, a hardening of the heart, and a lack of joy. And her affirmation to reverse these problems? I bring joy back to the center of my heart, and I joyously release the past. I am in peace. These specific thought patterns affect our bodies in predictable ways, releasing certain chemicals in response to every emotion. When fear is your dominant mood over a long period of time, the constant release of stress hormones, specifically cortisol, triggers a domino effect of chemicals that lead to heart disease, weight gain, and depression. As with fear, other emotions and thoughts follow a typical pattern as they are projected onto your body into the form of illness. In my work, I have also found that while emotions travel everywhere in the body, they affect organs differently depending on what is happening in your life. This is where intuition comes in, medical intuition. Often, if we are not aware of an emotional situation in our life or the life of a loved one, this information will come to us through intuition. We have 5 earthbound senses that can evoke our feelings: seeing, hearing, body sensation, smell, and taste. We also have 5 parallel intuitive senses: clairvoyance for seeing, clairaudience for hearing, clairsentience for body sensation, clairsmell, and clairtaste, through which we can gain additional information. For example, you may anxiously receive an intuitive image, a clairvoyant flash that a friend is in danger, or you may feel dread when you hear the phone ring in your head 5 minutes before it actually does, relaying that bad news about a loved one's death. You may get that famous bad taste in your mouth, or you may smell something suspicious right before someone asks you to agree to a bad business deal. Or you may experience a bad feeling in your body, whether it's that gut feeling or the heartache warning you about a problem you are facing in a relationship. In addition to the commonly understood intuition that guides us in these matters where we have insufficient information, like the intuition that has helped me throughout my medical career, our bodies also have innate intuition. Our bodies can tell us when something is out of balance in our lives, even if this knowledge is unclear to our conscious minds. If we are to fully heal, we must bring our attention to the messages our bodies relay through intuition. But we also need logic and facts to fully understand which imbalances in our lifestyle are affecting our health. Just like needing both tires inflated on a bicycle, you need to balance emotions and intuition with logic and fact. Both extreme logic without intuition or intuition without logic breed disaster. We must use both of these tools to create health. Throughout this book, we will discuss how to do this, focusing on 4 approaches. 1. Becoming conscious of our emotions and those of other people in our life, making note of the warnings that come with fear, anger, or sadness. 2. Figuring out what thoughts accompany our feelings that keep swirling around in our heads. 3. Identifying symptoms of distress and figuring out where they are located in our bodies. And 4. Decoding the intuitive emotional thought patterns underlying the symptoms and understanding that every illness is also part due to diet, environment, genetics, and injury. The Intuitive Emergency Dashboard. So how do we tap into our body's intuition to read and interpret the messages it's trying to send us? Think of your body as a car dashboard. It has a series of emergency warning lights, regions that light up symptomatically when something in your life needs attention. Who hasn't experienced that irritating gaslight? The light always goes on in an inopportune time. This dashboard warning light aggravates you when you drive your car until it's so low on fuel that it's almost running on fumes. Similarly, if an area in your life is empty, running on excess, a part of your body will hint, murmur, maybe even scream in distress. You have 7 warning lights, each consisting of a group of organs. The health of the organs in each group is associated with specific types of thought patterns and behavior. For example, the organs associated with feeling safe and secure in the world are the bones, blood, immune system, and skin. If you don't feel safe and secure, you are more likely to have illness in one of these organs. We refer to this group of organs as an emotional center because their health is connected to the same emotional issues. Each chapter in this book is dedicated to the health of organs in one emotional center. For example, Chapter 4 looks at the organs of the first emotional center, the bones, blood, organs of the immune system, and skin. This chapter helps you interpret what illness in each of these organs means. It looks at the balance in your life surrounding the core emotion associated with the organs. So in essence, if your sense of safety and security has been thrown out of balance, you will likely become ill in your first emotional center organs. Just as we need a balanced diet to be healthy, we also need to make sure we have healthy sources of love and happiness. By working to invest our energy among various areas of our life, whether it's family, money, work, relationships, communication, education, spirituality, we can create physical and emotional health. How to use this book. When Louise and I began our discussions about how to create the most useful book for you, we decided to structure it so you could look up the part of your body that is experiencing illness and work from there. Just like you did in her book, You Can Heal Your Life. However, you must remember that people are not simply individual organs bound together. So, the illness in one part of your body will generally affect the health of another. And emotions about feeling safe and secure in your family, first emotional center, also play into emotions about self-esteem, third emotional center, and so on. To fully heal, you must look at your life as a whole while giving extra attention to the organ or illness that's causing you the most problem. Feel free to flip directly to the part of the book discussing your personal area. But remember that you must also find important information about other imbalances in your life by reading the entire book. Having a complete picture of your strengths and weakness can help you create a long-term plan for a healthy life in all your emotional centers. As you work your way through the book, I'm going to help you tap into your body's intuition surrounding the organs in every emotional center so you can understand the messages that your body is sending you. But remember, only you can decide what your body is really telling you. This book is only a general guide that matches what is commonly seen and what science mostly supports. After you have determined what your body is telling you, Louise and I will walk you through the healing techniques that address the numerous reasons why we usually get sick. While we won't give you specific medical advice in this book because, good medical advice is unique to every individual, we will provide some case studies that give you an idea of some basic types of medical interventions to consider. More importantly, we're going to lay out the affirmations that you can repeat to yourself multiple times throughout your day and suggestions on how to change your behavior so you can immediately change your life. These tools will help you change your thoughts and habits to create a healthier life. There is one thing to note about the case studies. These sections highlight the extremes of people with problems in a single emotional center. However, it's important to remember that most people don't just have one problem. They can have many, whether it's infertility, arthritis, and fatigue, or some other combination of issues. In our case studies, we focus only on the predominant issue that is associated with each emotional center. To cover all the imbalances and problems in each person's life would lead to some encyclopedic volume that wouldn't nearly be accessible to most people, so we crafted this book. Don't be surprised if you recognize yourself in many of the descriptions we lay out. While you're reading, your intuition may scream out, or perhaps it will simply make a little murmur. The important thing is to listen to what comes up and work with it. I've learned a couple very important guiding principles throughout my career and my life. The first is every single one of us, no matter how unique we are, no matter what our personality quirks are, or our past emotional and physical trials, all of us can improve our health. The second is that we need to be open to every healing modality, no matter what it is, to create health and happiness. At least just be open and consider it. Whether it's vitamins, nutritional supplements, herbs, medicine, surgery, meditation, affirmations, or psychotherapy, everything can be helpful if you use it under the guidance of a skilled healing professional you trust. All Is Well will help you find the combination of methods that is right for you. Chapter 2. Your All Is Well Self-Assessment Quiz. Louise and I have worked with thousands of people, and one of the most important parts of this work is the initial intake, and let's just call it the getting to know you process. This process allows us to figure out where you stand now with your health and your emotions, and gives us hints about the best way to help you. The quiz in this chapter will guide you in doing the same thing for yourself. And by the time you finish it, you should have a better idea where to start your path to healing. There are 7 sections, each with questions covering both physical health problems and lifestyle habits. Answer yes or no to each of the questions. At the end of the quiz, there is a scoring guide to help you evaluate your current emotional and physical health. Then, have a close friend take the quiz as though they were you and compare the scores. It's helpful to get outside perspectives because sometimes we really can't see our own lives very clearly. So, As I go through these sections and I read out the questions, in each section, there's going to be a body health question and a lifestyle question. Simply write yes or no, and you're going to add up the yeses at the end. Are you ready? Quiz. Section 1. Body health questions. A. Do you have arthritis? B. Do you have spinal problems like disc disease or scoliosis? C. Do you have osteoporosis or bone density problems? D. Are you prone to accidents, muscle spasms, or chronic pain? E. Do you have anemia, bleeding disorders, or have a tendency toward viruses or fatigue? Or finally, F. Do you have psoriasis, eczema, acne, or other skin disorders? Lifestyle questions. A. Do you tend to give more than you receive? B. Do you have trouble feeling loved by an independent person? C. When you see someone in pain, do you feel that you have to rescue them? D. Are you really not very good with group politics? Do you lack social savvy? E. Were you bullied growing up? F. Are you bullied in your current life? G. Does your health tend to suffer during changes in seasons? H. Does just change make you nervous? Generally. I. Do you have problems having a boundary between your moods and someone else's? J. Were you or are you now the black sheep of the family? K. Are you the person people tend to go to when they have a problem? L. Do you tend to burn bridges in relationships after arguments? Section 2. Body health questions. A. Do you have health problems with your female reproductive organs, whether it's your uterus, ovaries, or others? B. Do you have vaginitis or other vaginal problems? C. Do you have male reproductive organ issues, prostate, testicles, or others? Or D. Do you experience impotence or problems with sexual desire? Lifestyle questions. A. If you lend money to a loved one, do you have a hard time charging interest? B. Do you usually go into debt during the holidays? C. Do you thrive on competition? Do people tend to say you're just a little too competitive? D. Have you ever broken up a relationship because of a career choice? E. Do you have a lifelong pattern of being overeducated and underemployed? Section 3. Body health questions. A. Do you have digestive problems such as a peptic ulcer? B. Do you have problems with addiction? C. Are you overweight? D. Do you have anorexia or bulimia? Lifestyle questions. Do you think it's vain to have a facial? Or B. Do you tend to attract people who have trouble with addiction? C. Do you know exactly how much fat there is in your love handle or hip region? D. Do you have compulsive habits like shopping or eating, for example, that you use to calm your nerves? Or E, is your personal style, your fashion mannerisms, and even your way of speaking behind the times? Okay, you still with me? You need to get up and get a beverage? Come back, because now we're at section 4. Body health questions. A, do you have problems with your arteries or blood vessels? B, do you have arteriosclerosis, or what they call stiff arteries? C, do you have high blood pressure, hypertension? D, do you have high cholesterol? E, have you ever had a heart attack? F, do you have asthma? G, do you ever have any breast lumps or breast disorders? Lifestyle questions. A, do people often tell you how you're feeling? B, have you ever been told you're too sensitive? C, are your moods sensitive to the weather and the season changes? D, have you cried at work and then gotten embarrassed? E, do you cry easily? F, is it hard for you to get angry at a loved one? G, do you have a short fuse? Or H, do you stay home or away from people because you feel overwhelmed by emotion? Rounding out the bend was section 5, body health questions. A, do you have jaw problems? B, have you been concerned about your thyroid? C, have you had pain or challenges with your neck? D, do you often get a sore throat, bronchitis? E, have you ever had laryngitis or other throat problems? Lifestyle questions. A, did you have trouble following directions when you were young? B, do you have trouble following directions now? C, is it hard for you to concentrate on cell phones or a speakerphone call? D, when it comes to email, do you tend to have long arguments or misunderstandings with friends or loved ones? E, do you find yourself saying yes simply to end an argument? F, do you have dyslexia or problems with stuttering, learning languages, or public speaking? G, do you find yourself communicating better with animals than people? Birds, gerbils, other living things? H, do people often turn to you to fight their battles for them? Section 6, body health questions. A, do you have problems with insomnia, falling asleep, staying asleep? B, do you get migraine headaches? C, are you worried about getting or looking old? D, do you have memory problems like Alzheimer's disease? E, do you have eye problems like cataracts, glaucoma, or others? F, do you experience dizziness? Lifestyle questions. A, do you have trouble keeping within the word limits on essay tests? B, do you have problems with multiple choice tests? C, is your mind always in the clouds? D. Do you drag your feet when it comes to learning new technology? E. Have you ever experienced serious trauma or abuse? F. Can you feel spirit when you're in nature? And finally, the last section, Section 7. Body health questions. A. Are you experiencing a chronic illness? B. Have you been diagnosed with an incurable disease? C. Do you have cancer? Or D. Is your health so bad you're on the verge of death? Lifestyle questions. A. Do you have a driven, indomitable spirit? B. Are you always working, never taking a sick day? C. Are you lost as to what your true purpose in life is? D. Do you tend to have one life or health crisis after another? E. Do most of your friends and family seem to be moving away or leaving you in other ways? So there we are. That's the health quiz. Scoring. To score the quiz, again, simply count the number of yeses in each section. Let's start with Section 1. We are family, the first emotional center, bones, joints, blood, immune system, and skin. If you answered yes to none to 6 questions, you are truly at home in the world, and your healthy bones, joints, blood, and immune system let you know this. Your health challenges are likely to be in other areas of your body. However, if you answered 7 to 11 questions with yes, you have the occasional family problems and that little twinge of joint pain, the frustration of skin problems, or discomfort of immune system issues is going to let you know. So make sure to tune in and try to get these things under control before they grow into something much worse. However, if you answered yes to 12 to 18 questions, brace yourself. It's time to reevaluate how to get family or other group support. You need to focus on the health of the first emotional center right away by working to create a more secure life. Go to Chapter 4 to learn what changes you can make to help rid you of your bone, joint, blood, immune, and skin problems. Let's move on to Section 2. It takes two. The second emotional center, bladder, reproductive organs, lower back, and hips. If you answered yes to 0 to 2 questions, you are truly a powerhouse in your capacity to financially and romantically negotiate your way through life. With your ability to balance love and money, your health challenges are more likely to be in other body regions. If you answered yes to 3 to 5 questions in this area, you have the average ups and downs with love and finances. However, that occasional hormonal mood swing or lower back pain may indicate you need to look for that unstable relationship or financial issues somewhere in your life. Just remember to keep vigilant in your efforts. If you answered yes to 6 or 9 questions in this region, your life has been a struggle over how to handle both financial independence and intimate relationships. Your health challenges with lower back and hip pain or hormonal reproductive or bladder problems are likely to help give you intuitive warnings that you need to find a better way to balance money and love. Go to Chapter 5 right away to gain insight on how to create this balance. Moving on to section 3. A new attitude, the third emotional center. Digestive system, weight, adrenal glands, pancreas, and addiction. If you answered yes to 0 to 2 questions, you have this innate sense that you are lovable and you can focus on your own needs. Yet, you have enough discipline and responsibility to handle the job and meet responsibilities to others. Take a bow. I don't know how you do it. This is rare. With your capacity to balance your own identity, your challenge is more likely to come from other body regions. If you answered yes to 3 to 5 questions, your occasional struggles with work and your self-esteem are likely to materialize in only occasional problems with indigestion, constipation, bowel irregularity, or weight concerns. So keep an eye out for the growing imbalances in any of these areas. But if you answered yes to 6 to 9 questions, you know you have self-esteem issues. Your lifelong struggle to feel empowered by your career and simultaneously love yourself is likely to have resulted in illness in your digestive tract, kidneys, or some issue with weight or addiction. Chapter 6 can help you learn important ways to change your thoughts and behavior and lead to health in this region. Moving on to section 4, sweet emotion, the fourth emotional center, heart, lungs, and breasts. If you answered yes to 0 to 4 questions, you are one of those rare individuals who can take care of a child, an aging parent, or anyone for that matter, and still manage to keep your wits about you. You were born with a strong mental and emotional constitution. Good for you. 5 to 10 questions. If you answered yes to these, your heart, respiratory, or breath problems might signal sadness, anxiety, or frustration with the child, the partner, but you won't be sidetracked for long. You have resilience, and somehow you know how to bounce back. But if you answered yes to 11 to 15 questions, watch out. Your lifelong struggle managing your emotions in relationships can make life seem like a soap opera or a bad reality show. Sometimes you may want to run away and live in a monastery somewhere just to get away from it all, but your health is within reach. Check out Chapter 7 to see what you can do to heal yourself. Now, Section 5. Something to talk about. The fifth emotional center, mouth, neck, and thyroid. If you answered yes to 0 to 4 questions, congratulations on your impressive communication skills. You just know how to express your needs and listen to the point of view of those around you. You know yourself and how to be strong and empathic at the same time. Good for you. 5 to 8 questions. If you answered yes in this area, you have only the occasional disagreement with friends and children, parents, partner, or coworker. And even though you may lock horns, your conflict doesn't really last long, and neither do the health problems that tend to develop in your neck, your thyroid, your jaw, or your mouth. When a communication style isn't working, you will temporarily get that neck or jaw tightness or dental problems that will quickly help you reevaluate a better way to communicate. Now, if you answered yes to 9 to 13 questions, you probably don't need to hear this from us, but you have had a lifelong struggle of feeling heard and understood by others. You've also had problems listening to those around you. It's important that you learn to communicate while being aware of all sides of a situation, peacefully having a voice, and simultaneously hearing. Chapter 8 will set you on the right path. Section 6. Suddenly I see. The sixth emotional center, brain, eyes, and ears. If you answered yes to 0 to 3 questions, how do you do it? You are one of those unique individuals who was born with a stable mindset and doesn't tend to struggle with the unknown. Call it faith or call it traveling through life on autopilot. It really doesn't matter. You've learned not to struggle and you gracefully adapt to changes in life. Your health problems are probably not going to be found in your brain, eyes, and ears. On the other hand, if you answered 4 to 8 questions with yes, you have only the occasional problem struggling with pessimism and narrow-mindedness about the future. However, an inner voice will eventually tell you that your mind is not your friend. And the headache, the dry eyes, that bout of dizziness that occurs when you are in a pessimistic funk will soon get your attention and force you to look at your world with a healthier perspective. And then, if you answered yes to 9 to 12 questions, take a deep breath. The cause of your problems is your lifelong struggle to clearly see and hear the world as it really is. You need to widen your scope of perception, making your mindset more adaptive and flexible. By being open to how life flows and releasing your expectations about how you think life should be, you can create better health in your brain, eyes, and ears. Learn more about this in Chapter 9. Now, finally, the end of the quiz, Section 7. Changes, the 7th emotional center, chronic and degenerative disorders, and life-threatening illnesses. If you answered yes to 0 to 2 questions, you are in a stable point of life. You've watched other people suffer health disasters, but you've remained healthy. Congratulations, and keep it up. If you answered yes to 3 to 5 questions, you have only the occasional medical issue. Your faith may have been tested, however, on those few times when you got the painful medical results back from the doctor. Since you've had these experiences before, keep an eye out for anything your body may be trying to tell you before it gets to the point of dealing with these dramatic situations again. If you answered yes to 6 to 9 questions in this area of the quiz, don't worry, you really have company. You've known for a while that you need help. You meditate, you pray, and you have an array of medical support people to help guide you through the crises. However, you're worn down. To have a better life, you need to examine how to change and grow in partnership with Divine Spirit. Join us for this adventure in Chapter 10. Now that you've used the quiz to evaluate your current situation, let us take the next steps to create health together. Chapter 3. A Perspective on Using Medicine. Some readers who are drawn to this book may be tempted to shy away from what modern medicine provides. This could be because they just don't trust modern medicine, or they could avoid antibiotics, surgery, or drugs in general because they think by including these in their medical care, it's saying that the other treatments they're using don't work. How untrue. In my experience, both with my own health and through my patients, I found that medicine is an essential part of the equation. Around the world over a period of years, healthcare has undergone huge shifts. For centuries, when it came to healing, people focused on engaging skilled practitioners who use techniques such as dream interpretation and intuition. Because they didn't have the technology we use today, they relied on their mystical skills to lead them toward a cause and a cure. For example, in ancient Greece, instead of using a radiologist to get an MRI or a CT scan, ancient physicians would go into an altered dreamlike state and intuitively access information about their patient's illnesses. Healing involved looking at the whole person and attempting to restore balance to restore health. In recent years, science has really changed this whole person, balance-focused perspective on health. whether it's the diagnostic tests, the drugs, the specialists, and the many technical advances that have been made around the world. By and large, our universe is a healthier place. The average life expectancy has gone up. The incidence of maternal death during childbirth has plummeted. We have medications that can eradicate horrible diseases. For example, back in the 14th century, there were huge plagues that killed 30 to 60% of the entire population. Can you imagine? And even though some of these plagues are still around, infections, epidemics, the impacts have been minimized by treatment with antibiotics. Modern medicine really has accomplished amazing feats. As a physician and a healer, I cannot stress enough the importance medicine plays in healing. If you are ill, you can contact a medical practitioner. These professionals have the knowledge and the skill to use technology to your advantage. They can prescribe unique practices and medicines based on a combination of symptoms and ailments you present. But what you need to know is medicine has its limits. That's why we're writing this book. As the field of healing has shifted, many people have moved away from any interaction with the mystical. The miraculous cures that technology has brought about seem to offer more tidy, modern solutions. But remember, technology makes mistakes too. Blood tests and pregnancy tests frequently come back with false results. Medicines too have side effects. Things can go wrong. So what's my point? Technology without limits is folly. And intuition alone is equally foolish. We must use a combination of techniques and employ a combination of experts to achieve true health. In fact, my life is a perfect demonstration of how medicine, intuition, and affirmations can heal your life. Back in 1972, when I was 12, my family had a lot of financial stress, and we had many conversations about money. Within a period of 3 months, my spine curved into a severe case of scoliosis, 120 degrees, which necessitated surgery. Because of my spine's altered structure, I developed an enlarged heart and decreased lung capacity. The surgery was dramatic and life-saving, complete with rods and screws. I was actually in the hospital for 8 months, flat on my back. But before the surgery, I remember walking down Longwood Avenue in Boston before, the Big Dig as I called it, looking up at the tall medical buildings and saying to anyone who would listen, someday I'm going to come back here, and I'm going to study medicine and science. That surgery changed my future. The doctors saved my life by using surgery, medicine. And as a result, I became a physician and a scientist, so I, too, could try to save people's lives. But life has a way of not working out exactly the way you expect it. As a pre-med student, I developed narcolepsy that makes consciousness, my intellect, go blink. I just fall asleep. I couldn't stay awake in my classes. It looked like my dreams of being a doctor, pun not intended, and dreams of being a scientist were going down the drain. They simply weren't going to materialize because I couldn't keep my grades up if I couldn't keep my eyes open. So again, I turned to medicine. And again, the doctors helped. They found a drug that could help me stay awake. But soon I had to stop taking it because I got this life-threatening side effect. Sadly, my dependable world of medicine and surgery had nothing else to help me. This development launched a series of voyages into other healing methods. I'm sure you've gone through the same steps. You know, I tried one treatment after another, alternative, complementary, integrative, you name it. I tried Chinese herbs, acupuncture, even a macrobiotic diet for 3 years. No wheat, no dairy, no sugar. All these methods helped me somewhat, but none completely worked in my quest to stay awake. A wonderful thing came out of all this exploration was I learned about medical intuition. And after seeking health from a medical intuitive, I found out that I had the facility for intuition. Out of desperation, I also went to a shaman who also told me that when I learned how to access my intuition, my health problems would get better. But all of these advisors could only take me so far. There was one element of my health that was not being addressed: my emotions. I had begun to see a pattern developing. I found that if I was angry about something for a very long time, or if I was around irritating, angry people, my narcolepsy would get worse and I'd fall asleep, against my will, within 24 to 48 hours. Believe me, I timed it. It was always 24 to 48 hours. And I figured out that if I was nervous about something, or around anxious, high-strung people, I would eventually start feeling sleepy, lights out. The same thing was true for people who were sad or depressed. Believe me, you start to learn these patterns. You get sick and tired of missing movies and other things because you fall asleep. One day I walked into a bookstore and I found Louise Hay's little blue book, Heal Your Body. Well, I had seen that certain thought patterns were associated with illness. I didn't know how to use this knowledge to get healthy, other than avoid those people or situations which made me sleepy. But in the end, it was getting impractical. Louise's book offered me tools that I needed to neutralize the negative thought patterns that I knew were contributing to my health problems. These tools were affirmations. It was certainly worth a try. Conventional, alternative, and complementary medicines were helping me some, but not completely. And avoiding someone else's emotions or my own was simply getting exhausted. So I got out a notebook and with some choice pens, started writing specific affirmations that seemed to be associated with my health problems. I choose to see life as eternal and joyous. I love myself just the way I am. I love myself just the way I am. And then, you know how you're supposed to stick your name in the affirmation because it gives it more power? So I started doing that. I, Mona Lisa, rely on divine wisdom and guidance to protect me at all times. I am safe. I, Mona Lisa, rely on divine wisdom and guidance to protect me at all times. I am safe. These affirmations are classic Louise Hay isms. I repeated them over and over again, and slowly and surely my sleep spells decreased. I got into medical school and I graduated with an MD and a PhD. I never would have been able to do this without affirmations. And I've had my share of ups and downs with my health over the years. Haven't we all? Each time I've had a down, I've turned to conventional and integrative medicine. I get the CTs, the MRIs. I go to acupuncture. I get my Chinese herbs. And I also take out Louise Hay's book. I'll use my medical intuition to find out the imbalances in my life, and the combination always gets me back on the right track for health. This is how I stay well. Medicine, intuition, and affirmations. It's also how I help other people. Last year, the spine problem that started when I was 12 began to escalate. I started to walk tilted forward like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. I stood at a 70-degree angle, always facing toward the ground. The surgeons I saw in Phoenix, Arizona, said it was straight back syndrome, a complication of extensive scoliosis surgery I had nearly 40 years before. I couldn't walk up a flight of stairs, and I couldn't lift my arms above my shoulders. Intuition told me to reevaluate the structure and the support of my life, and I did. I looked at my purpose with the help of spiritual advisors and friends, and I worked with a Chinese acupuncturist and Qigong master, but all of these remedies only took me so far. I wanted to be able to walk, and not in a wheelchair if I could. The surgeon said the operation was necessary, or I'd actually be in a wheelchair. So, February 13th, 2012, I went to the operating room and almost died. when an abnormal vein blew during the surgery. Medicine again saved my life. The surgeon stopped the bleeding, resuscitated me, fixed my spine, making me 3 inches taller, and he gave me back my life. 2.5 weeks in the ICU, 4 weeks in the hospital. I would love to tell you that medicine alone, so neat, so tidy, so rational, was a saving grace. Let us say recovery was tricky. But now I'm better than ever. So what was it that brought me back? Of course, in the hospital I used medicine. And I use intuition to find out how to strengthen my body and create balance in my life. I relied heavily on affirmations to change my thoughts, and believe me, they needed changing. This is how you heal the whole person, how you create a lasting health. Medicine alone won't do it, and neither will intuition and affirmations, incidentally. Only a balanced approach holds the full promise of healing. Chapter 4. We are family. The first emotional center. Bones, joints, blood, immune system, and skin. The health of the first emotional center depends on you feeling safe in the world. If you don't have the support of family and friends that you need to thrive, you will see this insecurity in your blood, immune system, bones, joints, and skin. The key to enjoying health in this center is balance your own needs with those important social groups in your life, whether it's family and friends, work, or an organization to which you're devoted to take up time and energy. All of these give back to you a form of friendship, safety, and security. They provide a sense of belonging. These are all reasons people seek out other people and groups. However, the needs of a family or group should never be allowed to overshadow your own needs, particularly your health. When you're not getting what you need from a group with which you spend a lot of time, your body and mind is going to let you know. At first, the signs may be simple, like fatigue, skin rashes, or joint pain. Mild problems in the first emotional center can serve as an early warning system, letting you know when you've gone off track. Ignoring your body's warnings can lead to a world of hurt. Chronic fatigue syndrome, fibromyalgia, osteoarthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, Epstein-Barr virus, the list goes on, hepatitis A, B, and C, mononucleosis, we're not done yet, Lyme disease, allergies, rashes, psoriasis, joint pain, fatigue, and autoimmune illnesses like lupus all stem from an imbalance in the first emotional center. The part of your body in which the sickness manifests depends on what's causing your feeling of insecurity. For example, if you feel so overwhelmed by family responsibilities where you're putting all your own needs on the back burner, the insecurity you'll feel will create illness in your bones. Feeling hopeless and helpless will show up in your blood. Feeling completely alone and outcast from your family will bring illness in your immune system. And being unable to set boundaries with those around you will tend to show up in skin ailments. We'll get into more specifics as we move through each organ system, but for now, just remember it's important to listen to your body's warnings and take action. By focusing on why you're not feeling safe and secure, you can change thought and behavior patterns that might be adding to your sickness. first emotional center affirmations in science. So what really is the importance of affirmations? If you fundamentally don't believe that you are capable or worthy of receiving support, foundation, or security, medicine alone is not going to be able to cure what ails you. You must address the underlying beliefs that lead you down the road of health problems in the first place. If you are experiencing illness in your blood, immune system, bones, joints, or skin, you are probably also having negative thoughts, such as, there are 4 of them. 1, I can't independently support myself. 2, I have nobody to help support me. 3, I feel depressed, joyless, hopeless, and helpless. And 4, I feel unloved and alone. This is where affirmations come in. They help you change these core beliefs. If you use affirmations to address the negative thought patterns and beliefs, the doubts and the fears, and apply available medical science, you'll start to see huge changes in your health and in your emotional life. If you look at the affirmations that address illness in organs of the first emotional center, you'll see that they all have to do with building support, foundation, security, structure, and family, not to mention movement and flexibility. The health of your bones in general reflects the structure of your life and how you draw on and use the support others offer you. If you feel loved and supported, your spine will feel structurally strong and flexible. On the other hand, if you feel a lack of support and security in your life, you may suffer from osteoporosis, low bone density, and bone fractures. A lack of security doesn't necessarily come only from relationships around you. It can also come from a weak relationship with yourself. Louise's affirmations note that an inability to support yourself independently in the world is associated with a weakened immune system and susceptibility to viruses, which can result in illnesses like Epstein-Barr, mononucleosis, and others. She refers to this as a draining of your inner support. If you look at the biological basis of this, you'll see that a suppressed immune system often comes from problems in your bone marrow, which is responsible for producing new blood cells and is a key component of the lymph system, which supports the immune system. What can science tell us about the connection between the mind and body health and the affirmation system? Family is a fundamentally important component of the health of our bodies. Social bonds, connecting with other people, plays a vital role in everyday regulation of our body systems. If you isolate yourself, you remove the metabolic regulators that are present when you interact with a group. The rhythms of your life go kaflooey, which affects the health of your emotional center. Research has shown there is a biology of belonging, an actual biological nutrient passing between people who live together, a nutrient that has physical and metabolic consequences. All our body rhythms having to do with sleeping, eating, dreaming, hormones, immunity, cortisol levels, there's more heart rate, and endocrine systems are governed by these metabolic regulators called biorhythms. And when people are together in a communal situation, their biological body rhythms become synchronized and regular. Being together in close and constant fashion, the way we are in a family, eating, sleeping, conversing, playing, working, praying, causes us to synchronize our biological watchers. In one study, for example, the individual members of a B-52 bomber crew were all found to have similar levels of stress hormones while they were working together. When you lose this nutrient of belonging, feelings of isolation and lack of meaningful relationships, give rise to a sense of hopelessness, helplessness, depression, and despair. And these emotions can cause problems with your physical health. Quite literally, your immune system becomes inflamed when you get depressed. Prolonged despair, grief, loss turn to chronic depression, making your immune system pump out inflammatory substances like that stress hormone cortisol, IL-1, IL-6, and tumor necrosis factor alpha. These can make your joints ache with pain, make you feel tired, like you have the flu, and increase your risk for a host of joint, bone, blood, and immune system disorders, including osteoporosis. Another instance of health being affected by losing this sense of belonging was shown in people who were separated from their parents too early, or who grew up with mothers who were depressed or unavailable. These folks had a tendency toward depression and immune system dysfunction. Because of this early and painful separation, they were unable to negotiate their sense of loneliness in the world. And they often unwittingly found themselves in situations they recreated emotionally, nutritionally, biologically. They recreated their initial feeling of abandonment. As adults, they lived in sparse, frugal, and solitary lives with a sense of deprivation. The hopelessness they experienced throughout life ultimately rendered them more vulnerable to cancer. A lack of security can also come after a huge shock, the loss of a beloved family member, an abrupt and painful move, or anything else that leaves you feeling disoriented, like a plant that's been pulled up by its roots, or like being traumatically pulled from your home or sent to a foreign land. Science shows us that during these moments, we can lose our biological roots, our hair. When there is chaos between family members, there is an increased risk of hair loss, alopecia, not to mention psoriasis and other skin problems. So as you see, having solid external relationships is essential to our health. Science backs this up, too, by showing that social integration, that's what they mean by having wide social networks and social supports. They call it this fancy pants word, social integration, creates stronger immune systems. In fact, studies show that the more and better relationships you have, the more and better white cells you have, and they can resist infections and protect you from a variety of health perils, whether it's arthritis, depression, symptoms from HIV or tuberculosis. Social interaction also decreases the amount of medication we need when we recover from illness. Other studies show that if you have 3 or fewer relationships, you catch more colds and you're more susceptible to viruses than if you have more relationships. Those who had 6 or more relationships got even less. And when they did develop colds, they had even milder symptoms. This isn't what you'd expect, do you? You'd think that having more friends exposed you to more germs and therefore more colds. But the germ theory, this obviously doesn't have the full story. The reason people with fewer friends are more susceptible is because they experience stress from being alone and from being unsupported. The stress causes your adrenal glands to release more norepinephrine, which suppresses your immune system. In fact, it's been shown that people who have few friends are at a greater risk than people who smoke or are heavy. Think about it. You spend all this time stopping the cigarettes and losing weight, but if you spend time alone, you're not helping yourself. People who are alone have higher levels of immunosuppressants that make them more susceptible to chronic fatigue, fibromyalgia, rheumatoid arthritis, the list goes on, lupus, HIV, chronic colds, infections, and osteoporosis. Depressive thought patterns are even more potent. Depression's capacity to increase one's risk of osteoporosis is equal to having low calcium in your diet or smoking. So next time you see one of those TV commercials or magazine advertisements for calcium supplements to prevent bone loss, your thoughts should go to lifestyle changes and affirmations to support your health. If you're unlovable to other people, you're frightened socially, or you have grief that causes you to seclude yourself, you must aggressively try to change your thought patterns that keep you in a self-imposed exile, or soon your bones, joints, blood, skin, immune system was going to let you know that your solitude is unhealthy. But enough of this scientific medical stuff. What are we actually going to do to heal ourselves? Bone and joint problems. People who tend to have bone and joint problems like arthritis, fractures, osteoporosis, back pain, joint pain, or slipped discs likely feel overwhelmed by the responsibilities of caring for family and friends, always putting the needs of everyone else's before their own. They become so obsessed with caring for others that they don't have the ability to stand up for themselves. If you are one of the millions of people who have bones and joint problems, listen up. It is critical that you identify how you relate to your family and friends. What is making you feel unsafe and unsecure? You must address these patterns and beliefs if you are going to fully heal. For individuals with illness in the first emotional center, there is hope. Using medicine and affirmations to address the intuitive signs your body is giving you, you can create a strong, healthy body. While your doctor can give you specific instructions on how to address your medical concerns, no prescription for long-term health is complete without changing the negative thought patterns that have paved the way for illness. A good general affirmation for bone and joint problems is, I lovingly release the past. They are free and I am free. I am my own authority. I love and approve of myself. Life is good. All is well in my heart now. While the overall theme of the affirmations addressing health in the first emotional center is about creating safety among your family and other social groups, your affirmation is going to vary depending on the specific location of your bone and joint problem. For example, if your entire back gives you problems, you have general issues with support. However, if you feel pain in only one part of your back, your affirmation becomes more specific. If you suffer from chronic lower back pain, you probably have financial fears, while upper back pain relates to emotional issues, feeling alone without having enough emotional support. Louise also looks at the illnesses that can occur between bones and joints, and these too are addressed with different affirmations. Arthritis is about experiencing criticism in unsupportive families. So, for arthritis sufferers in difficult families, the affirmations would be, I am love. I now choose to love and approve of myself. I see others with love. And as you are changing your thinking to a healthier mindset, turn your attention outward and look at the balance between your needs and the needs of your family and other social group. Are you letting the other people take advantage of you? Are you not standing up for yourself? Do you seem to give more to your family and friends than you receive? Remember, to feel safe and secure, you need to learn how to protect and support yourself in addition to making other people feel safe and secure. Always remember, you're not the sole source of support for anyone. They can always go to other people for help and advice too, you know. If you have a problem stepping aside every once in a while, there are groups you can see. Look into Codependence Anonymous, CODA, or other groups that help you learn to balance your own needs with the needs of others. So remember, love your family, but love yourself too. Worry and care about your friends, and spend some time looking at your own life and make positive changes. Think of yourself in the same way you would a friend. Don't neglect that relationship. We all have times when we lose sight of our own needs. The key is to recognize and rectify this behavior before more serious health problems occur. Next is the first of a couple of case files in the first emotional center. As you read it, think about whether or not this case has elements of your own life or the life of a loved one. Follow me as we enter into the case files of Louise Hay and Dr. Lisa Schulz. Starting at the age of 8, Andrea, now 17, was caretaker to her 5 younger brothers and sisters. Her parents were unavailable to the children, so Andrea took responsibility for creating a more stable home environment. But her siblings' comfort came always at a great cost to her. She sacrificed her own needs and even her own safety time and time again. She didn't have a chance to enjoy a carefree childhood or cultivate an independent identity. Too young to handle this mother role, Andrea developed a series of health problems from an early age. She had a mild curvature of her spine, which was treated with a brace. She tended to get joint and back pain when family stress became unbearable. After her parents died, her spine and joint pain was agonizing, and she developed a butterfly rash. This combination sent her to the doctor, who eventually diagnosed her with lupus, or systemic lupus erythematosus, SLE. She'd really been getting warning signs for years in the form of bone and joint problems, but she disregarded them because she was handling the unstable lives of her siblings. The first thing we did for Andrea was recommend a specific test to verify that she actually had lupus. She went to the internal medicine doctor, who administered a test to find out if she had antibody ANA double strand, anti-nuclear antibody DS, and it was present. With lupus, the body makes these cells that attack almost every organ of the body. Whether it's in its mildest form, fever, bone, joint, skin, or thyroid illness, or its most severest cases, lung, kidney, or brain ailments, lupus can be a difficult disease to have. And after Andrea came back with a positive result, we knew that lupus was indeed the cause of her pain. If this and other blood tests had actually come back negative, lupus wouldn't be the issue. In addition to the ANA double-strand test, her physician tested blood cell counts, checking the number of the total white and red cells and platelets, because lupus can tend to lower these numbers. Like most autoimmune illnesses, lupus goes through its ups and downs. There are periods of painful joint, skin, respiratory fatigue, and other symptoms, and then there are symptom-free intervals of remission. We directed Andrea's treatment toward getting her immune system in a remission, which involved getting control of the cells that were making the tissue-attacking antibodies. Our treatment plan was aimed at making them go to sleep or calm down. As a team, including Andrea and other practitioners, we worked to create a treatment strategy to address all of her options, which included everything from potent drugs to supplements to Qigong, an ancient Chinese practice that uses a combination of breathing, postures, and mental focus of healing. Because the severity of Andrea's lupus wasn't over the top, she could work to heal with or without the use of medicine. After discussing the pros and cons with her internal medicine doctor, Andrea started on the steroid prednisone to reduce the inflammation in her autoimmune system. Prednisone is a strong medicine and can have many side effects on bone density, weight, blood pressure, skin, hair, blood sugar, mood, sleep, eyes, and digestive tract. And although Andrea didn't require such aggressive steps at this point, when we were working together, if her symptoms became more severe in the future, she might have to consider taking immunosuppressant drugs, such as methotrexate, azathioprine, chlorambucil, and others, which actually have an even greater list of side effects. She would consider taking these drugs if her lupus could threaten other organs in her body and ultimately affect her life. To counter the effects of the drugs she was taking, we suggested Andrea use an acupuncturist and herbalist. We also recommended she take a calcium and magnesium supplement, vitamin D, and a good multivitamin. In addition, she took DHA to repair injured body cells and an herb called TW, Tripterogen wilfordi, using the roots and stems each day to modulate her immune system and ease the symptoms of her lupus. Like any strong medicine, herbs also incidentally have side effects. TW can cause reversible changes in hormone levels, a loss of her period, and infertility, so use it only with your medical team's supervision. We also asked Andrea to cut out a number of things from her diet. Alfalfa sprouts specifically can make lupus symptoms worse. We suggested that she work with a nutritionist to see if she could identify foods that aggravated her symptoms. Luckily, she didn't find any of these. Finally, we started addressing Andrea's thought patterns and behaviors that could be contributing to her illnesses. We gave her specific affirmations for lupus. I speak up for myself freely and easily. I claim my own power. I love and approve of myself. I am free and safe. Bone health. In my world, I am the only authority, for I am the only one who thinks in my mind. I am well structured and balanced. Scoliosis. I release all fears. I now trust the process of life. I know that life is for me. I stand straight and tall with love. Back pain. I know that life always supports me. All I need is always taken care of. I am safe. Joint pain. I easily flow with change. My life is divinely guided. And I'm always going in the best direction. And rash. I lovingly protect myself with thoughts of joy and peace. The past is forgiven and forgotten. I am free in this moment. I feel safe to be me. She also followed the advice outlined early in this chapter and learned how to balance her personal needs with those of her family. She started going to Codependence Anonymous meetings and took up journaling to explore her emotions. She also practiced expressing her needs to those closest to her. Within months, Andrea was feeling better emotionally and physically, and we knew she would be better able to tackle the challenges that lay ahead with someone with lupus. Blood problems. People who have anemia, bleeding, bruising, or other blood problems tend to feel as though they've hit bottom, that they're completely alone with no support from family and friends. They have become so destabilized that they trust no one, and they live in a world filled with seemingly endless chaos. If this sounds like you, your health depends on your ability to dig yourself out of this pit, a pit of helplessness, hopelessness, and next create some order and balance in your life. The area of blood disorders covers a wide spectrum ranging from anemia to acute leukemia. Some of these disorders are mild, what physicians call benign, meaning they resolve completely with therapy and do not cause symptoms. They're not really life-threatening. Others, such as sickle cell anemia, acute leukemia, or certain lymphomas are more serious in that they cause chronic illness or even life-threatening problems. Determining the origin of blood problems can be confusing because many of them can be associated with imbalances in either the first or the fourth emotional center. Lack of emotional nurturance, a fourth center problem, affects the organs that move the blood, the heart, the arteries, the veins. So the problem is with the organ of the fourth center, rather than the blood itself. The goal in this section is to help change negative thought patterns and behaviors associated with the blood problems themselves. And this is a first emotional center issue. The first step in this journey is to identify the messages your body is sending you about the emotions underlying your illness, and then create health with affirmations. For example, anemia stems from both a lack of joy and a fear of life, plus an underlying belief that you're not good enough. So to address this joylessness and insecurity, use the affirmation, "It is safe for me to experience joy in every area of my life. I love life." Bruising is about having trouble managing the little bumps in life and punishing instead of forgiving yourself. Remind yourself that you are worthy of forgiveness and love with the affirmation, "I love and cherish myself. I am kind and gentle with me. All is well." Bleeding problems can be seen as joy running out, and anger is often associated with the bleeding. If this sounds like you, try to calm the anger and find the joy in life with the affirmation, "I am the joy of life, expressing and receiving in perfect rhythm." On the other hand, blood clotting involves the shutting down of joy. If you feel blocked emotionally, try repeating, "I awaken new life within me. I flow." In the area of blood problems, health is a reflection of not only your feelings, but also the chaos around you, whether it's caused by a painful family life, chaotic relationship, or a demanding boss. Intuitively, your body, specifically your blood, is letting you know that you need more support. You must do everything you can to establish secure roots, even if it's uncomfortable. Ask more of the people around you. Leaning on family, friends, and community is a vital part of achieving health in the first emotional center. This is going to take time. Start small. Ask for help in the little things rather than requesting that someone provide a huge service. After a while, when people are there for you and they step up to the plate, giving you what you need, one by one, you start to gain a little more trust in the relationships you have. And if someone fails you time after time, you'll be better able to recognize the stable relationships in your life. Your goal is to identify the solid people and then find a balance between providing support for yourself and accepting help from others. From the clinic files, blood problems case study. As a child, Denise moved a lot because of her father's gambling addiction. The family was uprooted time and time again, fleeing from her father's creditors. There was never enough money for food, and Denise and her brothers and sisters went to school hungry almost every day. When she was in her 20s, Denise's boyfriend hit her. She suffered multiple injuries that she hid from family and friends. One morning, Denise woke to find that she could hardly walk. She was so exhausted, she could barely make it to the phone to call for help. Eventually, her doctor diagnosed her with severe anemia. After talking to Denise, we came to see that she had hit her physical and emotional rock bottom. What she craved, but didn't have, was family support. But because she had never had it, she did not know how to get that support elsewhere. To Denise, the world was a dangerous and lonely place, and she was unable to trust even her closest friends. She was empathic and understanding with her friends and family. She was the person people came to with their problem. However, she was so sensitive to other people's needs that she tended to absorb the emotional and physical pain of those around her. Because she had done this for years without an emotional outlet for her own fears, her body began to react to the distress. Denise was emotionally and physically anemic, so it was important to identify both the energetic and blood leaks that she was experiencing. A medical intuitive reading helped pinpoint where she was giving away too much of her life energy in her unhealthy relationship with her boyfriend and her family. The next step was to figure out where the physical leak was in her body. We had to determine what was causing her to lose red blood cells so much that she was becoming anemic. I told Denise to go to her physician and get a test called a complete blood count, or a CBC. This test would analyze all of the different components of her blood, and it would help her know why she was anemic. Many doctors try to cure all cases of anemia by just giving the patient iron. However, not looking at the underlying reason why someone is anemic may lead to a more serious problem. There are 3 reasons why people become anemic. 1. Loss of the red blood cells. This could be the result of trauma. Denise had been hit by her boyfriend. How seriously, we don't know yet. A ulcer in her stomach. Excessively heavy periods, blood in her urine, or internal injuries. Or 2. Not enough red blood cell production. This could be caused by not having enough iron. This is why doctors usually give iron supplements. Low red blood cell production could be caused by genes, a genetic disorder called thalassemia, drug use, especially alcohol abuse, or chronic illness like low thyroid hormone, low adrenal gland hormone production, chronic hepatitis, B12 folate deficiency, or 3. Red blood cell destruction. This can be caused by an enlarged spleen, lupus, a side effect to medicines like penicillin, sulfa drugs, mononucleosis, or other viral infections. Looking only at Denise's age, and she wasn't menopausal yet, most people would assume that her anemia was from heavy periods. But if this were true, the iron cure would be great for her. However, when the doctors studied her CBC test results, they saw that the number of immature red blood cells, called reticulocytes, were too low. She wasn't making enough red blood cells. Iron, blood loss, heavy periods were not the problem. And then the doctors looked at the size of her red blood cells. Denise's cells were bigger than usual. They figured out she had a very rare condition called macrocytic anemia caused by too low B12 in her diet and possibly low B12 absorption from long-term stress and antacid use. Further tests to detect vitamin B12 level showed that, in fact, this was probably the cause of Denise's anemia. Under the care of a nurse practitioner, Denise got regular B12 shots until her B12 levels normalized. She began a pharmaceutical-grade multivitamin complex and had regular B12 tests to confirm she was absorbing it. To remove the barrier to B12 absorption, we suggested Denise go to a Chinese acupuncturist and herbalist to address her anxiety and heartburn. In addition to relationship counseling about stresses with her boyfriend, Denise began an herbal blend that contained rhizoma, Atractylodes macrocephali, Codonopsis pilosoli, and other herbs too numerous to list here. Denise then started working with the affirmations for general blood health. I am the joy of life, expressing and receiving in perfect rhythm. Joyous new ideas are circulating freely within me. For anemia, it is safe for me to experience joy in every area of my life. I love life. And fatigue. I am enthusiastic about life and filled with energy and enthusiasm. Working to shift her mindset helped her bring joy back into her life by helping her release fears and begin to realize her self-worth. Within 6 months, her anemia resolved. Immune system disorders. People who have immune system-related problems, such as allergies to food and the environment, catching colds and flus frequently, or whether they have serious autoimmune disorders, they have problems feeling like they belong. These people seclude themselves because, in many instances, they feel that their needs don't match the needs of people around them. So, any mingling feels overwhelming. Even on a one-on-one basis, these very sensitive people are unable to relate. So they can't create and maintain relationships that would give them a sense of safety and security. This extreme solitude over time often makes them feel down deep that the world is against them. If you have allergies and immune system disorders, take heart. There are medical options available. Immune and allergy problems can often be treated effectively with a range of pharmaceuticals and health supplements. However, it is an imperfect science. We encourage people to also find ways to lessen the emotional distress that is often at the root of immune system disorders. The first step in doing this is to identify that component of their health problem that is emotional, and then incorporate healing affirmations into their treatment plan. This is vital to achieving and maintaining health. The overall theme for these kinds of disorders is trust, safety, and self-love. As in all of the other areas, your affirmations will differ depending on the thought or behavior and the ailment. For example, people who are allergy-prone may tell themselves that they are allergic to everything and everyone, or they have no control over their lives. These kind of negative thoughts can be replaced by the following affirmation. The world is safe and friendly. I am safe. I am at peace with life. On the other hand, if you are susceptible to a disorder such as Epstein-Barr virus, EBV, you may have fears of not being good enough. You may feel your inner support is being drained, or that you are not receiving love and appreciation from those around you. To transform this mindset, Louise recommends the healing affirmation, I relax and recognize my self-worth. I am good enough. Life is easy and joyful. People who get flu frequently tend to respond to mass negativity. You can work against this mindset or even negate the negativity by using the affirmation, I am beyond group beliefs or the calendar. I am free from all congestion and influence. For those who have mononucleosis, negative thoughts are associated with anger at not receiving love. A healing affirmation is, I love and appreciate and take care of myself. I am enough. You must look at your behavior in your day-to-day life. Are you shutting yourself off from other people? Do you feel like nobody understands you? The first thing you need to do is identify what events or people make you feel rejected, criticized, or judged. Though people may seem to do and express things without tact, most of the time they are expressing a legitimate need. Try to separate the emotion from their requests and look at the underlying need. This may help take some of the sting out of what actually is happening. It may help create tolerance, even immune tolerance, in both your external world and your internal immune system. The activity of your white blood cells pushing away and attacking foreign objects is the same as you doing this in your life. So working on emotional tolerance often translates into physical tolerance to viruses in your environment. This creates a stronger immune system. The important behavior change is simply to force yourself to be around people. Just as I said before, start small. Once a week, try to take part in one activity where you are not alone. Easing into relationships will help things go a little more smoothly. You can try out any number of activities: church groups, recreational groups, family get-togethers. Any of these things will help you see that the world isn't your enemy. Address these two aspects of health, the physical and the emotional, and you will begin to see the world through new eyes. Your mood will be more stable and you will feel more content. You will begin to consider the needs of the group as well as your own. Instead of constantly assuming you're not safe, you will react to the challenges calmly and with proper emotion. You will come to see value and safety in other people. And finally, you will find balance in your responsibilities to yourself and your family, friends, and coworkers. This balance is the key to health in the first emotional center. From the Clinic Files, Immune System Disorders Case. Larry, now 32, grew up painfully shy and spent most of his time on his own. His brothers even found him odd, and he felt like an outcast in his own family. Things did not get better for him when he was on his own. At work, he stayed to himself and quickly became known as unapproachable. While he had had problems with allergies his whole life, they became increasingly worse over the years, and he developed more complicated immune system disorders. One day, Larry came down with a fever. He was exhausted, feverish, and achy all the time. Eventually, he was diagnosed with mononucleosis and the Epstein-Barr virus. Larry had difficulty feeling safe and secure in the world, and his social phobia became symbolized in his body's defenses, the white blood cells of his immune system. While allergies can manifest in many ways, skin rashes, runny nose, itchy eyes, irritable bowels, and so on, these all fall under the category of immune system dysfunction because the symptoms come from a reaction of your white blood cells against a foreign body. Basically, what happens is that the body senses a foreign object, determines that it is a threat, and sends the white blood cells to destroy it. These cells release irritating substances like histamines, leukotrienes, and prostaglandins in an attempt to attack the allergen. This flood of chemicals causes the inflammation response, which brings with it runny eyes and nose, wheezing and sneezing, itching and twitching, and digestive distress. However, if you have a healthy immune system, your body can actually tolerate the allergens and not mount an intense attack. You don't get these symptoms. Since Larry had many of these allergies, he had a few standard medical options. 1. Restriction. The goal of this method is to stay away from allergens that bring about the symptoms. All I have to say is good luck. Many people do this, but this is really a very temporary solution. You get improved symptoms for a month or two, but soon the wheezing, the sneezing, the itching return. Also, not being in contact with substances on a regular basis actually weakens your immune system further, thus leading to more intolerance in your body. Continuing on the dietary elimination path leads to life becoming more and more limited and controlled. Or 2, medication. There are many medications on the market that counteract the allergic response. Just as with restriction, this method doesn't address the underlying cause of allergies. It simply treats the symptoms. For milder allergies, antihistamines like Benadryl, Clarinex, Atarax, Allegra often offer a good option. They target the histamines being released by the white blood cells. Keep in mind, the antihistamines are only recommended for people under the age of 70 because they can lead to problems with memory and urination in older people. In addition to antihistamines, there are medicines including Singulair and Accolate that target leukotriene production. Oral, topical, and inhaled steroids are also the mainstay for many severe allergy cases. While the other medications work against inflammation by preventing the production of histamines and leukotrienes, steroids take more drastic action, blocking the body's release and acceptance of these chemicals. Because of the drastic effects of steroids, you can't live on them forever without experiencing severe, long-term side effects, including osteoporosis, osteopenia, ulcers, immune system suppression, high blood sugar. The list is long. This is likely why Larry came down with Epstein-Barr virus in mono. His immune system had become compromised. And 3, immunotherapy. In this process, you are actually injected with minute amounts of what you're allergic to in an attempt to train your white blood cells to tolerate the allergen. The shots are given in an arm once or twice a week for several months. These treatments are recommended for people with severe allergies or for those who have symptoms for more than 3 months per year. Since Larry had been taking steroids for years, the first thing we talked to him about was considering working with a complementary or integrative physician to try to figure out how to manage his allergies by tapering his steroid use. Steroids were possibly making him more susceptible to viruses, especially his Epstein-Barr virus. We had him work with an acupuncturist and Chinese herbalist to strengthen his immune system's ability to fight the virus and at the same time be calm enough to tolerate his environment. One herb among many that was recommended to him was called wuchasang, and it's said to improve white blood cell function, especially after prolonged chemotherapy treatment. In addition, Larry worked with a nutritionist to make sure he had a good, balanced diet full of dark, leafy vegetables. We also recommended that he take a good pharmaceutical-grade vitamin supplement that contained vitamin C, magnesium, zinc, and B-complex. He also started taking astragalus, DHA, turmeric, and ginger because these supplements have been known to ease the symptoms of Epstein-Barr virus. Along with the treatments Larry's medical team helped lay out, he also began to work with affirmations for fever. I am the cool, calm expression of peace and love. Mono. I love and appreciate and take care of myself. I am enough. Epstein-Barr virus. I relax and recognize my self-worth. I am good enough. Life is easy and joyful. And muscle aches. I experience life as a joyous dance. These helped him change the negative thoughts that kept him locked in illness. He also worked hard to put himself in situations where he was forced to interact with other people. Larry also worked with a cognitive behavioral therapist to deal with his anxiety so he could be in situations interacting with other people. This healing package of medicine, behavioral changes, and affirmations worked together to put Larry's health back on the right track. Skin problems. Do you have skin problems such as psoriasis, eczema, hives, or acne? If the answer is yes, you may want to focus on your relationship with feeling safe and secure in the world of change. While people with skin problems often have a seemingly put-together life, it is managed with extreme control. These folks are rock solid and dependable as long as nothing changes. Their lives focus on routine because routine is safe and familiar. But real life isn't always safe and predictable. And this is where these people start to encounter problems. The natural ebb and flow of life causes great anxiety for them. And this, in turn, manifests as skin problems. Interestingly, the emotions and tendencies associated with skin problems, such as inflexibility in life, are also involved in many joint problems. People who tend toward one of the ailments often have the other as well. So let's look at our prescription for health. That includes first, identifying the messages your body is sending you, and then second, using affirmations to promote healthy thought patterns that will lead to clear, glowing skin. A good affirmation for skin problems that stem from the fear and anxiety surrounding change is, I lovingly protect myself with thoughts of joy and peace. The past is forgiven and forgotten. I am free in this moment. These affirmations help you with skin problems that tend to be associated with the fear and anxiety associated with change. Skin disorders can take many forms. Thus, the affirmations that will help you address them vary from one condition to the next. If you have acne, for example, the negative thought pattern is associated with not accepting yourself. So the affirmation is, I love and accept myself where I am right now. Eczema has to do with antagonism and bottled up emotions coming out. To counteract the effects of these emotions, the healing affirmation is, harmony and peace, love and joy surround me. I am safe and secure. Hives are about small, hidden fears and the tendency to turn small problems into big ones. The healing affirmation for hives is, I bring peace to every corner of my life. Rashes in general have to do with irritation because things have not turned out exactly as planned. And the affirmation for these is directed toward patience. I love and approve of myself. I am at peace with the process of life. If you have psoriasis, you fear being hurt and may refuse to take responsibility for your own feelings. In this case, the affirmation would be, I am alive to the joys of living. I deserve and accept the very best in life. I love and approve of myself. To address some of the other issues that create skin problems, it's necessary to work on your ability to handle change. As they say, change is the only thing you can really count on in life. So what can you do? Probably the easiest way to work on this is by breaking up your routine. Though it seems counterintuitive, plan some spontaneity in your life. For example, you could leave an hour in your calendar and simply start walking. See what you come in contact with. You'll be introducing variety, which can help you see that a world without back-to-back plans isn't necessarily terrible. You could also take a bold action by stepping into a particular role because chaos comes with the territory. Put yourself in a situation where it's not possible to control everything. Volunteer at a shelter or a kindergarten classroom. Who knows what could happen there? You might also want to sit down with your schedule to determine whether there are certain areas of your life where you can focus on letting go of a little bit of control. The goal of all of these suggestions is to develop flexibility. If you are more flexible, you'll be better able to handle change. The confidence this will inspire will help you work with the world rather than against it. This will lower your anxiety you feel on a day-to-day basis. From the Case Files, Skin Problems Case Study. Carl, 52, is a family man. He also is a successful businessman who is involved in his community, volunteering for local charities, and attending city and family events. To the world, including his family and friends, he is the grounded one, the reliable one, the pillar of the community. But inside, Carl is a little obsessive and just a little rigid in his ways, and he hates change. As long as things stay within his control and he feels safe, Carl is able to run a company and be there for his family, friends, and community. After years of being vigilantly in control, Carl started developing itchy rashes and scaliness on the skin found at the creases in his joints. After a visit to the dermatologist, Larry was told that he had a severe case of psoriasis. While psoriasis is a skin condition, it often indicates a problem with the immune system, which can be associated with other serious health problems, including diabetes, heart disease, depression, inflammatory bowel disease, arthritis, skin cancer, and lymphoma. Along with psoriasis, we often see an overproduction of a protein called tumor necrosis factor that causes cells to grow too quickly. Why? No one really knows, but we want to see to it that Carl has a good internal medicine doctor who can maintain consistent evaluations on his heart, digestive tract, and joints. So the first thing I requested was that Carl go to his physician for baseline screening for each of these elements. Next, Carl needed consistent skin treatments to relieve and prevent itching. There are 6 types of treatments available: topical skin creams, light therapy. Light therapy is a treatment in which the skin is exposed to UV light on a regular basis, slowing the growth of skin cells associated with psoriasis. Next, Carl could take oral medicines like cyclosporin, methotrexate, and others. He could also take injected medicines that block tumor necrosis factor production. Finally, Carl could take Chinese medicine or nutritional treatment. Carl had tried all the over-the-counter treatments for psoriasis, and he had no relief. Topical steroids helped some, but eventually the scaliness came back with a vengeance. So he decided to consider the light therapy with a competent dermatologist. Carl also went to the acupuncturist and Chinese herbalist who gave him gypsum, imperitae, scrophulari, peony, Rehmannia, Phlox japonica, artemisia, and forsythia, among other herbs. And a nutritionist helped Carl identify which foods irritated his psoriasis. Oddly, tomatoes were one of them. Carl also began taking DHA. He also started incorporating many bits of spontaneity and controlled chaos in his life. Working with a cognitive behavioral therapist, he worked to change his thoughts. He began to do affirmations on his general skin health. I feel safe to be me. General skin problems. I lovingly protect myself with thoughts of joy and peace. The past is forgiven and forgotten. I am free in this moment. Rash. I lovingly protect myself with thoughts of joy and peace. The past is forgiven and forgotten. I am free in this moment. I feel safe to be me. And psoriasis. I'm alive to the joys of living. I deserve and accept the very best in life. I love and approve of myself. With all the changes Carl had made, his skin cleared up and he was simply thrilled.
All is well in the first emotional center. You have the power to strengthen your bones, joints, and immune system and heal skin disorders using medicine, intuition, and affirmations. When you learn to recognize the negative thoughts and behaviors underlying your physical problems and heed the messages your body is sending you in the form of first emotional center health issues, you can finally start to move toward true healing. Establishing new thought patterns using my affirmations will give you the foundation and strength to change the behavior patterns that add to first emotional center illnesses. You'll learn to balance your individual needs with those of family, friends, and community. The goal is to believe the world is a safe and friendly place, and all is well.
Bladder problems. People who experience bladder problems are generally very emotionally sensitive when it comes to relationships, and this makes financial independence difficult. They are so focused on maintaining loving relationships that the skill required to maneuver a business deal or focus on the money isn't necessarily developed or used on a regular basis. These people are likely to put their finances on the back burner or give up control to a partner. However, these actions often spawn bladder illness because they bring about feelings of anger and resentment, either by establishing complete dependency on a significant other or by the requirement to pick up some financial responsibility. So let's look at a prescription to bring a little more balance to your love and money lives. We'll jump right in by looking at the affirmations that can help you change negative thought patterns that might be causing the bladder problem. Urinary tract-related infections, whether it's cystitis or the more serious kidney infection, these correlate with being pissed off, usually at the opposite sex or a partner, and blaming others. So we have to get rid of that anger. A good healing affirmation for urinary tract infections is, I release the pattern in my consciousness that created this condition. I am willing to change. I love and approve of myself. Urinary incontinence, an involuntary leakage of urine, is associated with keeping emotions in check over a long period of time. The healing affirmations for this is, I am willing to feel. It is safe for me to express my emotions. I love myself. Affirmations will differ depending on the condition. Look at your past relationships with money. Did you ever become so utterly devoted to someone that you didn't pay attention to your finances? If you were in a relationship, did you give up all control of your money to your significant other? Do you feel out of control when it comes to money? If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are at risk of developing bladder problems. If this sounds like you, the most important issue to address is your view of money and the importance it plays in life. This isn't going to be easy. To bring about this balance between love and money, you should start small. If you currently have no financial independence, figure out a way to get some. For example, take control of paying just a few household bills to start. Just write some of the checks. If you're feeling really strong and adventurous, look at your personal passions and see if you can find a part-time job around these interests. The important thing is to be responsible for something financial. You need to familiarize yourself with the language and beneficial power of money. This is going to lessen your dependence on your partner and help stem the resentment and anxiety that could come from being in a totally controlling relationship or being forced to step into a bigger financial role. No matter how much you love and trust someone in your life, you should always keep a hand in finances. If moving toward financial involvement seems difficult, one problem could be that you think money is the root of all evil, and that caring about it automatically is going to make you shallow or materialistic. To this, all I can say is snap out of it. With the structure of society today, money is necessary for life, just like food and water. While those with money and power can misuse it and aren't the most spiritual beings, this bad behavior is not intrinsic. It's in the person's personality. Money, like any power or energy, can be used on earth for spiritual causes. You need to realize that being financially responsible means having a healthier independence, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. Nothing more, nothing less. So the goal is to find a way to balance money and love. Don't sacrifice your financial well-being to keep an important relationship. By taking control of your financial situation, you are showing respect for yourself and the people around you. From the clinic files, Bladder Disorders Case Study. Elise, 55, reported that she wasn't truly happy until she met her husband in her mid-20s. She had been completely focused on her career, attending business school and working as a bookkeeper. But up to then, she felt something important was missing. All that changed when Elise met Gerald. They quickly fell in love and got married, and Elise finally felt at peace. Even though before she was headed to a career in business, once she married Gerald, she turned over all the management of finances to him, quit her job, and became a stay-at-home mom to their growing family. Elise felt happy and fulfilled for a very long time, until Gerald was laid off from his long-time job. He adjusted quickly to this unexpected early retirement, but it was a much more difficult transition for Elise. After almost 2 decades as a stay-at-home mom, not dealing with any financial obligations, she was now forced to go back to work as a bookkeeper to supplement their income. Soon after Elise was forced to re-enter the job force, she and Gerald started arguing about money. She felt resentful and overwhelmed, and even at times angry. Work had at one time fulfilled her, but now it only underscored how much she had changed and how much she had given up. She began having health problems. At first, her symptoms seemed to point to premenopause, She developed urinary urgency, erratic menstrual cycles, and bladder infections. However, after months of suffering with UTIs, urinary tract infections, that couldn't be cured with antibiotics, she ended up in our clinic. When we started helping Elise with her urinary and menstrual cycle problems, the very first step was to help her demystify this mysterious pelvic region. I felt that it's important for people to understand this because if we know what our equipment is and how it works, we are more able to visualize health here. I explained to Elise that our urinary system consists of 2 kidneys, 2 ureters, 1 bladder, and 1 urethra. The kidneys filter toxins out of the blood, balance the sodium and water levels, and then produce urine. The urine is sent out pipes called ureters to the bladder, and then the urine leaves the bladder via the urethra to exit the body. Since the urethra opening is near your anus, where there's a lot of bacteria, infection can readily ascend toward your bladder and produce what is known as your common urinary tract infection or UTI. If your immune system is weak, what they call immunocompromised, or if you're diabetic or have had a catheter inside you for a long time or some other predisposing factor, the bacteria can enter from outside your body, climb up the urethra to the bladder, up the ureters to the kidneys, and cause the more dangerous kidney infection. After we cleared up how our urinary system worked, I suggested Elise go to another doctor to get a second opinion, to check her urine to see if she actually had a bladder infection. Her internist checked her urine for the presence of white blood cells and bacteria. And though it's normal to have a certain number of bacteria living in our bladder, this number skyrockets when an infection is present. However, in Elise's case, she had no white cells and only a few bacteria. So her internist said she didn't have a bladder infection. Then, what was causing her pain? The bladder is a muscular organ that can contain up to a quart of urine. So if you feel a sense of urgency to urinate every 5 minutes or so, yet you only have a few ounces of urine in your bladder, this is called bladder or urethral irritation. This was the case with Elise, and now that she knew she didn't have an infection, she had to find out the real reason why she had bladder irritation. There are 3 basic reasons to consider. Post-hysterectomy effects. After hysterectomy, there is something called stress incontinence, which means the surgery has bruised the bladder nerves that control urine. Or a fibroid uterus. If a person has large fibroid cysts in her uterus, this may press down on the nearby bladder, making the bladder fill up with smaller amounts of urine. When this happens, it leads to feeling like you have to urinate a lot. Or irritation from vaginal dryness and thinning. When estrogen levels drop during perimenopause, the vaginal and urethral tissue thins and gets irritated. This creates the same symptoms as a bladder infection, but you have no infection. You simply have urgency and pain during urination. Since Elise hadn't had a hysterectomy, we knew this wasn't a problem, so the next step for her was her gynecologist. Elise had been having heavy, erratic periods, and from the gynecologist she learned she had 2 large fibroids. one which was sitting almost directly on her bladder. At this point, Elise had two options to help with her urinary frequency. One, dealing with the fibroids. She could go to a fertility surgeon and have them removed. Or, if she didn't want the surgery, she could choose to simply wait. The end of menopause brings with it a drop of hormones, and this often leads to a shrinking of fibroids. This then would relieve the pressure on the bladder, and she wouldn't feel she had to urinate all the time. Elise's gynecologist also helped her look at the third possible cause for pain. Elise's periods had the erratic characteristics of perimenopause, and she had started to experience vaginal dryness and pain during intercourse. Elise decided not to get the fibroid surgery and instead to focus on treating the irritation to see if that would be sufficient to help her bladder problems. To address the dryness, Elise learned about a variety of lubricants that could help her and found the one that was right for her. She also explored prescription and natural ways she could address the problem. Elise decided to start with the natural, using black cohosh to thicken the vaginal mucosa and desensitize this region. And she also tried dandelion leaves and oats to restore vaginal lubrication and decrease urinary frequency. Unfortunately, these solutions didn't help Elise as much as she wanted. So, Elise went back to her gynecologist, who suggested estriol cream, a vaginal cream that includes testosterone. These would help soothe the irritated vaginal and urethral region. Finally, to address Elise's hormonally based urinary frequency and menstrual cycle irregularities, I suggested she visit a competent acupuncturist and Chinese herbalist. Elise was given an herbal combination called Louise Wei Di Huang, which contained Rehmannia and Gi Ling Ji. Elise also looked at the thoughts and behavioral patterns that could have been adding to her bladder problems. She worked with the affirmations, including, for bladder problems specifically, I comfortably and easily release the old and welcome the new in my life. I am safe. And for urinary infections, I release the pattern in my consciousness that created this condition. I am willing to change. I love and approve of myself. Elise also began to address her relationship with money. By changing her perception of what money really meant and changing her thought patterns to help with her anger, Elise began to heal. Reproductive organs. Men and women who experience illness in their reproductive organs generally have a mindset where they have difficulty knowing how to create something, whether it's children, a book, something that's their baby, in a healthy way in partnership. These people are typically driven to either produce, or they have dry spells where they simply can't create at all. A loving relationship is one of the tools we need to produce children, books, plays, technical manuals, any of our creations. A drive to create is only possible by managing our partnerships with organization and control. While this focus and control is more obvious in the outside dog-eat-dog world of money and business, everyone knows that to run a home with a lot of kids or projects or pets involves a lot of organization and control. Whether you are in the rough and tumble world of finance or handling the juggling act of running a house, sometimes women or those unique men must turn off an innate sensitivity to maintain production schedule. Or sometimes you need to be more emotionally sensitive and stop producing. Focus more on the relationship and not the creation. If you tend to be hyperproductive or underproductive in business or at home, it may register as reproductive problems. To become healthy in the reproductive organs, both men and women need to reevaluate their priorities and change their underlying beliefs that lead to fibroids, infertility, prostate problems, or any of the other many reproductive ailments. Female problems in general can be improved with the affirmation, I rejoice in my femaleness. I love to be a woman. I love my body. Uterine fibroids have to do with nursing a hurt with one's partner, and they can be improved with the affirmation, I release the pattern in me that has attracted this experience. I create only good in my life. Sexual problems and impotence in women generally involve sexual pressure, guilt, or spite against previous mates, or even the fear of one's father. These women often believe that engaging in sex or experiencing sexual pleasure is wrong. Many women who are in menopause experience fears having to do with aging, not being wanted, and not being good enough. Menopause symptoms are improved with a statement, I am balanced and peaceful in all changes of cycles, and I bless my body with love. For men, the first signs or symptoms of problems may be as subtle as a fleeting loss of sexual desire or a slight imbalance in hormone levels. However, if these are not attended to, the warnings will get stronger and serious health issues will develop. The negative thought patterns associated with prostate problems have to do with fears about masculinity and aging, as well as sexual pressure and guilt. To promote prostate health, use the affirmation, I accept and rejoice in my masculinity. I love and approve of myself. I accept my own power. I am forever young in spirit. If the problem is with sexual potency, the negative feelings have to do with anger or spite, usually against a previous partner. The problem may even be associated with the fear of the mother. To heal impotence, the affirmation is, I now allow the full power of my sexual principle to operate with ease and with joy. For both genders, infertility has to do with being fearful, resistant to the process of life, and resistant to the parenting process. In this case, the healing affirmation would be, I love and cherish my inner child. I love and adore myself. I am the most important person in my life. All is well, and I am safe. In addition to affirmations, you need to look to behavioral change to move away from reproductive problems. Your main goal is to learn to balance the relationship and financial success in your life. Resist the urge to constantly strive for achievement in creating something. If you usually feel compelled to control the finances in your home, let your partner handle the bills for a while. This can be tough to do, especially if you're better at the task, but grit your teeth and bear it. You can also let your children, if you have them, cook a simple dinner, even if you know they won't do it in the same way you would. The most important thing you can do is attempt to let go of some control. The goal is to bring love and joy back into your day-to-day experiences and learn to go with the flow of the world. You need to realize that it's possible to relax, take time off, delegate, and still be a success. There is a reward in life other than the thrill of being in full throttle. Try to surround yourself with people who seem to be happy with a more laid-back lifestyle. Look at them and ask yourself if you would consider them successful. Perhaps a reevaluation of your definition of success is necessary. So work to bring yourself back to the joy of living. Take some time to bend the ear of a good friend. Talk about your feelings and dreams. Set aside a specific time when you can simply slow down. Another good thing is to try meditation and simply sit in silence. This will bring your attention into the moment, interrupting the constant flow of thoughts about what needs to happen next. The goal is to live more fully in the moment, to see and appreciate what's around you. There is wisdom in the old saying, take time to stop and smell the roses. Try to find beauty in life as it currently stands. Soon you will find that control and constant striving aren't always necessary for happiness. You too can learn to have a healthy relationship with the adrenaline high of creating something and balance that with a peaceful partnership. Both can create physical health. From the clinic files, reproductive organs case file. From a very young age, Gita, age 29, knew exactly what she wanted from life, where she would live, what she would do for a living, the type of man she would marry, even how many kids she would have. And she set out to get it all. Throughout high school, Gita pushed herself academically and socially. She belonged to the leadership groups, edited the school paper, the yearbook, you know the type, the class president, both her junior and senior years, all the activities. In college, she was equally ambitious. In addition to a full academic load, she had the part-time job, she started her own business. By the time Gita got her bachelor's degree, she was engaged to a pre-med student and had been accepted into a MBA program. There was nothing she couldn't handle, nothing she couldn't do. She was obsessed with producing. Ideas, money, goods, you name it. And then she wanted to produce the last thing on her list, a baby. But her body threw her a curveball. Gita had planned to be pregnant by the time she was 30. But after months of trying, she grew impatient and had her doctor run some tests. They confirmed her worst fear. She had stopped ovulating. Gita was devastated, and she felt her body had betrayed her. Gita's inability to become pregnant was a sign that she needed to reevaluate how well she was balancing the many aspects of her life. We had to look at Gita's problems from a different angle because, in essence, she wasn't doing anything wrong. She was eating healthy foods, exercising, and in general, looking out for her well-being. Unfortunately, the conditions for getting pregnant often vary from the conditions necessary for living a healthy, non-pregnant life. So first, we had to help Gita overcome her feelings of blame and shame. Many people experience these emotions when it comes to infertility, especially if their friends are getting pregnant and creating families without any problems. Gita was holding on to this shame, believing that she was doing something wrong, that she was bad. She was questioning her own self-worth, and there was absolutely no reason for that. Our next step was to suggest she look for possible physical conditions that were making it hard for her to have a baby. What we noticed about Gita was that she was very thin. In fact, she was underweight. 5'4", 100 pounds. Often women with very low body fat stop menstruating and stop ovulating. What does that mean? They don't have a lot of estrogen and progesterone necessary for pregnancy. Whether they are the classic long-distance runners or models who are hyper-thin as part of their careers, they simply don't have enough nutrients to keep their bodies functioning in a way that can lead to pregnancy. So, we had to look at Gita's diet. And although Gita said she was fastidious about eating healthy, she didn't want to gain weight. She had worked hard to stay fit, and she felt healthy and strong. This brought to light another issue that we would have to face in Gita's quest to get pregnant. Pregnancy requires that a woman give up control over the size and shape of her body. If a woman has a problem with this concept, she is likely to react in unhealthy ways when she sees her growing body in the mirror. This vision of herself can set off a whole host of obsessive thoughts and compulsions, and often cause her to restrict food intake in a way that would be harmful to a developing baby. To work on these thought patterns, Gita took 2 courses of action. She started to visit a cognitive behavioral therapist to help her evaluate her anxious thoughts. She looked at how she could address her tendency to obsess about and control her weight. They came up with strategies unique to Gita to help her tolerate weight gain necessary to begin to ovulate again. To work on her thought patterns, Gita also worked with affirmations for general female problems. I rejoice in my femaleness. I love being a woman. I love my body. Ovary health. I balance in my creative flow. General menstrual problems. I accept my full power as a woman and accept my bodily processes as normal and natural. I love and approve of myself. Amenorrhea. I rejoice in who I am. I am a beautiful expression of life, flowing perfectly at all times. And finally, infertility. I love and cherish my inner child. I love and adore myself. I am the most important person in my life. All is well, and I am safe. Gita also began to meditate and incorporate mindfulness into her day. Each day, she set aside a little bit of time when she tried to focus only on what was happening around her, not her to-do list or other future activities. She also made it a point to delegate the tasks she was handling to other people in her life. Basically, she asked for help and learned to tolerate accepting help. After changing her thought and behavior and her diet, Gita was able to become pregnant and soon had a beautiful baby boy. Lower back pain and hip pain. People who experience lower back and hip problems tend to be insecure when it comes to both money and love. Though they may have unwavering support of their family, they tend to have difficulty with either finances, relationships, or both. This may be partly because they don't trust in the competence or intentions of people around them. When something fails, it's hard for them to see how their actions may have played into this outcome, but they may easily identify the fault of someone who was involved. After one relationship debacle after another, when one financial crisis is followed after another, these folks take back the power to feel more in control. The idea of a shared decision-making in relationships and money transactions goes out the window as these people stop listening to the views or ideas of others. In reaction to constant disappointment, they end up feeling alone and stranded and unable to move forward. If you have lower back problems and you recognize these negative thoughts and behaviors, consider what you need and how to get it. If what you need is to get healthy, be free of pain, and feel strong and supported, you can reverse the effects of negative thoughts by using the affirmation, I trust the process of life. All I need is always taken care of. I am safe. Specific affirmations help us take healing to the next level. Lower back or sciatic pain has to do with fear about money, and hip problems have to do with the fear about moving forward. If you have lower back or hip problems, it's important not only to understand your thought patterns, but also to practice the affirmations. So, for example, if you have hip problems that have to do with the fear of making major decisions, use the affirmation, I am in perfect balance. I move forward in life with ease and joy at every age. If you have sciatica, low back pain, that stems from being highly self-critical and fearful of the future, the affirmation would be, I move into my greater good. My good is everywhere, and I am secure and safe. As with the health of every body part, the important thing to focus on here is balance. If you suffer from lower back or hip pain, it's time to look at your relationship, both with yourself and with the people around you. Honestly assess your life and make some changes. Do you get support from your family that you're not getting elsewhere? Notice where you're getting support and openly acknowledge it and have gratitude for it. Do you tend to always blame others when things go wrong? Try to see the whole picture and see whether you are doing something that might be contributing even a little bit to the problem. Do you feel out of control when it comes to finances? Look closely at any financial downfalls and try to pinpoint where things shifted from good to bad. Your goal is to adopt a new view of the world. To really figure out what's going wrong in your relationships and finances, you must take a big picture look at the reality of both. And to do this, you need to get a grasp of your emotions, be able to identify and address them. The most powerful practices you can do to rebalance your life involve meditation and mindfulness. Meditation teaches you to observe and describe, but not judge your emotions while you're experiencing them. You will come to know that emotions are not reality, which means that they will not have so much power over you. Eventually, after practicing mindfulness and meditation, you will be able to detach from your feelings in a way that will help you take a more well-rounded view of the world and the people in your life. You will be able to interact with people in a more respectful and productive way that will ultimately lead to healthier money and relationships. Another step that you should take when it comes to healing lower back and hip problems is to set up time to spend with people outside of your family and direct circle of friends. Widen your network of support, even if it's for only a few hours every week. Get out and experience life from a different perspective. Perhaps volunteer at a non-profit organization. Offer yourself to this group as both a leader and part of the team. This will help you learn how to balance your own opinions with the ideas of others. With affirmations, a more positive mood, and some changes in behavior, it is possible to lead a rewarding life financially and emotionally. From the Clinic Files, Lower Back and Hip Pain Case Study. Helen came to us when she was in her early 50s at the encouragement of her family. Although she worked as a paralegal and had 2 healthy grown children whom she loved, both of her marriages had ended in divorce after both men left her for younger women. In the wake of her divorces, she found herself alone and in huge financial debt. Helen struggled to get her love life back on track, but no man seemed to meet her high standards. As she watched friend after friend find a soulmate, Helen started to panic. What was wrong with her? Why couldn't she succeed on this very basic level? Helen became depressed, and one day she woke up with severe lower back and hip pain that made it hard for her to sit at a computer or even walk more than a few steps. An orthopedic surgeon ordered an MRI that showed a very mild lower disc bulge, nothing that would cause disability. Helen was in a lot of pain, and when I talked to her, she was very frustrated that her surgeon could not simply remove a disc or do some fancy pants fusion surgery to cure her. What causes lower back pain? Usually it's the overuse of the muscles, the ligaments, the joints between the lower back vertebrae caused by excessive weight, moving the wrong way, or injury. The repeated motion makes a soft, mattress-like cushion between the vertebrae, called the disc, herniate or slip. With some vibration and a lack of support from adjacent back muscles, inflammation occurs in the joints between the vertebrae. These are called facet joints. It's a lot of mumbo jumbo, but the point is the inflammation between your vertebrae near the discs transforms into bony arthritis fragments. These compress nerves, which in turn make lower back pain and leg muscle spasm go weak and numb. Unfortunately, lower back pain can be aggravated by a number of other problems. Depression, with its changes in neurotransmitters, can make the pain worse. So can scoliosis, a lateral curvature of the spine, or spondylolisthesis, a condition where the vertebrae slide forward. If estrogen and progesterone levels go down in perimenopause, you can get worse lower back pain and spasms because the hormonal changes change serotonin in the case of estrogen or GABA in the case of progesterone. Once Helen knew all these factors behind her lower back pain, she could make a concerted effort with a treatment team to tackle the health problem. She figured out a way to put some more movement into her day. She bought an overstuffed chair with a hassock for her office and learned to get up and down several times an hour to keep her lower back flexible, supple, and less arthritic. Next, she aggressively began to treat her depression. Helen began with SAME, S-A-M, small e, and although it eased some of her back pain and depression, her mood and back were still bad. Despite the fact that she had some resistance to medication, she tried Wellbutrin and was delighted when her mood and back pain greatly improved. Now, with more energy, Helen was able to go to the gym and work out, but we made sure that she did this under the supervision of a physical therapist. Her goal was to rehabilitate her spine muscles. From time to time, she used BioFreeze cream to numb her sacral area so she could get through the exercise routine. Acupuncture and Qigong also helped with pain control. Finally, Helen tried a form of neuromuscular therapy called Yamuna, Y as in yak, A, M as in moose, U-N-A, Yamuna Body Rolling, www.yamunabodyrolling.com, where you use a small ball the size of a cantaloupe to help stop the spasm of tendons adjacent to lower back muscles. Looking at other possible contributors to her back pain, We looked at her shoes. She was wearing cheap shoes with no cushioning or support, so we recommended she invest in better shoes. Fit Flops, Nike Shocks, Asics Gels all help provide padding under the feet. Over time, thanks to exercise and physical therapy, Helen noticed that even losing 10 pounds relieved a lot of pressure in her lower back. Surgeons note that for every 10 pounds of weight we gain, we put 40 pounds of pressure on our joints. Helen followed her medical team's suggestions and lost a total of 25 pounds and could not believe the difference. Once her physician said it was safe, she began regular yoga practice, which helped keep her spine flexible and strong. We worked with Helen to specifically figure out what behavioral and thought modifications could help, asking her to make a list of all the risk factors that promote lower back pain and put a check mark next to the ones that apply to her. While we couldn't change things like genetic heritage or age, we could focus on her day-to-day activities and habits. We discussed the importance of giving up smoking, keeping an eye on her depression, and others. She decided to volunteer at her church, both as a youth group leader and a helper at the soup kitchen. She also started to journal in an effort to bring perspective to a number of chaotic situations in her life. To address the underlying beliefs that were making her ill, Helen started using affirmations for various back and hip-related issues. She focused on general back health. I know that life always supports me. Lower back problems. I trust the process of life. All I need is always taken care of. I am safe. General hip health. Hip, hip, hooray. There is joy in every day. I am balanced and free. Hip problems. I am in perfect balance. I move forward in life with ease and with joy at every age. And slip disc. Life supports all of my thoughts. Therefore, I love and approve of myself, and all is well. Helen worked with all of these methods, and she was able to bring her life to a wonderful, flexible, pain-free place.
All is well in the second emotional center. People try to handle bladder problems, reproductive issues, and lower back and hip pain by taking drugs or subjecting their bodies to surgery. In some acute cases, this may turn out to be the most prudent course of action. But with more chronic illnesses and dysfunction, you may need to investigate other remedies. In this chapter, we have explored the many ways you can create health in the second emotional center, using a combination of medicine, your body's intuition, and affirmations. When you learn to identify and examine the messages your body is sending you, you will be on your way to true healing. By balancing your attention to money and love relationships and family and self, you can remove the stressors that aggravate this health region. Acknowledge the negative thoughts and behaviors having to do with sexual identity, financial ability, and love and relationships. Then use my affirmations to counter the negative thoughts in these areas and establish new thought patterns and behaviors by meditating on the phrases, I trust the process of life. I know that life always supports me and takes care of me. And I am lovable and loved. You are worthy of love. All is well.
Chapter 6. A New Attitude. The third emotional center. Digestive system, weight, adrenal glands, pancreas, and addiction. Health in the third emotional center is all about an individual's sense of self and how the person finds self-worth and bolsters self-esteem. In this chapter, we examine the many aspects of your third emotional center. Some of the discussion focuses on particular organs, such as those that make up the digestive system, as well as the adrenal glands and pancreas, both of which regulate sugar, important hormones, and body chemistry. We also cover the broader related themes that have to do with weight problems and addiction. Just as with the other emotional centers, the ailment you experience depends on the type of thought pattern or behavior that underlies it. People with health issues of the third emotional center generally fall in 4 categories. Those who define themselves by focusing completely on the needs of others, those who are focused on fulfilling their self-cravings for food, drink, material possessions, but aren't very good at being responsible to others. Those people who are driven to fulfill their self-worth through both working for career and material possessions for themselves and others, and 4, those people who give up their concept of self and work in the world to be more focused on a higher power for support. These diverse people are affected in different ways when it comes to the health of the digestive system and issues with weight and addiction. We will get more specific later as we work through the actual body parts and individual ailments of the third emotional center. For health in these areas of your life, it is essential to develop a strong sense of self. If you don't cultivate your self-esteem and find a balance between how much time you spend worrying and pleasing others and the time you spend nurturing yourself, you may suffer from nausea, heartburn, ulcers, constipation, loose bowels, colitis, or kidney problems. You also may struggle with your weight, body image, or addiction. These health problems are messages from your body telling you what you're doing isn't working. According to Louise's affirmation theory, the health of the digestive tract, liver, gallbladder, and kidneys is associated with thought patterns that have to do with fear, the gut-wrenching anxiety you experience, especially in situations where you feel inadequate or overburdened. For example, digestive tract problems in general are associated with the fear of new things and experiences. More specifically, spastic colon sufferers may have problems with insecurity. Colitis is associated with fear of letting go, while colon problems in general are about holding on to the past. Negative thought patterns associated with weight problems concern the need for protection. Addiction in general is a way of medicating emotions that you don't know how to handle, what Louise calls running away from yourself. Finally, metabolic problems with blood sugar are associated with responsibility and the burdens of life. Hypoglycemia is associated with being overwhelmed with the burdens of life, that despairing feeling of, what's the use? The health of the third emotional center is associated with having a strong sense of self-esteem, being able to handle responsibility, and not escape either through substance abuse or addiction. The health of our gastrointestinal tract, weight, and body image depends on our capacity to have a healthy relationship with our work and responsibility. So let's see what science has to say about the effectiveness of our approach to healing third emotional center disorders. A large body of research shows that negative emotions, whether it's fear, sadness, or anger, can irritate the lining of our stomachs, while love and joy can calm it down. In fact, the more we experience these negative emotions, the greater our chances of developing digestive problems, such as gastroesophageal reflux disease, GERD, ulcers, and irritable bowel syndrome, IBS. Let's look at the ulcer, for example. Scientists attribute ulcers to an overgrowth of Helicobacter pylori, a bacteria that occurs naturally in the stomach. This overgrowth is seen more often in people with heightened anxiety. This may be the result of an exaggerated immune system response in their digestive tracts, which makes their stomach and bowel lining more permeable to the bacteria. Stress and anxiety can come from a number of sources, but this is especially prevalent in highly competitive work environments. Studies have shown that people who have to deal with significant stress on a day-to-day basis have an increased incidence of ulcers. The same thing can be said in animals. Studies found that when rodents were placed in situations where they had to constantly compete for mates and resources, they experienced digestive problems and ulcers. Perfectionism is also closely associated with stomach and bowel problems. This personality trait leads to persistent feelings of not being good enough, and it lowers self-confidence. Studies have shown that knocks to our sense of self-worth cause a drop in blood levels of a neurotransmitter called somatostatin. This hormone inhibits the production of a number of other hormones. If these hormones are out of balance, the stomach and intestines don't function properly. This can result in ulcers and irritable bowel syndrome. Ulcerative colitis, a chronic inflammatory disease of the bowel, is also associated with the need for perfection in some people. People who feel hopeless and helpless to escape in stressful situations have higher levels of stress hormones in their blood, and this sets the scene for digestive problems. One example of this is seen in studies that have found a correlation between growing up in a home where there was physical abuse or constant conflict and the likelihood of developing ulcers or eating disorders later as an adult. Stress can lead to problems with obesity. Studies suggest that stressful emotions affect a person's metabolism or the ability to break down food. When we are struggling under competitive, seemingly hostile circumstances, we also tend to eat larger and less frequent meals, an eating pattern that, believe it or not, leads to weight gain. During a stressful day at work, who doesn't skip breakfast and lunch and then eat a big dinner as a reward? Unfortunately, this seemingly trimmed down eating schedule doesn't lower your weight. It just does the opposite. It increases abdominal fat. Emotions, such as worrying over extreme life issues and increased responsibility, also affect the way we break down sugar, and this can contribute to the onset of diabetes. Emotional stress increases inflammation and the level of that stress hormone, cortisol, in the blood. This increases insulin and causes you to store more of what you eat as fat. And researchers have observed that people with depression and anxiety may have disrupted neuropeptides that affect both their emotions and their digestion. So it makes sense that affirmations that help mend your attitude can also heal your waistline. The link between addiction and feelings of low self-worth and self-esteem is evident in many studies. Time and time again, research has shown that people overeat, smoke, and drink too much alcohol and engage in other forms of escapism to cover up anxiety, depression, anger, feelings of inadequacy, and to escape responsibilities they can't handle. These are simply diversionary tactics, and it makes sense that people use them. Alcohol is an anti-anxiety drug that many people use to numb themselves and avoid facing their true identity. While it's unhealthy, nicotine can help people deal with anger, impatience, and irritability. It's been shown to give us a temporary feeling of happiness and relaxation. The same is true for certain foods, specifically carbohydrates, pasta, bread, sweets, and chocolate. A strong sense of self, the focus of the third emotional center, can help us simultaneously avoid and deal with feelings of stress, hopelessness, and helplessness that lead us to many of the digestive, obesity, and addiction problems we just explored. So now that we know the affirmation theory and science, how do we actually create health in the third emotional center? Digestive problems. The organs that make up the digestive tract are the mouth, esophagus, stomach, small intestines, large intestines or colon, rectum, and anus. Nearly 70 million people suffer from digestive tract-related issues. People who tend to have these disorders are generally focused on getting more of everything. Excess is stimulating, and we thrive on adrenaline because it makes us feel bigger than we actually are, so people search for this rush. They work too much, party too much, and simply keep going and doing it until it kills them. They amass power and material wealth in an effort to fill a void in their souls. So while it may look like these folks have everything figured out, this constant hunger is born from a low sense of self-worth. They have yet to find contentment and joy in who they are. Their lives are all about appearance, and they search for bigger cars and houses, believing that this will make them feel bigger and better, pumping up their self-esteem, but bigger isn't necessarily better. It's important to have a healthy self-esteem that's based not only on your outside, but on your inside as well. There are plenty of effective medical options available for digestive problems you may experience, including heartburn, reflux, ulcers, abdominal distension, bloating, Crohn's disease, IBS. The list seems endless, but in most cases, medical treatment works to address the symptom rather than many root causes of the problem. If you are experiencing chronic digestive tract problems, you also will have to address the thought and behavior patterns that underlie these health issues. All digestive problems stem from the same basic emotion, fear. For example, people with general stomach problems fear what is new and believe that they are not confident enough to handle what life sends their way. They are often controlled by fear, anxiety, and uncertainty. If this sounds familiar and you want to banish the fear and face new experiences head on, the healing affirmation is, life agrees with me. I assimilate the new every moment of every day. All is well. If you suffer with ulcers, the negative thoughts likely have to do with the fear that you are not good enough. And the affirmation would be, I love and approve of myself. I am at peace. I am calm. All is well. Colitis, inflammation of the colon, is associated with deep-seated insecurity and self-doubt. And the appropriate affirmation is, I love and approve of myself. I am doing the best I can. I am wonderful. I am at peace. Remember that the specific affirmation will depend on the condition. In addition to the affirmations, you must also evaluate your life and your priorities. Check out your current situation. Are you always on hyperdrive? Do you live and work in a very competitive environment? Do you take any time to get to know yourself outside these external pursuits? The answers to these questions will help clue you into where the imbalances in your life exist. If you are all work, you need time to play. If you are all about speed, you need to slow down. The human body cannot last at full throttle for its entire life. You may thrive on the rush of fight, the adrenaline that pours into your system when you face the challenge. But soon your body starts to sense that you need more peace. Whether it's peace suffering from anxiety or peace suffering from competition at work, it clues you in with stomach problems, hinting that you simply can no longer stomach anxiety or the fast-paced life. Your body is screaming out for rest and relaxation. When looking at changing those thought patterns and behaviors that could be adding to our digestive problems, the most important change we can make is to realize we have innate goodness. We are more than our net worth. The low self-esteem that causes people to go, go, go will manifest in pain, pain, pain. It's not easy to build up your sense of self, but it can be done. Look at your life honestly. Ask yourself, are all those material goods, the car, the clothes, the jewelry, the watch, everything, really bring you joy? Or is it simply cover up? Is it a protective shell that hides you from the world? You need to get your consumer tendencies under control. Try to take a spending vacation one day each week, meaning you don't buy anything. Put the credit cards away, stash your cash somewhere hard to find. If you manage it, don't handle cash or finances at all, even if they're not your own. And at the end of that day, evaluate the feelings you had from living simply. If you find it's too hard to step away from money for one day per week, you might want to look into counseling to help you find a way to let go of this obsession. Along the same lines, take a day during the week where you don't primp. No makeup, no hairstyling, no fancy labels. Note your mood throughout the day. If your mood plummets, this will clue you into the amount of importance you place on external appearances, the appearances that hide who you really are. Take time out of your busy schedule to try some new activities. Try to find something that you enjoy for its own sake, not because it will make you richer, smarter, or more attractive. The goal is to build up your own true identity and realize it has value. You can schedule time once a week or even a little time once a day. The important thing is to spend some time with yourself without the distractions of the world. Tune in to your thoughts. Get to know who you really are, and this will guide you to better self-esteem and better health in the third emotional center. From the Clinic Files, Digestive Health Case Study. By the time I met Ken, age 27, he had already owned a successful cowboy boot business and was living the high life in every sense of the word. He had a home in Nashville and a farm in its suburbs. Ken loved the rush he got from spending money, eating, drinking, smoking, driving fast cars, and chasing the women. To maintain his extravagant lifestyle and win the admiration of many women in his life, Ken worked day and night. Fueled by copious amounts of caffeine, Ken's motto in life was, "Nothing succeeds like excess." This lifestyle worked for Ken for many years, but when he came to me, he was finding it hard to keep everything together. He struggled to pay his bills, he was stressed and anxious about everything, and it seemed that his stomach was equally anxious. The stress of trying to keep his head above water financially registered in constant heartburn that he tried to medicate with daily antacids. However, rather than downsize, Ken tried to keep his extravagant lifestyle going by spending money he didn't have. He eventually ended up in the emergency room with diagnoses of esophageal reflux, GERD, gastritis, and the small bleeding stomach ulcer. When we tried to talk to Ken, he just didn't understand why all those antacids he was taking didn't prevent the burning feeling in his stomach. To achieve digestive health and understand why antacids weren't his gastrointestinal salvation, he first needed to understand the relationship between his esophagus, stomach, and normal acid production. When we first swallow food, it enters into the esophagus, which dumps the food into the stomach, where it begins to be broken down by gastric, that's stomach, enzymes, one of which is acid. There is a one-way trapdoor between the esophagus, where you swallow the food, and the stomach, where it's digested. This is so that the stomach acid enzymes don't back up or reflux into the esophagus and the mouth, causing that burning sensation, heartburn, and the erosions that doctors are concerned about. But this trapdoor can weaken and thus not shut fully. And voila, reflux. If this happens often, the diagnosis could be gastroesophageal reflux disease, or GERD. And this was Ken's first problem. His next problem was his stomach ulcer. Like a football team, stomach problems involve a balance between the offense, the elements that break down the food, the amount of acid, the stomach enzymes, and the defense, the elements that protect the inner stomach wall. When people have stomach pain, almost everyone thinks about lowering acid with antacids, but they don't think about helping protect the stomach's lining, the mucus, by adding bicarbonate levels. They don't think about the blood supply or the prostaglandin inflammatory mediators and appropriate bacterial levels. I don't know why they don't think about that. But all of these things defend your digestive tract from getting ulcers. To reduce Ken's digestive issues, we advise that he make a number of changes in his life. He needed to reduce the size of his meals, lose the 20 pounds, and stop wearing his standard uniform of the tight jeans, which put pressure on the abdomen, physically compressing his stomach and esophageal sphincter. Bet you were surprised about that, weren't you? He also needed to stop smoking. In addition, we changed his diet so it didn't include food that added to the acidic base of his stomach. We recommended that he stop eating chocolate, tomatoes, caffeinated beverages, fatty and citrus foods, onions, peppermint, and alcohol, at least for a while. Once his ulcer healed, he could have 1 alcohol drink a day. We also put Ken on an eating schedule and had him angle his bed in the best way to prevent the effects of stomach acid on his esophagus. We put him on a schedule that required him not to eat during the 3 hours prior to going to sleep. This would allow his food time to digest, and it would mean that he was upright during this process. Lying down makes it easier for the acid to move up toward the throat. For the same physical reason, we recommended that he sleep with the head of his bed raised or with his body propped up on pillows. The very straightforward changes we recommended to Ken would help him get on the right track, but he also decided to take a more intense action. He began taking antibiotics to lower the corrosive bacteria levels of Helicobacter pylori in his stomach. Then, he was given a choice of 3 types of drug therapy: antacids, Maalox, Mylanta, Rolaids, or Tums. These neutralize stomach acid, or H2 blockers like Axid, Pepcid, Tagamet, and Zantac. These lower acid production, or the proton pump inhibitors, Nexium, Prevacid, Prilosec, and Zegerid. These block acid production and help the esophagus wall heal. All of these medications have side effects, though. For example, long-term use of proton inhibitors in people over 50 can be associated with osteoporosis and hip, wrist, and spine fractures. To help stabilize his body and prevent as many side effects as possible, we recommended that in addition to his medical care, Ken consider an integrative medical approach to his treatment. I suggested that Ken see a reputable Chinese herbalist and acupuncturist and work with this expert to figure out which of the common herbal blends recommended for digestive problems would be the best for his unique case. Shugan Wan, Aquilaria, Soceria, Sai Mei An, or Xiaoyan Wan. In the behavioral changes category, we recommended that Ken take some time to look honestly at his life. To do this, he took the money and primping vacations we outlined earlier and wrote out the feelings that each brought about. His goal was to reduce his anxiety levels and revise his motto to "I can succeed without excess." We set him on a schedule of aerobic exercise, 30 minutes a day, to get his excess energy out, and weekly massages, aromatherapy, and lessons in guided imagery to help him relax and de-stress his muscles. This relaxation would eventually sink in all the way down to his digestive tract. Ken needed to work with affirmations to help change his underlying thoughts. He used affirmations for general stomach health. I digest life with ease. General stomach problems. Life agrees with me. I assimilate the new every moment of every day. All is well. Ulcers. I love and approve of myself. I am at peace. I am calm. All is well. And anxiety. I love and approve of myself, and I trust the process of life. I am safe. The many changes that we helped Ken implement in his life brought him to full recovery. His digestive tract and his life were on a much healthier course. weight issues, and body image. People with weight and body image problems are often givers and doers and excessively generous. On the face of it, these are all good qualities. However, as with those who suffer from other third emotional center health problems, people with health issues related to weight are usually governed by fear and low self-esteem. They expend all their energy on others and have little left over for themselves. Who they are is defined by how much they do for others. Weight gain and weight loss can be signs of an underlying health problem such as thyroid or hormonal imbalance, but they can also be the cause of health problems such as heart disease and others. So first, address the physical problems that are triggered by being overweight or underweight, or by certain body image disorders, whether it's bulimia, anorexia, or others. Once you have a handle on the most serious of these, it's time to face the emotional issues that are contributing to your weight issues. Once again, it's all about balance. I am not suggesting that you stop doing good deeds or helping others or becoming self-centered. The point is to examine why you are running yourself ragged, helping others while your own needs remain unmet. Once you have done this, you can begin to alter the negative thought patterns and behaviors that are adding to your health problems by listening to what your body is telling you and incorporating affirmations into your life. Louise Hay's affirmation theory demonstrates how weight is a reflection of our self-image. So, for example, being overweight or having an excessive appetite is a result of low self-esteem and avoiding your feelings. According to Louise, fat in general is a protective shell created by people who are overly sensitive and feel they need protection. To begin to remove this shell and promote weight loss, the affirmation would be, I am at peace with my own feelings. I am safe where I am. I create my own security. I love and approve of myself. Anorexia has to do with extreme fear and self-hatred. The affirmation to begin the process of valuing yourself is, I love and approve of myself. I am safe. Life is safe and joyous. Bulimia is about stuffing and purging caused by self-hatred, hopelessness, and terror. The healing affirmation is, I am loved and nourished and supported by life itself. It is safe for me to be alive. Louise's affirmations will vary depending on the thought pattern and the body part that is experiencing illness. For example, weight that's in the belly area is associated with anger over being denied nourishment. On the other hand, overweight in the thigh region has to do with childhood anger, possibly at the father. Getting rid of old negative thought patterns is a particularly important step for people with weight problems. Low self-esteem can lead to an overflow of self-destructive thoughts. Change these thoughts with positive, self-esteem boosting affirmations, such as, I love with wisdom, I nurture and support others as much as I nurture and support myself. If you are a charitable, kind, and generous friend, fabulous. But remember, be equally devoted to yourself. It is not selfish to focus on your own needs, appearance, and happiness. In fact, doing so is the only way to be a true friend, a partner, or a parent. If you don't take care of yourself, at some point, you're not going to have anything left to give. So the first thing to do is look at why you keep doing for others at your own expense. Do you have a belief that you're only worth something if others need you? Can you think of a relationship or a situation that would have brought this belief on? Try journaling about this. See if you can establish why you feel this way. You must work against this false belief. And the best way to do this is to take a responsibility holiday. Take one day a month or a few hours a week to not do anything for anyone. This is time to focus solely on yourself. Take a class or find a hobby you enjoy. Nurture your self-esteem. Realize you have innate worth and that you cannot judge yourself solely on what you do for others. If you don't change your current mindset, your body is going to signal you that it is feeling deprived and weight issues will emerge. From the clinic files, Weight Issues Case Study. Isadora, age 28, was dependable, prompt, and quick to volunteer her time at work or for a worthy cause. Similar to many people who suffer from weight problems, she was more than willing. She was thrilled to help others. Isadora told me it gives her life purpose and direction to be of help. But in spite of her many good deeds, her self-esteem was so low, she could barely look at herself in the mirror. Isadora had two sisters who both worked as professional singers, and their appearances were very important to them. Isadora did their hair and their makeup. She took great pride in how polished and beautiful she made her sisters look for their performances, and said she didn't mind being the unsung sister. Their success was enough for her. You would never guess that Isadora was a hair and makeup artist, judging by her own appearance. She went for comfort rather than fashion, wore a baseball cap over her unstyled hair, and usually didn't bother with makeup. She was also 80 pounds overweight when I met her, and she admitted that she had given up on exercise and any other attempts at self-improvement. When we work with someone who has weight problems, it's important to figure out the medicinal, nutritional, environmental, and hormonal causes of the weight gain that are unique in each case. Then we create a plan directed to transform these causes to help them lose weight. Weight gain can come from any number of factors. 1. Medicine. One of the side effects of some common medicines is weight gain. Included in this list are oral contraceptive pills, the pill, also steroids, older tricyclic antidepressants such as Elavil, some of the newer antidepressants such as Paxil, Zoloft, and Zyprexa at higher dosages, the mood stabilizer Depakote, the diabetes drug Diabinase, heartburn medicines like Nexium and Prevacid. The list is long. While not all of these drugs necessarily cause weight gain, they have been known to do so. Or 2, nutrition. One of the most common causes of obesity is simply how you eat. What and when people eat has a huge effect on the amount of weight they put on. Or 3, environment. This takes into account such issues as how often you move during the day and with whom you surround yourself. It can play a huge role on how much you weigh. Or 4, hormones. If you are stressed, you are going to gain weight no matter how much you exercise and limit your diet. Sadness, depression, and anxiety all cause the number to go up the scale. But anger is the most weight-ogenic emotion. Being constantly angry and frustrated causes your adrenal glands to produce the hormone cortisol, which causes the pancreas to produce insulin. And voila, weight gain. When we started to explore Isadora's unique situation, we saw that she regularly took 3 medications that have known side effects of weight gain. She was on the pill. She often took Nexium and Prevacid to help with stomach and reflux discomfort. As for her eating habits, we found that Isadora had a pretty off-kilter eating schedule. She didn't eat a regular meal during the day, but she snacked a lot and on unhealthy things. Her only meal was a giant dinner at about 8 p.m., and this dinner was never balanced. Isadora often loaded up on carbohydrates rather than making sure her plate had a nice array of each food group. She was not aware of how important it was to match carbohydrate intake with protein at every meal to help stabilize blood sugar and control hunger. The environmental factors affecting Isadora included very little movement and an unsupportive office environment. While she worked on the second floor, Isadora never used the stairs. She sat at her desk all day, while her only breaks being trips to the bathroom or perhaps to the candy dish sitting in the receptionist's desk. Her office was also right next to the conference room, where most days there were fresh pastries or baked goods for employees to munch on, and there was, of course, the machine with the free soda anytime she wanted it. Between her out-of-control weight and her busy life, Isadora also experienced a lot of stress, frustration, and anxiety. She disliked her body, which led to feelings of shame and anger. Unfortunately, these feelings just added more fuel to the fire. To help Isadora get her weight and life under control, the first thing to do was take care of the medicinally induced weight gain. I asked Isadora to go to her physicians and ask for an alternative form of contraception that wasn't as notorious as the pill for causing weight gain. In the process, she also found that her stomach problems were the result of anxiety rather than reflux, so she was able to phase out the use of Nexium and Prevacid. To replace these drugs and give her relief from a very real upset stomach, we suggested that she consider going to an alternative physician for lemon balm, which helps with both anxiety and an upset stomach. Isadora reported that this helped almost immediately. Next, we addressed the environmental factors affecting Isadora. She asked the receptionist to take the candy dish away, put it somewhere less conspicuous so she wouldn't be tempted to graze. In addition, she wore a rubber bracelet with the words "healthy weight" written in bold black letters to remind her to avoid food trays and soda at her office. When Isadora got the impulse to reach for these, She stretched the bracelet, which then snapped and stung her skin. This grounded her in her body and helped refocus her feelings, reminding her of her goal to lose weight. As for upping her movement, Isadora not only started taking the stairs to her office, she also joined a women's fitness club and worked out for 30 minutes aerobically 5 days a week. To add even more healing power, she used affirmations to address the underlying thought patterns that were leading her to hold on to her fat. So she used the affirmations for compulsive eating, I am protected by divine love, I am always safe and secure, I am willing to grow up and take responsibility for my life, I forgive others, and I now create my own life the way I want it. I am safe. And obesity. I am at peace with my own feelings. I am safe where I am. I create my own security. I love and approve of myself. And last but not least, we recommended that she visit a nutritionist who could help her create healthy, delicious, and easy meals that fit in within an eating schedule that they created together. To make her new eating regime more fun, she invited her sisters along to learn with her. Together, they supported each other in a new, healthy lifestyle. A new sense of closeness developed between Isadora and her sisters, one that had been missing when she was acting more as their employee than as a sister. And this closeness pumped up Isadora's self-esteem and made it much easier for her to stick to her new eating regime. This shift of focus from others to herself helped Isadora recognize her own self-worth. She started to do more and more things to take care of herself. She even implemented the responsibility holiday we recommended. With her new view of the world and the help she was getting from people around her, Isadora managed to lose a great deal of weight and feel healthier and happier for it. Adrenal glands and pancreas. People who have adrenal gland, pancreatic, and blood sugar problems are often overwhelmed by their emotions and have lost their identity by being constantly in service to others. Sometimes these people feel better about their internal spiritual life than their external life of weight and looks and work. Spirituality becomes the outlet they use to build self-worth and self-love. It may be how they define themselves. Because of this tendency of selflessness, their digestive health plummets, and they tend to get blood sugar problems and fatigue. To them, selfless devotion, responsibility, and spirituality is the universe. However, focusing on their own career or caring for their own appearance or well-being on the earth isn't necessarily part of their skill set. If you are one of the millions of people who suffer from the symptoms of adrenal gland and blood sugar problems, the first step is to take medical action. But, as is the case with many emotional-centric disorders, medicine will probably only be effective for acute problems. Chronic issues need additional subtle approaches to healing. You need to build your self-worth and manage your responsibility to others. If your mind is telling you you're not capable or worthy, and you are underachieving or sabotaging yourself, these are the negative thoughts and behaviors that can cause disruptive cortisol production. This is the beginning to many adrenal gland disorders, whether it's Cushing's or Addison's disease. An inability to produce too much cortisol or not enough is related to emotional nutrition problems. Both come from the same negative mindset. Louise's affirmation theory shows you how to change the thoughts and behaviors associated with general adrenal gland problems with the affirmation, I love and approve of myself. It is safe for me to care for myself. Disorders of the pancreas, including pancreatitis, inflammation of the pancreas, and pancreatic cancer, often stem from feelings of sorrow. If you have severe blood sugar problems, such as diabetes, you may be dealing with disappointment about unattained lifelong goals, or feel deep sadness about what may have been. In this case, the affirmation would be, this moment is filled with joy. I now choose to experience the sweetness of today. Whether your issue is cortisol problems from adrenal gland malfunction or blood sugar imbalances because the pancreas is producing inappropriate levels of insulin, your body's intuition is going to let you know you need to reevaluate what you are doing. If you don't heed these warning signs, long-term cortisol, that stress hormone, and insulin problems will cause other conditions, including elevated cholesterol, high blood pressure, heart disease, weight gain, chronic pain, diabetes, renal failure, and stroke. Yes, these are the most common illnesses. Changing negative thought patterns is key in eradicating painful, destructive feelings. But altering lifelong patterns is a process, a journey that takes time, dedication, and patience. Find some balance between your spiritual and physical self. You can have part of your head in spirituality, but at the same time, start addressing your physical appearance on earth. Let's start with your weight and low self-esteem. We know you have great spiritual esteem, but you have to love yourself and your body too. We're here to tell you it's completely possible to attend to your own needs without being selfish, without being self-centered. So take some time to pamper yourself. Get a manicure. Get your hair done. Read a book. Go shopping. Try to do things that will help you come into your physical self. Try working out or dancing or doing yoga. Any of these activities will force you back to the earth. While we know it's important to focus on the needs of others, don't overdo it. Even if you want to. Helping people out makes you feel good, but it also depletes you. So try to limit the amount of time you spend offering your assistance. If you volunteer with a number of organizations, cut down your hours. Perhaps only volunteer once a week. This will still give you the joy of helping, but it will also leave time for you to care for yourself. All of these actions will make you improve your vision of yourself and help you keep your spiritual focus. As I've said before, you have innate worth on earth and in the heavens. You are lovable and valuable, and you must remind yourself of this every day through affirmations and dedication to your physical health. A general, healthy affirmation is, my emotional fulfillment and satisfaction radiate to everyone around me. From the clinic files, Adrenal Glands and Pancreas Case Study. As a teenager, Lorinda, now 57, discovered Eastern religions and was fascinated. She read about Buddhism, Zen, and Taoism and researched the Christian mystics. She was able to sense the divine from an early age, and it gave her both peace and exhilaration. Lorinda went to a small liberal arts college and graduated with a double major in theology and biology. She eventually married a famous physicist, and they had 4 children. Lorinda was smart and well-read, and over the decades of their marriage, she became a valuable resource to her husband, helping him write several books. Her marriage and family life with her children were happy and fulfilling, but up to a point. Lorinda had sacrificed her own ambitions and intellectual life, and now that she wasn't familiar with her individuality, she lived with a great amount of anxiety and fear. This wasn't healthy, and her body soon let her know it was time for a change. She began to feel her body abandon her to fatigue. She walked slowly, talked slowly, even thought slowly, and was tired of feeling so heavy. It just so happened that levels of cortisol and insulin in her body were completely off balance. The adrenal glands and pancreas, the organs that control cortisol and insulin production, are mysteries to most people. All people have 2 adrenal glands. Think of these as oranges. The inside of the orange, the pulp, in the adrenal gland that would produce epinephrine, a caffeine-like stimulating substance that is released when you need short-term bursts of energy. The outer layer of the adrenal gland, the peel, produces an array of hormones from your body fat for long-term energy. The most infamous of these is cortisol. However, adrenal glands also produce other hormones, including progesterone, DHEA, testosterone, estrogen, all from body fat. If you are suddenly anxious, under threat, or furious about something, your brain, via the pituitary gland, tells your adrenal glands to pump up production of epinephrine, cortisol, and other hormones to put your body into high alert. Once the threat goes away and you cool off, the adrenal gland is supposed to stop the escalation of hormones. However, if your mind ruminates about the anxiety and threatening events with such thought patterns as, it's hopeless, my life is a disaster, things should be different, this is unfair, your adrenal glands continue to overproduce cortisol and estrogen. This leads to your adrenal gland producing more cortisol, and you get symptoms of what is commonly known as adrenal gland exhaustion. Adrenal gland exhaustion is tricky because it's not always clear whether you have too little cortisol or too much. However, your symptoms in blood and urine tests will reveal the direction of your adrenal imbalance. This is very important to know because if you medicate for the wrong condition, you will feel no relief, and in fact, the symptoms are going to get worse. So in Lorinda's case, we sent her to an endocrinologist to look at her symptoms. The symptoms of low cortisol include vague weakness, discoloration in the pigmentation near the mouth and other mucous membranes, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, low blood sugar, and low blood pressure. These symptoms are sometimes subtle. On the other hand, excess cortisol leads to weight gain in the abdomen and face, increased blood pressure, erratic blood sugar levels, strange hair growth, acne, depression and irritability, bone thinning, muscle weakness, and irregular periods. After a trip to visit her physician, Lorinda came back with a full report. The doctor had explored all the possible symptoms and determined she was producing too much cortisol. Lorinda was 5'4" and 180 pounds, with most of her weight clustered around her abdomen. She had some hair thinning near the crown of her scalp, and she had some hair growth on her upper lip and chin. Her blood pressure was 140/85, and her blood sugar was 130, both of which were mildly elevated levels. She also had acne on her shoulders, back, and face. After determining that her symptoms resulted from excess cortisol, her physician wanted to do a test to verify that she didn't have Cushing syndrome, a disorder of the adrenal glands. Luckily, the results of her blood tests and a dexamethasone suppression test were normal. Finally, Lorinda went to an endocrinologist who ran further tests for adrenal enzyme abnormalities, all of which came back normal. So Lorinda was dealing with run-of-the-mill adrenal fatigue. The solution? She needed to lose some body fat so her adrenal glands would have fewer building blocks from which to make cortisol and all the other hormones that were driving up her blood sugar, her blood pressure, and that hair growth problem. To help give her the energy she desperately needed to make changes in her life, we started her on chromium. This would not only give her the energy, but also help regulate her blood sugar. She started taking green tea extract, which has been shown to give people a great deal of energy, and began with a pharmaceutical-grade multivitamin with folic acid, pantothenic acid, vitamin C, iron, magnesium, potassium, and zinc, all in one pill, because any deficiency in vitamins can lead to fatigue. Next, we had to address Lorinda's anxiety. Because she wasn't taking serotonin medicines, I asked her to find out from her physician if it was okay for her to add 5-HTP. H is in horse, T is in tomahawk, P is in pork chop, to her supplement regime. This natural serotonin supplement is often used to calm anxiety, which could be a contributing factor in the overproduction of cortisol. However, she also needed to talk with a counselor to help her get a handle on the sources of her anxiety. Our last integrative medical recommendation was for Lorinda to visit an acupuncturist and Chinese herbalist. There were a number of herbs: astragalus, licorice, Siberian ginseng, cordyceps sinensis, rhodiola extract, banaba extract, wild oats, and schisandra, and others that are said to be helpful in managing adrenal gland hormone production imbalances. A skilled practitioner would help her figure out the best combination to use. While Lorinda needed to lose weight, her problem wasn't necessarily only one of bad nutrition. She ate poorly at times, but this was generally because she was so busy with her responsibilities to her families and friends. It was not that her instinct was to eat badly. So instead of focusing on food diet, I put Lorinda on a variation of the responsibility diet we discussed in the weight section. She didn't have to go an entire day without helping people, but she was forced to ration her efforts toward others. She had always put her husband's career first. So we decided to institute a system devoted to her own career development. For every hour she spent on his work, she would spend an hour on her own career. Lorinda winced when I talked about this diet, but she made it happen. Lorinda also learned Tai Chi and Qigong to help her manage her energy rather than shunting it into other people's projects. And finally, to change the underlying thought patterns that were perhaps contributing to her illness, Lorinda worked with affirmations for adrenal problems. I love and approve of myself. It is safe for me to care for myself. And fatigue. I am enthusiastic about life and filled with energy and enthusiasm. And then pancreas health. My life is sweet. Lorinda's work to heal her adrenals inspired self-confidence. She was able to find solace, not just in spirituality, but also in the earthly realm. Addiction. People who are prone to addiction, come on now, aren't we all to some extent, often have a strong desire to feed their sense of self-worth. They want personal and creative satisfaction, peace, and clarity, but they often lack the discipline to follow a diet, an exercise regimen, or even work the schedule. They are so controlled by cravings for something that gives them pleasure, whether it's the food, the alcohol, the credit card purchases, the web searches for this item or that. They have trouble finding the time or the interest to care for themselves, or in some case, others. Everyone has their own unique recipe for addictive behavior. The quest for self-worth and satisfaction can be exhilarating, but it can also be tiring and frustrating. And the stress and anxiety that come from knowing you are avoiding healthy levels of responsibility can simply be overwhelming. We often turn to things that can make us feel good, whether it's the alcohol, the prescription drugs, the sex, the gambling, the food, yada, yada, it goes on, to deal with strong emotions. So what is the prescription for beating addiction? Your ability to renounce addictive behavior and rescue yourself from irreversible damage to your health depends on changing thoughts and behaviors associated with addiction. One good place to start is by making use of tried and true treatments for addiction, such as 12-step programs and other recovery groups. The next step is to take a good, solid look at what your body is telling you about the connection between your behavior and your health. Once you have identified what your issue is and what emotions are causing it, you can begin to incorporate affirmations into your daily life. Louise Hay's affirmation theory demonstrates how addiction originates from fear and low self-esteem. More specifically, those of us, all of us, with addictive personalities spend their lives running away from and not being able to love the person they are. A good affirmation for addiction in general is, I now discover how wonderful I am. I choose to love and enjoy myself. Alcoholism, specifically, is associated with guilt, inadequacy, and self-rejection. To counter these negative emotions and turn self-hatred into self-love, Louise recommends the affirmation, I live in the now. Every moment is new. I choose to see my self-worth. I love and approve of myself. At one time or another, most people have fed their self-worth artificially through addictive behaviors or medicated emotions they can't handle. What we've learned is that when life becomes too confusing, people are more likely to escape into addiction because reality is just too painful. People, that's all of us, can develop addictions to very specific things, however, like alcohol, cigarettes, eBay, Facebook, computer games, sex. The list is endless. All addictions, whether it's to a drug, a food, or a behavior such as gambling, all addictions release opiates, a biochemical that numbs physical and emotional pain. However, eventually that neurotransmitter in your brain and body wears off, or the behavior no longer provides an escape, and reality returns, along with the pain. The most important thing you can do if you have problems with addiction is first to admit you have a problem. I know it sounds simplistic, but this admission sets the stage for everything else you will do. If you're unsure about whether or not you have a problem, ask a dear friend or a family member. Then, with their assistance, ask yourself the following questions. Are you unable to control how much you drink, eat, gamble, spend, engage in sex, or whatever the problem behavior is? Do you feel guilty about your behavior? Are you unable to stop even in the face of serious health problems? Do these behaviors affect your job or your family life? Do you have family members who have struggled with addiction? Have you been told you need to stop? Do you make excuses or try to hide what you are doing? If the answer is yes to two or more of these, it's time to step back and take a serious look at your addiction. And remember, fighting an addiction is hard. You should employ the help of not only a professional who can help you get in touch with your strength and emotions, but also get the help of your friends and family. Go for help now. There are support groups for nearly every addiction out there. Find people who relate to your problem. They will be able to bolster your courage and provide advice you may not think of. Between the help of a professional counselor, your family and friends, and any support group you find, it's possible to stop your addiction. These people are important in your healing because they can be essential to your ability to come out on the other end of addiction with a strong sense of self. There are also some things that you can do on your own to help address the feelings of despair that your addiction is trying to help you avoid. Try to institute a meditation practice. Sitting silent, even for a minute each day, will help you get a better grasp on your thoughts and emotions. Your thoughts come and they go. They are impermanent. They can be changed. Thoughts are just attitudes that have been etched in your brain. They are not reality. By creating a new way to look at your thoughts, you can make them more tolerable and even transform them into healthier attitudes by using affirmations. You might also want to take up journaling. Sometimes simply putting your thoughts into words helps you see them in a new light. The important thing with all of these actions is to become more secure in who you are. Learn about your innate strength. We were all built to survive and thrive on this planet. You have just as much power as the next person. You just have to take hold of it and make it work. From the Clinic Files, Addiction Case Study. Jenny, now 49 years old, was always sensitive and nervous. When she was a child, her father was a businessman and traveled frequently for work. Jenny often felt lonely. She turned to food, which became her faithful companion. Jenny's other passion was to be a ballet dancer, but when she applied to ballet school, she was told she was too heavy for a serious career in ballet. And although she continued to dance, she struggled with her weight and was often injured. After a particularly bad knee injury, Jenny's doctor prescribed oxycodone for the pain and Xanax for the related anxiety. However, even after her injury had healed, she continued using the Xanax and oxycodone and other prescription medicines to manage her anxiety and fears. And finally, Jenny just quit the ballet altogether. Jenny eventually got married and life was better. She felt happier and was able to wean herself off the drugs. But after her second child was born, her depression and anxiety returned. And once again, she turned to prescription drugs to deal with her stress. Jenny soon developed symptoms that a long line of practitioners diagnosed as a list of illnesses ranging from chronic fatigue to irritable bowel syndrome to attention deficit disorder, all of which led Jenny to medicate these new problems with medicine at escalating dosages. At this point, one physician recognized the problem, refusing to write her prescriptions, and told her she had to deal with her addiction problem. Addiction to drugs, food, sex, gambling, rescuing, or in Jenny's case, prescription medicines, are used to cover up emotions we can't handle, whether they're sadness, anxiety, anger, lost love, boredom, low self-esteem, or the vague stress. The list is endless. Addictions also block intuitive messages we don't want to hear. The substances fill a spiritual void, a nameless emptiness that we don't even know exists. But addiction isn't a simple use of substances. It's some behavior that's taken over your life, that's led to problems with work, school, home, or other relationships. Addiction causes us to be late, absent, or fired, and we neglect our responsibilities to everyone, including ourselves. Sometimes, addictions can escalate to the degree that it becomes physically hazardous, but we can't stop the compulsive behavior despite its adverse consequences. Jenny took oxycodone and Xanax to get to sleep, to be free from anxiety, and to handle the chronic pain from the old ballet injuries in her feet and spine. So the first thing we did was try to identify whether any of her new illnesses, the fatigue, the bowel complaints, and attention deficit disorder, could actually stem from the drug use. Oxycodone, an opiate, like morphine, has side effects including drowsiness, fatigue, impaired attention and memory, as well as constipation in others. And the Xanax and other benzodiazepines, they cause problems with attention and memory as well. When I suggested to Jenny that the very drugs she was taking for sleep and anxiety and pain could be causing all of these new health problems, she told me it was worth it. She just didn't feel she could handle the pain without the oxycodone, and she was very defensive about it, asking me why I just didn't get it. After she calmed down a little, she told me she was in a crisis point in her life. She had already lost her driver's license for driving impaired, and her husband had threatened divorce because of her use of drugs had so affected her marriage and her family life. I told Jenny she was not alone, and there was nothing to be ashamed of, since problems with opiate addiction are escalating around the world. Morphine, codeine, dilaudid, Demerol, heroin, and oxycodone are all opiates that affect the opioid receptor, the same brain-body receptor for mood, self-esteem, spiritual fulfillment, pain, and sleep. If you use these medicines, whether they're prescribed by a physician or you get them off the street, as they say, you quickly build up tolerance, meaning you need more and more of the medicine to get the same desired effect. Xanax, Ativan, Valium, and Klonopin, those anti-anxiety medicines, hit a different receptor, the GABA receptor, G-A-B-A. This is the same one that is affected by alcohol. The power of these drugs is so intense that you just can't stop, as sudden withdrawal can cause seizures and even death. I told Jenny that she needed more support than she realized to get off oxycodone and Xanax. In addition to going into rehab to help her body slowly wean off the drugs, she would learn new skills to manage her anxiety, sleep, and old athletic injuries. Although she had a lot of reservations, after a month, Jenny went into a drug addiction recovery unit that helped treat her addictions to prescription drugs. The physicians very slowly weaned her off of the drugs she had been taking, and then she received non-addictive drug clonidine to treat her racing heart during the process. In team meetings with her husband, she was offered a variety of drug maintenance programs to help prevent her from going back to oxycodone when she was discharged. A pain treatment team evaluated her spine and feet and diagnosed her with arthritis from all those years of ballet. To address this, Jenny decided to go on aggressive, high dosages of vitamin C, grapeseed extract, and glucosamine sulfate. These supplements, along with weekly yoga, acupuncture, and Yamuna body rolling treatments, helped her tap into her natural healing powers. If things got too bad, she could always use methadone levomethyl or LAM, naltrexone, or buprenorphine, but only under the strict supervision of her treatment team. In the rehab unit, Jenny took part in a therapy program called Dialectical Behavioral Therapy, or DBT, which was tailored for people with substance abuse problems. DBT, S for substance abuse, is a form of mindfulness training that helped Jenny learn how to regulate her anxiety. She worked with a psychiatrist who was skilled in the science of combining pharmaceutical medicine with complementary medicine. So along with passion flower, lemon balm, and 5-HTP, Jenny was prescribed Zoloft and Remeron. Finally, Jenny was required to create a strong, long-term plan with a vocational counselor and coach. She began to see that much of her drug use, pain, anxiety, and insomnia came from a lack of direction after her ballet career was cut short. Her vocational counselor helped her identify some alternatives that would allow her to continue being involved with what she loves, including the possibility of starting a dance school for children. In addition to the help Jenny got in learning about herself and cementing her self-esteem and confidence, especially about her weight, she worked on her own to address the emotions that were contributing to addiction. She used affirmations for anxiety. I love and approve of myself, and I trust the process of life. I am safe. Depression. I now go beyond other people's fears and limitations. I create my life. Panic. I am capable and strong. I can handle all situations in my life. I know what to do. I am safe and free. And addiction. I now discover how wonderful I am. I choose to love and enjoy myself. Bringing all these treatments together to create a strong, integrated plan helped Jenny find herself. She was able to face the uncertainty and pain in her life and heal her addiction.
All is well in the third emotional center. The third emotional center encompasses a broad spectrum of health problems, including mild or serious digestive disorders, blood sugar issues, and weight and addiction problems. But at the heart of all these, there is a lack of self-esteem and an inability to balance inner needs with outer responsibilities. When you feel good and you have a healthy sense of self-esteem, you can create lasting health in the third emotional center. Look to the messages your body is sending you about how healthy you are emotionally and physically. Identify the stressors that contribute to your imbalance. Your body will tell you if you listen and heed its warnings. Once you change the negative thought patterns and behaviors that stand in your way and learn to define yourself not by family, work, or what you do for others, but by who you are, you will find health. Know your weaknesses, but do not dwell on them or run from them. Feed your self-worth and realize that you have innate goodness. Resist any negative thoughts about who you are with the affirmation, I am good enough. I don't have to prove my worth. Just love yourself and all will be well.
Chapter 7. Sweet Emotion. The fourth emotional center: heart, lungs, and breasts. The fourth emotional center is about balancing your needs and the needs of someone else with whom you're in a relationship. If you're unable to do this, your body will let you know by creating problems related to your heart, breasts, or lungs, such as high cholesterol, high blood pressure, a heart attack, breast cysts, mastitis, or even breast cancer, pneumonia, asthma, coughing, or shortness of breath. The secret to mastering health in your fourth emotional center is learning how to express your own needs and emotions while also taking into consideration the needs and emotions of others. It's a matter of give and take. Just as with the other emotional centers, the part of your body that is affected will depend on what behavior or negative thought pattern is causing the imbalance in how you deal with emotions in a relationship. Those who are not in touch with their emotions tend toward heart problems. People who are overwhelmed by their emotions often experience lung issues. And especially those people who try to express only the positive side of their emotions, they tend to develop breast problems. We get more specific later when we address each body part. However, generally speaking, the negative thoughts and behaviors that are associated with the fourth emotional center health tend to come from anxiety, irritability, depression, and long-term health problems. People who have fourth emotional center health problems fear life and don't feel worthy of living a good life. They have an apparent lack of joy. They also tend to overmother and put other people's emotions before their own. If you have heart, breast, or lung issues, your body is telling you that you need to examine how you maintain your own emotional health while nurturing the emotional health of a relationship. The signs may not be as severe as a heart attack or breast cancer. They may be as subtle as breast tenderness, slightly elevated blood pressure, or that tightness in the lungs. Taking note of these slight changes in your health is the first step. As always, seek medical help for any serious health problems, but also make sure you look at the emotional aspects of these health problems. Your goal is to transform your behaviors and thoughts so you can find a comfortable balance between the effort you expend to help others and how much energy you invest in yourself. Fourth emotional center: affirmation theory and science. Louise's affirmation theory explores the subtle emotional differences behind the health of fourth emotional center organs. Health in these areas depends on your ability to fully express all emotions and to develop the capacity to experience anger, disappointment, and anxiety, those so-called negative emotions, without becoming overwhelmed by them. Only then is it possible to truly move through anger, find a way to forgive, love, and then experience joy again. Knowing, feeling, and expressing all of your emotions, whether it's love and joy, fear and anger, is good for your health. These emotions keep you moving steadily through life. And as Louise says, this helps keep your blood flowing through your heart and blood vessels. In fact, the word emotion comes from Latin meaning to move. The ultimate goal is to use affirmations to transform negative thoughts and behaviors into positive ones and actually affect physical change, such as lowering blood pressure, cholesterol, easing asthma symptoms, or balancing hormone levels that increase the risk of breast cysts and other breast problems. For example, the heart represents the center of joy and security. So heart problems and high blood pressure are associated with long-standing emotional problems and lack of joy. Therefore, the health of the heart as a whole, and more specifically, in terms of diseases related to high blood pressure and high cholesterol, depends on your ability to find joy in life and express that joy in terms of emotions. Resistance and a refusal to see what's in front of you are associated with arterial sclerosis, a disease in which actually the arteries become narrow and hardened and actually have resistance to blood flow. On the other hand, if we look at respiratory or lung problems through the prism of Louise's affirmation theory, we see that if you have trouble breathing, you are afraid or refuse to fully take in life. And finally, a tendency to overmother others. Put your partner's emotions first and fail to nourish yourself is connected to breast problems, including cysts, tenderness, and lumps. So what does science tell us about the mind-body connection between negative thoughts and behaviors and the fourth emotional center? Does medical science support whether or not affirmations can really help the health of our heart, breasts, and lungs? Yes, it does. By transforming our anxiety, frustration, depression, and the heartache of lost love, we can change the health of our heart, lungs, and breasts. In fact, study after study has shown the connection between how emotions are expressed and illness in the organs of the fourth emotional center. Just looking at the heart ailments, we can see an example of this in the way men and women experience heart attacks. Women, as a whole, experience illnesses in the heart differently from men. When having a heart attack, men tend to have the more distinct pattern of symptoms. The classical left-sided chest pain that radiates to the jaw and then down the left arm. Not so with women. When they have the heart attack, women do not have one stereotyped pattern of symptom, one way of experiencing a heart attack. They may have a sudden onset of digestive distress under their rib cage or anxiety, but they can have a whole host of other symptoms. Science has shown us that there is a link between brain and heart. So perhaps this difference in expression of heart attacks between men and women is associated with their brain wiring. With this in mind, we can look at the styles of heart attack and see that they mirror the way emotions are handled in the brain. Women's brains are structured to constantly use the information from both the rational and the emotional, while men try to brush right brain emotion aside and use mostly the left brain logical area. Because women's brains tend to be more integrated, women have a more easier time putting their right brain emotions into left brain words, and thus want to engage in a discussion about difficult issues. Men, however, have a much harder time doing this, and as a result, these right brain emotions tend to be shunted in the physical and physiological reactions. Maybe men's explosive heart attacks occur because their emotions finally have to come out some way. They work their way out in a more abrupt and overt fashion. I don't know, and neither really does science. But when it comes to heart attacks, it seems that men's hearts tend to boil, while women's hearts more or less simmer. The emotions and the heart attack symptoms seem to relate. There are other important connections between the heart attack and emotions that are born out of science. For example, people who have difficulty handling a major loss, such as the death of a loved one, are more likely to die of heart attacks and heart disease in the first year of their bereavement. We often see heart attacks directly following retirement or the loss of a career. The feelings of hopelessness and failure that come with both of these issues can be very powerful and affect your health. In fact, in one study, they were shown to have the same risk of causing heart disease as smoking a pack of cigarettes a day. Not one or two cigarettes, an entire pack. Other studies have linked heart disease and heart attacks with the personality traits of people considered to be type A. These people tend to thrive on being aggressive and overly competitive. To maintain this state of being, their bodies require a constant drip of stress hormones, and this drives up blood pressure and then clogs the arteries. But we can change our thoughts and positively affect the health of our heart. For example, one study followed a group of men, all type A personalities who had suffered heart attacks. These men were counseled on how to change their thoughts and behaviors, especially about their long-standing emotional problems connected to expressing and moving beyond anger and hostility. They had a lower recurrence rate of heart problems than those who received no counseling. This is fabulous news. Scientists have also found that suppressed emotions, especially anxiety, depression, and anger, play a role in creating hypertension, hardening of the blood vessels. So what's the domino effect that takes us from depression to hypertension? Depression causes the brain to release the neurotransmitter norepinephrine, which stresses the adrenal glands. This, in turn, causes the adrenal glands to release too much cortisol, a stress hormone, which starts a cascade of inflammatory substances, including cytokines. Cytokines cause oxygen in your system to become free radicals, which make any cholesterol in the blood harden and cement in the arteries, causing the arteries to have resistance, causing them to clog and make blood pressure rise into the hypertension range. These cytokines cause oxygen to become free radicals, which makes any cholesterol in the blood harden and cement into the arteries. This causes a resistance to blood flow. The arteries become clogged, making the blood pressure rise into the hypertension range. So there you go. The domino effect of depression to hypertension and emotions moving from brain to heart. And it just shows that roadblocks to emotion can cause roadblocks in the flow of blood. A similar inflammatory response is seen in people dealing with chronic frustration. A connection between suppressed emotion and the health of blood vessels has been shown in numerous studies that looked at a syndrome called stress cardiomyopathy. myopathy, also known as the broken heart syndrome. This condition can occur following a variety of emotional stressors, such as grief, for example, after the death of a loved one, fear, extreme anger, and even surprise. Studies found that people who stuff their anger deep inside, leaving it unexpressed, experience a higher rate of blood vessel tightening, which drives up blood pressure and reduces blood flow to the heart. In general, science supports the claim that suppressed emotions, especially anxiety, depression, and anger, play a role in blood pressure problems. The same connection between expressing emotions and health is true for our lungs. In one study, asthma sufferers were taught emotional intelligence or mindfulness therapy, and it successfully improved their respiratory symptoms. The study taught them how to name the emotion they were experiencing, indicate what scenario precipitated it, and choose a healthy, balanced response to soothe the emotion. This practice of acting with emotional intelligence decreased their tendency toward bronchial asthma attacks and improved the quality of life. Scientific research has shown that emotional health affects the health of our breasts too. Specifically, there is a relationship between lifelong over-nurturing of others and inability to express anger and the risk for breast cancer. In fact, women who depend on child rearing as a source of self-esteem and feminine identity are at a greater risk for breast cancer. Perhaps people with breast concerns, and I am one of them, think that they are taking care of other people by holding in their emotions. But in reality, martyrdom really doesn't nurture anyone, and it's bad for your breasts. Long-term unhealthy expression of anger, depression, and anxiety disrupts the normal levels of stress hormone cortisol, which may dampen the body's immune capacity to prevent cancer. One study showed that 75% of the women who had breast cancer tended to be self-sacrificing and nurtured others more than they nurtured themselves. And when it comes to recovering from breast cancer, it has been shown that receiving loving support is as important as the love and nurturance you give to others. So now that we understand the science behind the fourth emotional center affirmation theory, what do we actually do to heal these illnesses? Heart disorders. People who suffer from heart-related health problems, whether it's chest pain, heart palpitations, high blood pressure, fainting spells, or blocked arteries, have difficulties expressing their emotions. They have a huge backlog of bottled up emotions just waiting to break out, and they do every once in a while in wild, passionate fits of anger or frustration, or the unexplained and unexpected sudden retreat. The swings between emotionlessness and fiery passion makes it hard for these folks to relate to those folks around them, and they sometimes become loners rather than deal with the anxiety that relationships bring with them. Heart-related symptoms, even though they seem mild or benign, can be serious. So see a doctor if you experience any signs that your heart health may be in trouble. But it's also important to take a longer-term approach to health by changing your behaviors and thought patterns. Listen for the messages your body is sending you about the emotions underlying your health problems, and then work to change your mindset through affirmations. For example, heart issues in general stem from long-standing emotional issues that have hardened the heart and blocked happiness and joy. So, we need to open the heart and let joy in. A good general affirmation to counter the negative feelings is joy, joy, joy. I lovingly allow joy to flow through my mind and body and experience. Hardening of the arteries, called arteriosclerosis, comes from a resistant intention, hardened narrow-mindedness, and a refusal to see the good in life. If you have these problems, help yourself with the affirmation, I am completely open to life and to joy. I choose to see with love. Cholesterol concerns have to do with fear of or an inability to accept happiness. To open the clock channels of joy related to cholesterol, you would use the affirmation, I choose to love life. My channels of joy are wide open. It is safe to receive. To lessen unresolved and long-standing emotional problems that are associated with high blood pressure, use the affirmation, I joyously release the past. I am at peace. The important work you need to do to protect your heart health is to become more in touch with your emotions and learn to express them in ways that will help you move through them. Make sure to pay attention to your feelings, but don't judge them. Try to pinpoint what brought on the emotion. By putting your analytical skills to the test and dissecting your feelings to determine their origin and character, you are connecting your problem-solving left brain to your emotional right brain. This will help you learn to express tricky emotions, first to yourself and then to the people around you. Paying attention to your emotions will also help you chart your progress. If you are still having trouble managing your feelings around other people, you might notice a panicky or irritable feeling in certain situations. It is important to work your way into these situations slowly so you don't get overwhelmed and have to retreat or explode. You may also want to work on getting in touch with your emotions through practices such as meditation or journaling or others. There are even sources online that give lists of feeling words. Check out these lists and become familiar with them. Just being able to recognize and define the words that people around you are using will help you increase your emotional vocabulary. Once you are able to express yourself, cultivating relationships will become a lot easier, and this is so important. You must do all you can to keep yourself from living a solitary life. Try to plan various activities throughout your life that force you to interact with people. I know this isn't always easy, but try. Perhaps you can even use some of this time to interact with adolescents through a volunteer position. These kids are trying to develop their interaction skills just like you. You can learn a lot from looking at their successes and failures. If you can learn how to identify your emotions and skillfully express them in a healthy or constructive way, you will reduce your tendency toward heart problems. Otherwise, your frustration, anger, sadness, and even love will boil over and be transformed into high cholesterol, high blood pressure, and cardiovascular disease. From the clinic files, Heart Disease Case Study. Paul is a 47-year-old computer engineer who was very comfortable at home with his family in his cubicle at work. But if you asked him to step outside his comfort zone to attend the cocktail party or some other social occasion, he would become anxious and introverted. His natural talent steered him toward a life that required little human interaction. Even when he was home with his family, he actually spent most of his evenings on the computer. Things were great until Paul's children grew up and then moved out of the family home. At this point, his partner began to reach out for more emotional connection. But Paul was unable to respond and actually became apprehensive and withdrawn more than usual. Soon his blood pressure shot up and he began to have palpitations and chest pain, and he was diagnosed with a blocked coronary artery in his heart. To help Paul create a long-term plan to heal his heart and blood vessels, we helped him first realize what a healthy circulatory system looks like. The heart is a muscle that sends blood that has oxygen through all the arteries to all the body's organs. If the arteries get clogged with cholesterol and become stiff and hardened through a disease called arteriosclerosis, people develop hypertension, or what's known as high blood pressure. Among the body's vast networks of arteries, we have the coronary arteries, the arteries that surround the heart itself. If these arteries get clogged from high cholesterol levels and the hardening of the arteries, the heart can't get enough oxygen, and this causes that classical chest pain called angina. If the clogged coronary arteries becomes worse or more extensive, the muscle of the heart dies in a process called heart attack or myocardial infarction. Paul's first problem was the arteriosclerosis, but he also had that coronary artery disease. He had a single blocked coronary artery, and the chest pain he was experiencing was angina. He was lucky, and he had not had a heart attack. So Paul elected to have an emergency cardiac catheterization. This would remove 90% of the block in his coronary artery. However, he soon learned that if he didn't change his lifestyle, the other coronary arteries, the arteries surrounding his heart, would soon become clogged too. Fortunately for Paul, many of the solutions to address arteriosclerosis, lowering cholesterol levels and trying to relax the stiffness in the artery walls, also treat coronary artery disease. But what about Paul's heart palpitations? Paul was diagnosed as having ventricular tachycardia, a heart rhythm disorder. Inside the right side of the heart is an intricate series of nerve fibers called Purkinje fibers that control the heart rate and rhythm. If coronary arteries nearby get clogged, the normal heart rhythm is disrupted and becomes an arrhythmia, like tachycardia or fibrillation, meaning the heart doesn't beat right. Here, the solution was not merely opening the arteries, but fixing the damaged nervous system that created an abnormal rhythm. To bring about freedom from heart palpitations, we had to employ both lifestyle changes and medicine. Paul's cardiologist gave him a strict, short-term medication regimen, including sublingual nitroglycerin only if he experienced chest pain, baby aspirin, verapamil, a calcium channel blocker, a beta blocker, and Lipitor to lower his cholesterol. He was also warned not to use Viagra, an impotency medicine, which can cause fast, irregular heartbeats. But this was only medication. Paul now knew he had to change his unhealthy lifestyle habits if he expected to avoid illness and even coronary artery bypass procedure. So the first thing we did was address his anxiety. He worked with a counselor to create an aggressive campaign that would help with his fears and help him step away from his one coping mechanism, smoking. Paul used cigarettes to calm his nerves. This program Paul and his counselor set up included short-term use of medicine Klonopin and longer-term use of a mindfulness set of exercises and cognitive behavioral therapy to reduce his anxiety and blood pressure and help him quit smoking. And it was important for Paul to lose the weight. As you already know, fat and cholesterol problems go hand in hand. So we worked with Paul to figure out an exercise routine that he could keep. He lost the 20 pounds by riding a stationary bicycle for 20 to 30 minutes per day. He also went to a nutritional therapist who put him on a pharmaceutical-grade multivitamin and antioxidant, which included folic acid, B6, B12, vitamin C, calcium, chromium, copper, zinc, selenium, and alpha-tocotrienol. It's important to work with a skilled professional when creating these supplement plans because they can alter recommendations depending on your unique case, including which prescription drugs you are already taking. For his blood pressure, Paul used stevia, hawthorn, dandelion, and lycopene. One very important supplement that was prescribed, in addition to those listed above, was coenzyme Q10. This supplement was critical because Paul was taking the statin Lipitor. While statin drugs may lower your risk of heart disease, they also lower your body's coenzyme Q10 levels. This substance, which is naturally produced by the body, is essential for the basic functioning of all your cells, especially the heart. So it's critical to replenish it. If Paul's cardiologist decided that the adverse effects of Lipitor were too great, he could transition Paul to a more natural path. Red yeast rice is an alternative nutritional supplement that produces similar results to some of the major statins. In fact, lovastatin, the original popular prescription drug, is synthesized from red yeast rice. Astaxanthin, carotenoid, that's a mouthful, but it's an antioxidant found in microalgae, salmon, trout, and shrimp. And it also has statin-like effects on cholesterol. Paul also began taking DHA, not DHEA, but DHA, to help stabilize his artery membranes as well as his mood. He took acetyl L-carnitine, ACETYL, L as in lamb chop, carnitine, CARNITINE, to protect both his heart and his brain. Last, Paul started Siberian ginseng to improve his heart health and to aid in relieving depression. With his physician's permission, he also visited an acupuncturist and Chinese herbalist who started him on some herbal medicines to help with cholesterol and blood pressure. These included herbs such as eucommai, ramulus, scutellaria, and prunella. Paul also considered hyperbaric oxygen treatment. since the prolonged stress and hypertension injury to blood vessels may be improved by this treatment. But in the end, he decided against it, simply because of the logistic problems of getting to a clinic where it was offered. While also addressing the physical ailments he faced, Paul worked to change the behaviors and underlying beliefs that were likely adding to his poor health. He worked with the affirmations for general heart health. My heart beats to the rhythm of love. Heart problems. Joy, joy, joy. I lovingly allow joy to flow through my mind and body and experience. Artery health. I am filled with joy. It flows through me with every beat of my heart. And anxiety. I love and approve of myself, and I trust the process of life. I am safe. He also worked to learn about emotion. He studied the list of feeling words, and he practiced, starting slowly, expressing his needs to those closest to him. If he ever felt a sensation of being overwhelmed by emotion, he was able to stop and look at what was happening rather than just running away or exploding. And by changing his thoughts and actions, Paul was able to bring about a healthy and happy future that included other people. He learned to express his emotions and hear the emotions of those around him. Lung disorders. People who have lung or breathing-related issues, such as bronchitis, pneumonia, a runny nose, coughing, asthma, or hay fever, have trouble engaging fully in life because they are trying to breathe through a cloud of emotions. Their emotional porousness and sensitivity are so great that they can downshift from the highest high to the lowest low in an instant, and their emotions are affected by everything around them. Often the opposite of those who have heart problems. Folks with lung problems may be immersed in, too saturated with their emotions. This makes it hard for them to function comfortably in society and in relationships without getting overwhelmed. So how do we get past the sniffles, problems with coughing and wheezing? First, as with all acute physical problems, address your medical concerns with a physician. But as always, remember to pay attention to the subtle messages your body is sending you about how healthy you are. Breathing problems indicate that you must look at your capacity to handle your emotions in your daily interactions with people you love and care about. If you are overly porous to other people's emotions, whether it's the anger, the irritability, or sadness, you will be prone to the asthma attacks, colds, flu, or other respiratory problems. To complete the mind-body makeover for lung problems, we must conquer the negative thought patterns that have dictated our actions for all too long. Louise's affirmations for lung problems, in a broad sense, address issues having to do with fears about engaging with living life to the fullest. A good affirmation to combat colds and flu is, I am safe. I love my life. Coughing expresses a desire to bark at the world, see me, listen to me. For the repetitive barking of a cough, Louise recommends the healing affirmation, I am noticed and appreciated in the most positive ways. I am loved. Lung problems, such as pneumonia, emphysema, or COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, are about depression, grief, and fear associated with not living life fully or not feeling worthy of life. So to counteract these, use the affirmation, I have the capacity to take in the fullness of life. I lovingly live life to the fullest. Lung disease is all too common to those of us who have intense emotions we don't know how to handle. With emphysema, not only is there a fear of taking in life, but these people would rather sometimes not breathe at all. They should try saying aloud, it is my birthright to live fully and freely. I love life. I love and cherish myself. Life loves me. I am safe. Pneumonia has to do with feeling desperate, tired of life, and having emotional wounds that are not allowed to heal. To start over and begin to heal old wounds, try repeating, I freely take in divine ideas that are filled with the breath and the intelligence of life. This is a new moment. Asthma is about an inability to breathe, feeling stifled or suppressed. If you have asthma and are feeling stifled, try meditating on the words, it is safe now for me to take charge of my own life. I choose to be free. Your negative thoughts and behaviors will begin to shift as you get more accustomed to this new way of thinking and become more adept at using affirmations. This is a critical time, so try to keep with it. It took years to develop your old habits, and it will take some time until you can break yourself free of them. But we promise you can. People with lung problems need to learn to control their emotions, to not be overwhelmed by them, and to not let the emotions of others affect them so extremely. Though it may seem counterintuitive, one way to do this is to create a different relationship with your emotions, to tune into them in a new way. Practices such as meditation can teach you to calm your mind. They can help you create a more stable relationship with your feelings. They can also help you rewire your brain so you can learn to control your emotions and not react so extremely to their presence. Another practice that can help in regulating the effects of your dramatic emotions is to create the classic timeout structure. Look at your past emotional outbursts and try to determine why they happened. What triggered them? How did you feel leading up to them? What was that tipping point? If you are able to identify your triggers and your body's reaction to them, you will learn to recognize an emotional takeover in the moment and not let it happen. This won't come naturally at first, but it will come. Once you recognize the signals of overwhelm occurring in your body, you will be able to react in a more constructive way. You will be able to take a time out, whether this means physically leaving a heated situation or simply stepping away mentally, to let your emotions become less intense. As you make mindfulness and positive thought patterns a part of your daily routine, you will find that you have to step away from your emotions less frequently. These actions and affirmations will help you move toward a more emotionally balanced life. If you want to have healthy lungs, you need to learn to express your feelings in a calmer, more controlled way. It's possible to be calm, controlled, and in charge, and still be exciting and emotional, the life of the party. Learn to balance your emotions with the needs of important partners in your life, and watch your health in the fourth emotional center improve. From the Clinic Files, Lung Disorders Case Study. My client Mary, 60 years old, describes herself as a tornado of human emotion. She's always been thin-skinned, and her mood shifts depending on her relationship status, how much money is in her bank account, and even the weather. Mary says that she can be laughing one minute and crying the next. Passionate at her best and emotionally volatile at her worst, Mary never does anything halfway, and that includes how deeply she feels each and every emotion. Mary's mood swings are exhausting for her friends, who never knew what to expect from her behavior. There just always seemed to be a new drama. Mary started therapy to find out why she had so little control over her emotions. And she was diagnosed with bipolar II, a less manic form of bipolar disorder, by one therapist, and borderline personality disorder by another. Neither the diagnostic labels nor their treatments were able to help Mary maintain stable relationships or keep a job. Mary had suffered from asthma since puberty and noticed that her moods got worse when she had to take the steroids to treat the most severe episodes of respiratory distress. By her late teens, even though she knew it was bad for her lungs, Mary took up smoking because it seemed to be the only thing that helped calm her mood swings. After one particularly tough breakup, she began smoking more than usual. One evening, she couldn't stop smoking and ended up in the emergency room. The doctor who treated her warned her to quit smoking. She was in the beginning stages of emphysema, or a lung disease called COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Mary had two medical problems, her mood and her lungs, and she had to address her moodiness in order to create pulmonary health. So that's where we began. Mary was fixated on knowing the name of her mood problem. Was it major depression? Was it bipolar II? Was it borderline personality disorder? Modern psychiatry has done much to ease our emotional suffering. But unlike other medical specialties, it does not utilize blood tests, CT scans, MRIs, or other objective tests to give a person a definitive diagnosis. Instead, a psychiatrist, a psychologist, a nurse practitioner, or other caregiver will look at the symptoms and signs that a client has and try to match these patterns with a condition listed in the DSM-5, the Guidebook for Psychiatric Diagnosis. So there was no laboratory data to support or disprove a diagnosis. That said, since Mary received 3 different diagnoses from 3 different psychiatric professionals, what was important for her was getting her mood treated adequately and not the label. Mary finally committed to treatment with a psychiatric team that supported this focus and de-emphasized her diagnostic label. Their main concern was to put together a plan with clear treatment goals. With the help of her counselor, Mary made a list of her emotional symptoms. Here's what she found. She had unstable moods every day. Her moods varied, depended on what was going around her, whether it was a bad hair day or heavy traffic or crabby boss, something called affective instability. She had problems with overeating, oversleeping, fatigue, low self-esteem, concentration, and hopelessness. This is called mild depression or dysthymia. She experienced impulsive moments, including episodes of road rage, and a couple of times she even became enraged and punched her spouse. She found that most antidepressant drugs had no effect on her symptoms. She experienced moments when, after someone abruptly left, she felt like killing herself, but the feelings quickly passed. This is called transient suicidal thoughts. Mary's treatment team quickly got her engaged in an emotional skills training class called dialectical behavioral therapy, or D as in dog, B as in boy, T as in tomahawk. Based in Tibetan Buddhism and mindfulness, DBT helped Mary learn techniques to stabilize her moods and regulate her daily activities, so she was less prone to overeat and oversleep. She also learned to transform her rage and handle her transient suicidal thoughts through something called a crisis chain analysis. In this process, she learned to break up a seemingly overwhelming crisis into understandable parts, identify the emotions associated with each part, and soothe herself through each step. She took weekly 2-hour classes and a 1-hour, one-on-one coaching session to introduce her to these powerful methods. To go along with her emotional skills training, a psychiatrist helped prescribe minimal amounts of medication that could help stabilize her moods. Mary took Topamax, a mood stabilizer, and an antidepressant, Wellbutrin XL, which helped her fatigue and concentration problems as well. Next, we helped Mary focus on a plan to deal with her lung problems. In asthma, the trachea and the bronchial areas become very irritable for a number of reasons. Allergies, side effects of medicines, mood, anxiety, and of course, cigarette smoke. When Mary's wheezing, shortness of breath, and coughing started to affect her, she learned, like everyone else, to pull out the classic inhaler with the stimulant albuterol or Ventolin, a puff for relief. When that temporary relief didn't last, doctors upped the ante with an inhaler that also had both the stimulant and the steroid that puts out the allergy autoimmune fire underlying that asthmatic response. Mary tried a number of these enhanced inhalers, Advair, Pulmicort, Flovent, but at times, even they weren't enough. By her bedside, Mary had a longer-acting, inhaler-like device called a nebulizer that drove the medicine deeper into her respiratory tree. During particularly difficult times, Mary took oral steroids to put out the allergic fire in her body, but she learned soon enough these medicines have side effects, including moodiness, irritability, osteoporosis, and weight gain. Soon, Mary began taking a leukotriene inhibitor, such as Singulair, to help her asthma by knocking out yet another part of her immune system. And although these medicines all have side effects, they helped save her life because at times she had no other options. However, when Mary used mindfulness and affirmations, in addition to her medicine, she was able to calm her anxiety and stop smoking, which greatly alleviated her asthma and lung problems. Mary continued monthly and then yearly checkups with her pulmonologist. She also visited an acupuncturist and Chinese herbalist who helped her regulate her breathing problem with a variety of herbal blends, including Respirin extract, Crocody smooth tea pills, Andrographis, and bronchial care remedy. Even after Mary's official DBT classes ended, she kept up her mindfulness practice. She also used the affirmations for general lung health. I take in life in perfect balance. Affirmations for lung problems. I have the capacity to take in fullness of life. I lovingly live life to the fullest. Emphysema. It is my birthright to live fully and freely. I love life. I love me. Respiratory ailments. I am safe. I love my life. COPD. I have the capacity to take in the fullness of life. I lovingly live life to the fullest. And breathing problems. It is my birthright to live fully and freely. I am worth loving. I now choose to live life fully. Mary changed her lifestyle, addressed her anxiety, and faced her negative beliefs to create a life without the pain of respiratory problems. Breast problems. Women and men who have breast issues such as cysts, lumps, soreness called mastitis, even cancer, nurture and mother others, often to the point of being overbearing. These people are much more comfortable solving other people's problems and comforting others' pains than handling their own. They hide their emotions so they can keep stable emotions at all costs. In extreme cases, they never bitch, never moan, never complain. They are seemingly unhappy at all times. If you are a nurturer by nature, it is hard for you not to care for people in need. We're not saying you should give up being who you are, a loving, caring, involved human being, but you do need to examine why you are a compulsive nurturer of others and worry so little about yourself. You might also examine how you could learn to nurture and find slightly less imposing ways for caring for the people you love. So what is the prescription to bring a little more balance into your life? As always, if you have an acute concern, such as a lump or pain in your breast, especially if you have a close relative who has had breast cancer, see a doctor immediately. But you must also focus on your long-term breast health, which means changing the thought patterns and behaviors that are stressing your body. Let's just jump straight into Louise's affirmation system. Breasts have to do with mothering and nourishment. But nourishment has to go both ways, in as well as out. A good general affirmation to remind you to strive for equilibrium in this area would be, I take in and give out nourishment in perfect balance. Specifically, breast problems have to do with a refusal to mother yourself because you're putting everyone else first. To counter this imbalance in the way you nurture, try repeating the affirmation, I am important. I count. I now care and nurture myself with love and with joy. I allow others the freedom to be who they are. We are all safe and free. Part of achieving balance in the fourth emotional center is giving voice to those thoughts that have a lingering underneath the surface. You may have no problem facing the emotional highs and lows of another person, but you can't address your own negative emotions such as fear, sadness, disappointment, depression, anger, or despair. So how do you learn to express these emotions? The key is to start slowly. Now that you know that voicing your emotions, good and bad, can be life-saving, you can start to break through your wall of emotional stoicism, starting right this moment. And the best way into this is twofold. Assess your own feeling about people in your life who show less happy selves from time to time, and find yourself an emotional midwife. The first of these steps is a hard realization for a lot of people. Assessing your feeling about others will help you get a better grasp on the reality of relationships. Your always being happy isn't the reason that people like you. They like you because you're you, and they accept that you are human. When your friends are experiencing disappointment, you want to help them. And guess what? They want to do the same thing for you. And when they get upset, you tolerate and even understand their outbursts. Is it really wrong to assume that they will reciprocate when you show anger and frustration? Your friends will not discard you if you're not always chipper. In fact, opening up and expressing your full range of emotions will help make your relationships deeper and more solid. As for the emotional midwife, what we mean by this is to find someone, a friend, a therapist, someone who will provide you with a safe haven as you learn how to express negativity. Let them know that this is something you're working on and ask for their help. Ask them to hold you accountable. If you can learn to speak about your sadness, your anger, and your disappointments in this environment, you will become more comfortable using this language in the greater world. And just remember, expressing negative emotions doesn't mean that you are nurturing a negative attitude. You aren't going to turn into some whiny thing if you discuss your legitimate complaints with those around you. So work to incorporate this healthy affirmation into your life. I express all of my emotions openly, willingly, and skillfully. Give your emotions a voice and experience better health in the fourth emotional center. From the clinic files, breast problems case study. Nina was a 33-year-old woman who was mother to everyone who needed one. She could always be counted on to whip up a full meal for unexpected visitors or bake a delicious dessert when a friend was going through a rough time. She didn't just mother those closest to her. She volunteered her time helping the poor, counseling children and women in need, and teaching English to recent immigrants. Nina was upbeat and positive, even when faced with grim or dispiriting situations. Long before the days of social media, Nina managed to stay in touch with friends from all phases of her life. In addition, Nina was married and had 4 children. People marveled at how she was able to juggle all the aspects of her life with little apparent effort. Then, during a routine physical, Nina's doctor found a lump in her breast and diagnosed it as benign fibrocystic breast disease. Fibrocystic breast disease is not breast cancer. In this condition, certain areas in the breast have denser connective tissue. Many people think it's not a disease at all, but even with this consideration, it got Nina worried. Her mother had died of breast cancer, and she wanted us to help her create healthier breasts. The first thing we did was refer her to our great friend and colleague, Christian Northrup's book, Women's Bodies, Women's Wisdom, because it has a whole section on how to create breast health. However, we also wanted to give her a program that was unique to her. The first thing we discussed was her tendency to mother everyone around her. The lump in her breast was a sign that her life was out of balance. Her intuitive body was telling her that it was time for her to stop overcommitting herself to everyone and everything. Nina's lifestyle often led to adrenal gland stress and an imbalance in hormones that lean toward estrogen dominance. This hormonal state promotes cell overgrowth, including potentially cancer cells. Nina also needed to structure her diet in a way that would create the least estrogen possible. She had to minimize the amount of animal fat she ate, since this may be connected to the body's ability to produce more estrogen. She moved to a high-fiber diet to help her body release estrogen through bowel movements. And she ate a great deal of broccoli, Brussels sprouts, and dark leafy vegetables, which, via indole 3-carbinol, change how your body breaks down estrogen. Her diet also needed to focus on losing excess fat, so in addition to the estrogen-focused eating changes, we instructed her to eat healthy protein, such as seafood, chicken, and low-fat dairy products, at every meal. She was also to set up an eating pattern that included a large breakfast and lunch and a tiny carbohydrate-free dinner. And we limited her alcohol intake to 1 drink a day. In further efforts toward weight loss, we helped her identify some aerobic activities that she could take part in for 30 minutes a day, 5 to 6 times a week. She decided to alternate the elliptical machine and the stationary bike at the gym with walks around the lake near her home. We recommended that she take the antioxidant selenium and coenzyme Q10 to promote healthy cell function that would help prevent breast cancer. Nina also needed to aggressively treat her depression and learn how to express the negative feelings she had. She started journaling and enlisted the help of a therapist to work through her grief. She also asked her friend to be an emotional midwife. To correct the imbalance in how Nina nurtured herself and others, she used the affirmations for breast health. I take in and give out nourishment in perfect balance. For breast problems, I am important. I count. I now care for and nourish myself with love and with joy. I allow others the freedom to be who they are. We are all safe and free. And depression. I now go beyond other people's fears and limitations. I create my life. After changing her lifestyle and thoughts, Nina managed to drop 20 pounds and is on the path of caring for herself and others while expressing all of her emotions, not just the happy ones.
All is well in the fourth emotional center. When it comes to creating healthier hearts, breasts, and lungs, recognize that men and women cannot depend upon medicine or nutritional and herbal supplements alone. Of course, it is important that you address acute health problems medically and under the supervision of a doctor. But for more long-term health in the area of the fourth emotional center, we recommend that you turn your attention to how well you balance your own needs with those of other people in your life. Know that you are emotionally strong and all is well.
Chapter 8. Something to talk about. The fifth emotional center. Mouth, neck, and thyroid. The health of the fifth emotional center indicates how well you communicate in your life. If you struggle to communicate, whether the difficulty is not listening to others or not expressing yourself effectively, you likely have health issues in the areas of the mouth, neck, and thyroid. The key to health in the fifth emotional center is finding a balance in how you communicate in your day-to-day interactions. Remember, communication is a two-way street. Listening and talking both need to happen. Effective communication is about hearing and being heard. You have to be able to get your point across while also taking in the knowledge and opinions of others so you can alter your actions accordingly. The area of your body that is affected by poor communication skills depends on the thought patterns and behaviors that create the problem. There are 3 communication problems that often lead to illness in this emotional center. Problems in the mouth, including teeth, jaw, and gums, are often found in people who have a hard time expressing and dealing with personal disappointments. Problems in the neck are often found in people, even if they have flawless communication skills on a regular basis, become inflexible and frustrated when they are unable to control the outcome of a situation. And finally, people with thyroid problems are frequently very intuitive, but unable to voice what they see because they too often struggle to keep the peace or win people's approval. We will discuss the specifics of each tendency as we work through the body parts later in this chapter. Just keep this in mind. If you have a thyroid, jaw, neck, throat, or mouth problem, your body is telling you to examine your communication skills. Fifth emotional center, affirmation theory, and science. According to Louise Hay's affirmation theory, the health of the neck, jaw, thyroid, and mouth depends on having a voice. Specifically, throat problems have to do with an inability to speak up and a feeling that creativity is being stifled, while a peritonsillar abscess, an infection of the throat that grows near the tonsils, is related to a strong belief that you can't speak up for yourself or ask for what you need. Having a lump in the throat is associated with fear of expressing yourself. Moving down to the neck, problems with the cervical spine have to do with being set in your opinion and having a closed mind. Refusing to see another's point of view can also set the scene for a stiff neck and other cervical spine problems. According to affirmation theory, thyroid problems tend to occur when people are humiliated and don't get to do what they want to do. Not being able to assert your will can make you susceptible to hypothyroidism or low thyroid. People who feel hopelessly stifled have an increased risk for suffering from this disorder. What does medical science have to say when it comes to the mind-body connection underlying fifth emotional center disorders such as the neck, thyroid, and mouth problems? The thyroid, one of the body's largest endocrine organs, is exquisitely reactive to all hormones, and it's drastically affected by your ability to communicate. Women are much more likely to have thyroid problems than men, especially after menopause. Studies done to figure out why often point to the difference in biology between genders. Since thyroid problems first kick in after puberty, when our bodies are flooded with new levels of testosterone, estrogen, and progesterone, and again, when hormones in women's bodies are at their lowest, scientists have thought that the difference in hormones correlates to thyroid function. However, hormones alone can't fully explain the different rates of thyroid problems between the genders. Speaking in general terms, men have higher levels of testosterone, which makes them perhaps biologically and socially predisposed to higher levels of assertiveness, especially when it comes to speaking. A lack of assertiveness and an inability to speak up for yourself increases your chance of thyroid ailments. Before women go through menopause, they have higher levels of estrogen and progesterone in their bodies, but there are other factors at play as well. These hormone levels, combined with a brain style that more constantly mixes emotion with language, lead to a tendency toward self-reflection. Women who have not yet gone through menopause innately tend to be less aggressive and impulsive in their communication. They are more likely to not say what they think in an effort to preserve relationships and family ties. This communication style often settles a tense situation, but it doesn't necessarily address the personal needs of the women involved, which can lead to thyroid problems at a younger age. Women's communication styles and their incidence of thyroid problems change a great deal after menopause. In fact, the number of postmenopausal women with thyroid problems is higher than the number of men or younger women. As women enter into menopause, the ratio of estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone shifts. The first two fall, and the last one rises. So estrogen rises, progesterone rises, and testosterone goes down. At this point, women become more impulsive and less reflective, and this new communication style often creates new problems within relationships and family. Then the incidence of thyroid disorders escalates. Women are then biologically predisposed to assert themselves by reacting, moving, and expressing more after menopause. Whether it is a matter of not stating what you need, or ineffectively expressing your desires, the inability to communicate well leads to thyroid problems. If you can't assert yourself effectively and you feel hopelessly stifled or are constantly getting in arguments, you are at an increased risk with thyroid problems. Other studies have tied a subdued personality and an inability to speak up for yourself to thyroid disease. Specifically, people who have had a history of past trauma and often struggle with power dynamics in their later relationships tend to have problems with the thyroid. The experiences of their past may have conditioned them to be submissive, overly compliant, and unable to assert themselves. They don't have a say in their own lives and lack a drive for independence and self-sufficiency. Moving on to the throat, we again see correlation between communication and health. Feeling a lump in your throat, what's called globus hystericus, when you don't know what to say, can be caused by a contraction in the neck muscles. In extreme cases, anxiety and fear are shunted to the strap muscles in the neck that clamp down your throat, giving you a sensation of a lump. This occurs more frequently in people who tend toward being introverted, anxious, or likely to repress communication. The health of your mouth and jaw also relate to having a healthy ability to communicate and stand up for your needs. It has been shown that this ability and finding ways to handle life stressors may actually lower a person's risk of periodontal or gum disease. People with gum disease have disrupted cortisol, the stress hormone, and beta endorphin levels, that hormone for the natural high. This is the biochemical fingerprint of stress in their bodies. So work to communicate better, both talking and listening, and you will have better health in the fifth emotional center. Mouth issues. People who are prone to health problems in the area of the mouth, such as cavities, bleeding gums, or related problems such as jaw pain or temporomandibular joint disorder, TMJ, have trouble with many facets of communication. These people experience problems because they don't talk about and resolve their emotional disappointments. Often, in places where they feel comfortable, they'll talk, but they won't discuss what's bothering them in their intimate relationships. Such self-revealing conversations would embarrass them or hurt their pride. Sometimes, if they're in a situation that's uncomfortable or doesn't inspire a sense of passion, they can look aloof and quiet, and even they'll seclude themselves. The problems of the mouth are associated with not being able to effectively communicate your personal needs and disappointments. If you suffer from problems related to the mouth and jaw, it's important to see a medical and dental professional, but you must also attend to the thought processes and behaviors that have led to these issues. You must listen to the intuitive messages your body is sending you, or your underlying illnesses are more likely to come back. Health of the mouth is related to communication, taking in new ideas, and nourishment. But communication can be blocked if you're angry, and because you are less likely to be open to another person's point of view, or make decisions. If you're angry or resentful, you may develop problems with your teeth. Reverse this indecisiveness and create strong, healthy teeth by using the affirmation, I make my decisions based on principles of truth. and I rest securely, knowing the only right action is taking place in my life. Jaw problems, or a locked jaw, TMJ, are about the desire for control and a refusal to express feelings. For anger, resentment, and pain underlying jaw problems in TMJ, the healing affirmation would be, I am willing to change the patterns in me that created this condition. I love and approve of myself. I am safe. People with tooth decay tend to give up easily and should try the affirmation. I fill my decisions with love and compassion. My new decisions support me and strengthen me. I have new ideas and put them into action. I am safe in my new decisions. People who must have root canal work because of their tooth disease or decay feel their deep-rooted beliefs are being destroyed. They can't bite into anything anymore. Life feels untrustworthy. Their new thought pattern should be, I create firm foundations for myself and for my life. I choose my beliefs to support me joyously. I trust myself. All is well. Once you have your physical body and emotional mind on the road to health, incorporate behavioral changes into your life going forward. It's important that you learn to speak about the issues that are near and dear to your heart. Don't simply push those discussions to the side. This is another instance in which it could be good to work with a counselor or another emotional midwife to create a safe space in which to express your emotions. While this will feel awkward at first, it's good to ease yourself into a healthy communication style. It's also helpful for people to get a better handle on just how to identify their emotions. Search out literature in print or online, literature that can help open your eyes to the minutiae of emotional language. Knowing precisely what these feeling terms mean can help you feel more comfortable talking about them. Finally, it's important that you resist the urge to shut yourself off from the world. Make it a goal to create some real connections with other people, connections that allow you to express all aspects of yourself. If you learn to balance your communication skills and relationships, you will create a healthier mouth and jaw. From the Clinic Files, Mouth Problems Case Study. By the time Sierra came to see us, she was 61 years old and in a lot of pain with an ice pack pressed to her cheek. Apparently, some concerned friends had insisted she see a dentist when she showed up at church with a swollen jaw. Sierra admitted she had been ignoring some pain for a few months. The dentist diagnosed osteomyelitis, an infection of the bone caused by severe dental neglect. 8 of her teeth had cavities and 4 others were infected. Sierra told us that she was one of those rare people who had had a truly wonderful childhood and life. Her parents, sister, and brother were all loving and supportive, as were her husband and children. Her life was everything she could ask for, until her husband died. Her children and grandchildren had all moved away and were so busy, they rarely called or wrote. Sierra didn't want to be a burden, so she didn't visit them much because, they have their own lives now. For the first time in her life, she felt lost and alone. She immersed herself in church activities, and that helped for a while, but she felt more comfortable sitting at home by herself. The hint in Sierra's case was that her children never called or wrote. Without her husband or children, she had a communication stalemate in her life. Uncomfortable with her new widowed status, she didn't know how to integrate herself into the life of her children's families. And she didn't know how to fit into a life without her husband. Now that no one was making the first move, Sierra felt slighted and unwanted. She felt her dignity and pride and self-respect would be injured if she made the first move, called her children, and asked them if she could visit. Dignity, pride, grief, and a heavy dose of resentment, grumpiness, and disappointment coalesced into an infection in her mouth. To create health for Sierra and help remove the mystique behind her dental problems, we started by helping her understand what a healthy mouth looks like. What's a mouth look like? We have 32 teeth, with 70% of each tooth being bone. The dentin core of the tooth, which has nerve sensation, is coated by enamel, the hardest material of the body. The dentin, the core, blends into the tooth root that then juts into the bone of your jaw. The root area is where the nerves and the blood vessels connect the tooth to your body. The rest of your mouth involves gums, gingiva, a tongue, and salivary glands. Bacteria always line your gums, but our body's immune system keeps them from overgrowing and creating inflammation called gingivitis. Gingivitis was the first problem we decided to address for Sierra. Her severe dental neglect had made the bacteria grow out of control, producing plaque and acid that erodes the tooth enamel and causes the gums to get inflamed and recede. This exposed her tooth roots and her jaw to even more bacteria. It was this bacterial buildup that led her to the pain and the tooth decay, abscess, and then the osteomyelitis, the bone infection. In addition to neglect, we had Sierra review other habits that increased her risk to dental problems. She told us she snacked throughout the day and endlessly sipped a number of sugary beverages. She also had GERD, gastroesophageal reflux disease, and she had gone through a period of bulimia in her 20s, which brought her teeth into contact with stomach acid when she would binge and purge. Based on this, we gave Sierra her marching orders. First, she set up an appointment with a reputable dentist whom she trusted to come up with a long-range plan to repair her mouth, jaw, and teeth. One major decision she faced was whether to get dental implants or have her teeth pulled and get dentures. Sierra preferred the idea of dental implants, so she began to work with an alternative dentist to build up the immune system in her mouth so she would be better able to support the implants. The dental nutritional plan started with coenzyme Q10, lavender oil, calendula, Oregon grape, and a pharmaceutical-grade antioxidant. She also received echinacea cream to rub on her gums to improve the inflammation, soothe the soreness, and reduce the bacterial numbers. Because her dental problems also led to bad breath, Sierra added parsley to her meals as a natural breath freshener and started using homemade antiseptic mouthwash that was made by steeping a teaspoon of dried rosemary, a teaspoon of dried mint, and a teaspoon of fennel seed in 2.5 cups of boiled water for for 15 to 20 minutes and then straining it to remove the herbs and spices. We also asked Sierra to get a bone density test. Bone loss causes the jaw to lose teeth, and ultimately, the remaining teeth become loose and more exposed to bacteria. From the test, we found that Sierra actually had osteoporosis, which she noted would explain her 2-inch height decrease and the loss of a molar within the previous 5 years. To help strengthen her bones, thus beefing up her jawbone, Sierra went to an acupuncturist and Chinese herbalist who worked with her internal medicine physician to put together a bone health plan. They put her on a combination of supplements including calcium, magnesium, vitamin D, DHA, not DHEA, but DHA, and a good quality pharmaceutical multivitamin. Sierra had never made the connection between her bulimia and GERD and her tooth decay, but she did know that her snacking was part of the problem. Though she did try to snack healthfully, she carried organic raisins and dried fruit in her purse. This didn't help her tooth health. Any snack, if you have it often enough, can be bad for your teeth. In addition to snacking, she also had an addiction to Tic Tacs and other breath mints, which she used to mask her bad breath. Sierra worked with an integrative nutritionist who helped her create a plan to deal with her emotional and physical eating issues. Instead of snacking constantly throughout the day, the nutritionist told her to make a conscious effort to eat every 3 hours and to rinse her mouth with water after eating. With a cognitive behavioral therapist, she learned how to identify her resentment about how her life had changed since her husband died. After working with her therapist, she got past her feelings that her pride would be hurt if she made the first move in the relationship with her family. Sierra reached out to her children and grandchildren, visiting them and inviting them back to their family home to stay with her. And she also began to open up to socializing with old friends and even set up coffee dates and other outings with new people. And finally, she worked to change the underlying thoughts that were likely contributing to her mouth and dental problems. Sierra used the affirmations for jaw problems. I am willing to change the patterns in me that created this condition. I love and approve of myself. I am safe. General inflammation. My thinking is peaceful, calm, and centered. Health conditions that include the suffix itis. I am willing to change all patterns of criticism. I love and approve of myself. General bone health. I am well structured and balanced. Bone deformity. I breathe in life fully. I relax and trust the flow and the process of life. Cavities. I fill my decision with love and compassion. My new decisions support me and strengthen me. I have new ideas and put them in action. I am safe in my new decisions. And osteomyelitis, the bone infection. I am peaceful with and trust the process of life. I am safe and secure. Sierra's new eating habits, medicine, behavioral modifications, and affirmations helped her overcome the pain and inflammation that were affecting her mouth. And in the meantime, she was also creating some healthy, lasting relationships. Neck problems. Neck pain, arthritis, and stiffness often come to those people who have amazing communication skills, both listening and speaking. Trying to see both sides of almost any story, they often become ill when their ability to clearly communicate things doesn't work as they expect it to. When an argument can't be settled by talking, or when something in their life goes wrong and they can't control it, they often become aggravated and stubborn, sticking to their opinion and refusing to consider others' viewpoints. The frustration that leads to the breakdown in communication often creates illness in the neck. If you are one of the millions of people who suffer pain, stiffness, arthritis, whiplash, slipped discs, and other neck problems, you have probably tried all of those treatments, including surgery, chiropractic, acupuncture, traction, yoga, or medications for pain. Any or all of these may offer temporary relief, but probably won't provide a permanent cure. So what is the prescription for better and more balanced communication and lasting relief from painful neck problems? In addition to medicine and behavioral changes, you must identify and change the negative thoughts that are triggering your health problems. In Louise's affirmation theory, the healthy neck and cervical spine represents flexibility and the ability to see both sides of a conversation. But turn this concept on its head by introducing an unbending mindset or bullheadedness, and healthy turns to illness and disease, and in this case, a stiff or painful neck. People with neck problems in general tend to not be as good at the listening aspect of communication because they tend to cling to set opinions and block out new ideas. They tend to be stubborn and inflexible and unable to see or understand the other person's point of view. A good affirmation to counter inflexibility and the closed-mindedness associated with general neck problems is, I welcome new ideas and new concepts and prepare them for digestion and assimilation. I am peaceful with life. Although the general theme is communication, your affirmation will vary depending on the source of pain and the underlying emotion. For example, a slip disc in the neck is associated with feeling unsupported by life and also with being indecisive and not able to communicate your thoughts or needs clearly. So, to heal, meditate on the words, life supports all my thoughts. Therefore, I love and approve of myself, and all is well. As you incorporate affirmations into your everyday life, you should begin to notice a shift in the way you think. Once your neck is healthier, some fundamental changes must occur to maintain equilibrium while moving forward. Learning to accept your emotional limitations in the middle of a discussion is one key to improving your neck problems. You do have an amazing skill for intuitively listening and understanding and making logical arguments. However, you must accept where your intellectual power to reason and communication ends. When you encounter conflicts that you can't resolve, don't push your opinion stubbornly, adding to the frustration of the situation. Instead, remind yourself that there are multiple answers to every problem. Realize that your role is only one part of the solution. Finding balance between what you can control and what you can't, and knowing when it's time to walk away from a conflict, will lead to better health in the fifth emotional center. Important practices for those who might have neck problems are meditation and mindfulness. Meditation can help you become more in touch with your emotions, and living mindfully will help you understand how these emotions affect you in the moment. Once you are able to identify the sensations and emotions that indicate a shift in your communication style from diplomat to dictator, you can consciously make the choice to listen even more closely. You can work harder to keep an open mind. So when you experience a difficult conflict, you will be able to come to it with a new perspective and a sense of peace. It's important to realize that people can disagree on a point of view and still be in harmony, peace, and love with one another. What a concept! We can create so many problems for ourselves by our attitudes, stubbornness, inflexibility, and trying to fix other people against their will can all contribute to neck problems. From the Clinic Files, Neck Problems Case Study. Raylyn, age 52, was famous in her family for her ability to settle a disagreement, often to the satisfaction of all parties. Every time there was a major legal dispute in the news, the family would joke that Raylyn would win it. No problem. Whether it was a family quarrel or a disagreement at work, Raylyn was a true master negotiator, able to see both sides of the argument. But she could also be stubborn and willful, like a dog with a bone, not giving up, but not listening either. On those occasions, she became aggressive and angry and turned people off. Raylyn mostly led by enthusiastic example throughout her life, raising her 2 children alone while working as a nurse practitioner. She believed in the power of positive thinking and taught her children as well as her patients that anything is possible if you set your mind to it. Raylyn's children, however, failed to thrive. Both ended up in trouble with the law at very young ages, and Raylyn worked tirelessly to help them. As her adult-aged children continued to struggle, Raylyn began to feel a sharp shooting pain in her neck, along with weakness and numbness and tingling in some of her fingers. To help Raylyn create a healthier neck, we needed her to know what a healthy neck would look like. Our spines are composed of a series of bones, vertebrae, stacked on top of one another, separated with puffy, shock-absorbing pillows called discs. The vertebrae and the discs are critical in that they protect the spinal cord and its nerves, which run from the brain to every movable limb in the body. The sudden onset of Raylyn's symptoms was scary to her, and even her doctors were concerned, quite concerned. When neck problems get worse quickly, as Raylyn's had, neurologists often suspect that a disc, or something even more serious, may be compressing nerves or the spinal cord. Even though Raylyn wanted to go out and walk off the pain, we suggested she follow her neurologist's suggestion to get an MRI to better understand what was happening in her neck. There were two possibilities for Raylene. She could have had a disc bulge in which the shock-absorbing disc is slightly misshapen, but there is still room for the spinal cord to move. This less severe injury could be treated with over-the-counter medication such as aspirin, Advil, or others. She could also implement acupuncture, qigong, and Yamuna body rolling to strengthen her muscles above and below the neck to prevent the symptoms. The other possibility was a slipped disc, and this ended up being Raylene's problem. The MRI verified that she had a cervical disc prolapse in the C7 vertebrae of her neck. It also showed that the disc was compressing the spinal cord, and it was pushing against the bony vertebrae. Raylene's doctors were concerned about this escalating into a neurological injury. Given the rapid progression of Raylene's symptoms and the fact that the disc was compressing her spinal cord, her medical team decided that surgery was her best option. Raylene picked a neurosurgical team that she trusted, and we made sure she met and liked her anesthesiologist before the surgery. To prepare for her surgery, we suggested that Raylene use imagery practices. Visualizations and imagery work have been shown to calm and relax patients and promote tissue healing during and after the surgery. We helped Raylene visualize exactly what the surgeon would be doing in her neck in the operating room, so she could actually assist with her own surgery, even though she was anesthetized. Before she lay down on the pre-op table, Raylene knew the neurosurgeons were going to go in through the front of her neck, decompress or remove some of her vertebral bone, remove the disc, and replace it with a metal prosthetic cage, as they called it, to make her neck more sturdy. After the surgery, Raylene was amazed. She was 100% pain-free, but she wanted to keep her neck healthy. Exercise is a very important part of rehabilitation, but she wouldn't be able to work out for a few months following her surgery. We suggested that when she finally got back to the gym, she give up running and use an elliptical trainer instead. The Cybex CYBEX ARC trainer is specifically designed to prevent this kind of lean forward neck injuring position. We also recommended that she buy high quality shoes with great shock resistance. Nike Shox, Asics Gel Kinsei. These shoes or others with similar support would help put padding under her feet and thus under her spine. Even though she didn't have a personality disorder, Raylene bought the book Skills Training Manual for Treating Borderline Personality Disorder by Marcia Linehan and learned the communication skill exercise called Dear Man, DEARMAN. This mindfulness assertiveness exercise teaches you how to say something at the right volume and intensity and with the right words and inflections to maximize positive results. Through this, she would learn when and how to say something to her children, parents, or loved ones, and when to let things go. She also tried to meditate daily to become more in tune with her feelings. With these skills, she would be able to identify the frustration she felt in the heat of an argument and perhaps step back and not become so stubborn. Finally, Raylene worked to learn Qigong to ease her stress. Raylene also started working with the affirmations for general neck health. I am peaceful with life. Neck problems? It is with flexibility and ease that I see all sides of an issue. There are endless ways of doing things and seeing things. I am safe. For degenerative discs, I am willing to learn to love myself. I allow my love to support me. I am learning to trust life and accept its abundance. It is safe for me to trust. And for general pain, I lovingly release the past. They are free and I am free. All is well in my heart now. And for general joint health, I easily flow with change. My life is divinely guided, and I am always going in the best direction. As with everything else in her life, Raylene kept a positive outlook and worked to overcome her thought patterns and behaviors that led to her neck problems. She was soon back in the game with a better perspective on life and communication. Thyroid problems. People who have thyroid problems are often so porous and intuitive that they can see what needs to happen in other people's lives to make them better. Unfortunately, their solutions are often unpopular, and these people frequently don't know how to give voice to what they know in a way that would be socially acceptable. They often try to express themselves indirectly, hinting at what they want, or being very tentative, all in an effort to avoid conflict. However, if a situation gets too bad or their frustration gets too intense, they let loose with a flood of intensity that turns people off and makes them unable to hear what is being said. In either situation, the communication style of a person prone to thyroid illness isn't effective. Thyroid problems, whether hyper or hypo, high or low thyroid, are often ruled by two emotional centers. Because this communication pattern is very typical in family and friend groups that are not secure, the first and fifth emotional centers are often affected together. The first emotional center is involved because there is usually an immune component to certain kinds of thyroid issues. Whether it's Graves' disease or Hashimoto's disease, looking at your immune system is helpful when you look at healing your thyroid. However, in this chapter, we will focus solely on the effects your communication style has on your thyroid. As in the case with all of the health issues we have discussed, the key is to identify the thought and behavior patterns that are triggering the illness and transform them into positive, healing ones. For example, thyroid problems in general have to do with communication, but also humiliation, feeling that you never get to do what you want to, and always wondering, is it going to be your turn? So, if you have trouble balancing how much you talk with how much you listen, taking turns in a conversation, or are you too passive during disagreements, you will have an increased risk of thyroid disorders. Alter the way you communicate by using the affirmation, I move beyond old limitations and now allow myself to express freely and creatively. The affirmation you use will depend on the slightly different thought patterns and behaviors that underlie your thought problem. So if you have Graves' disease or hyperthyroidism and elevated thyroid function, you likely experience anger over being left out of a conversation. To temper the anger and remind yourself that you are part of the conversation, repeat, I am at the center of life, and I approve of myself and all that I see. On the other hand, for Hashimoto's disease, hypothyroidism, low thyroid, this has to do with giving up and feeling hopelessly stifled. If this is you, your healing affirmation is, I create a new life with rules that totally support me. The goal is to seek balance in your life, especially in the way you communicate. There are moments in life when it makes sense to take a back seat and let others lead the way. Sometimes it's wise to keep your opinions to yourself. However, over time, this lack of assertiveness can be destructive to your health, relationships, and your financial security. You have to learn to stand up for what you think and think in a timely fashion, even if you're just discussing where to go for dinner. You need to learn when to say nothing and when to say everything, or something in between. It's tricky. Clearly, stepping into this new communication style won't be easy. If you've been quiet for years, it's best to start expressing your opinion in small ways and in safe places. For example, even something as simple as saying no when you ask for Coke and the server says, is Pepsi okay, can give you a taste of telling people how you feel. It's also good to get some supportive friends on your side. Ask your close friends to hold you accountable when decisions are being made. Request that they ask you what your opinion really is when you initially say you don't care what choice is made. The people around you need to support you as you try to find your voice. Spend less time imagining how you might react and more time discussing your ideas. But be careful not to swing too far in the other direction. People don't respond well to being bullied. Remember that with communication, as with most things, balance is the key. From the clinic files, Thyroid Problems Case Study. Ralph, 38 years old, was being groomed by his father-in-law, Sam, to take over the family business. Although he had planned to stop working earlier, Sam postponed his retirement because of the weak economy. Ralph had been running the company side by side with his father-in-law, Sam, for years, but he was not an equal partner. Even when he disagreed with Sam's business decisions, Ralph did not have the power to overrule his father-in-law, and he didn't even try. After years spent suppressing his own opinions, Ralph's health began to suffer. He was exhausted and depressed. He had numbness in his extremities, gained weight, and was constipated. By the time we met him, Ralph had been diagnosed with Hashimoto's disease, the most common cause of hypothyroidism. Ralph came to us because he was not feeling completely better, even though he was taking his medication religiously. We wanted to set Ralph up for complete healing. So the first thing we did was teach him all about his thyroid. The thyroid glands produce the hormones thyroxine, T4, and triiodothyronine, T3, that help regulate your basic metabolic rate via the liver. They also help with the cellular function of all the muscles, including the ones in your limbs and along the lining of your digestive tract and your heart. In addition, these thyroid hormones help the function of your brain, kidneys, and reproductive system. So, if thyroid hormone is low, as in Hashimoto's hypothyroidism, metabolism is slow and muscles are weak. Fatigue, lethargy, weight gain, chills, dry hair, dry skin, and in women, menstrual irregularities are often a sign of problem with the thyroid. With hypothyroidism, muscle weakness comes in the form of constipation, stiff and crampy limbs, slow movements, and a deeper voice. Hashimoto's hypothyroidism is caused by an autoimmune illness, so the first thing we had Ralph do was go to his internal medicine doctor to verify that he didn't have any other untreated autoimmune illnesses that would need to be treated in conjunction with hypothyroidism. These other illnesses included such things as Sjogren's disease, chronic dry eyes, lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, sarcoidosis, scleroderma, and diabetes mellitus type 1. Luckily, Ralph had none of these other disorders. We could focus solely on the thyroid problem. The next step was to look at all the possible physical causes that could be driving his thyroid hormone levels downward, including taking lithium, tamoxifen, testosterone replacement, interferon alpha, or large dosages of steroids or estrogen. This could also be caused by a pituitary or hypothalamus disorder. Ralph wasn't on any of these drugs, nor did he have a pituitary or hypothalamus disorder, so his doctor looked at the medication he was currently taking for his thyroid problems to see if this would provide a clue. And it did. Ralph was only taking T4 hormone. Some individuals respond to this version of supplementation. However, some need both types of thyroid hormone. More potent than T4, T3 is said to be more readily used by the brain. Ralph began taking both T4 and T3 supplementation. Since it takes time for T3 to regulate brain serotonin function, we suggested that Ralph consider asking his physician whether it was right for him to take supplements to help further boost his serotonin levels. Ralph started taking 5-HTP. If this didn't give him enough relief, he could take SAMI instead. Next, Ralph needed to address the autoimmune problems that initiated Hashimoto's disease, low thyroid disease, in the first place. His hypothyroidism was caused by his body's immune system making inflammatory antibodies against his thyroid gland. This could be triggered by a number of things, but the most common triggers are a virus or food allergies. However, Ralph told us he wouldn't deal with any restrictive diet, so he didn't want to go for any of those allergy tests. We also had Ralph go to an acupuncturist and Chinese herbalist to get additional support in healing both his immune system and his abnormal thyroid gland. He started taking kelp, radix polygoni multiflori, fructus jujubae, and pinelli, all of which helped his constipation, fluid retention, fatigue, and weakness. Finally, We sent Ralph to a coach who would teach him to be more assertive and skillfully have a voice, especially in heated business situations. Ralph also requested the help of his oldest and dearest friend, who took his task to heart, specifically putting them in situations where Ralph had to express his opinion. Ralph started working with the affirmations for general thyroid health. I move beyond old limitations and now allow myself to express freely and creatively. For hypothyroidism, I create a new life with new rules that support me. And depression, I now go beyond other people's fears and limitations. I create life. We also had him use affirmations for some of the symptoms he was feeling as a result of his thyroid problems. For fatigue, I am enthusiastic about life and filled with energy and enthusiasm. For numbness, I share my feelings and my love. I respond to love in everyone. And being overweight, I am at peace with my own feelings. I am safe where I am. I create my own security. I love and approve of myself. With a little training and some guidance from his health team, Ralph learned when to speak up and when to hold back. He got back on track with his health and with his life, and even started standing up more at work, which convinced his father-in-law that perhaps it was indeed time to retire.
All is well in the fifth emotional center. You have the power to create a healthy neck, thyroid, and mouth using medicine, intuition, and affirmations. If you have trouble with assertiveness, either being overly aggressive or too passive, you may already be suffering from health issues in these areas. By listening to your body and then changing your thoughts and behaviors, you can learn to hone your communication skills, heal your body, and change the way you approach relationships at the same time. Figure out how to speak to your family, children, mother, father, and boss, so that you are understood. If you are having communication problems, it's important to pinpoint just what they are so that you can figure out how to address them and move on to have health in your fifth emotional center. The world is waiting to hear what you have to say. All is well.
Chapter 9. Suddenly I See. The sixth emotional center. Brain, eyes, and ears. The sixth emotional center is the center of the brain, eyes, and ears. And the health in this center depends on how well you are able to take in information from all realms, both earthly and mystical, and use this information in your life. It depends on how flexible your mindset is and how you can learn from perspectives different from your own. To create health in your sixth emotional center, you need to be able to bend and sway with the winds of change, moving from dig in your heels, stay the course stance in some situations, to a more exploratory, free-form mindset in others. This balance allows you to grow and change with the times, focusing on what is happening in front of you instead of clinging desperately to the ways that have passed, wishing you could turn back time. The health issues related to the sixth emotional center span from ailments of the brain, eyes, and ears to broader themes of learning and developmental problems. As with the other emotional centers, if we are discussing a part of the body, the illness is often caused by certain thoughts and behavior patterns. However, when discussing larger themes, the thoughts and behaviors do not stand as a cause. They are merely a factor that exacerbates, makes worse, certain tendencies such as ADHD or dyslexia. We will get more specific as we work through the body parts and issues later in this chapter. People who struggle with health in the sixth emotional center have an imbalance in how they see and learn from the world. Some are rooted in the earthly realm with no connection to the greater universe, and others are totally connected to the mystical realm without a foot on the earthly plane. Finding a way to balance the input of both of these realms when facing life's up and downs will bring health in the sixth emotional center. Sixth emotional center affirmation theory in science. According to the Louise Hay affirmation theory, the health of the sixth emotional center, the brain, eyes, and ears, involves a capacity to be receptive to information and a flexibility to think and reason your way out of situations. The brain is like a computer, receiving information, processing it, and then carrying out the proper function. Information travels from every part of your body to the brain and from the brain to the body. However, the brain can be sidetracked in its job by its emotional components, such as fear, anger, and inflexibility. For example, a person with Parkinson's disease may be ruled by fear and an intense desire to control everything and everyone. The eyes and the ears are a conduit from which you learn from the outside world, and health in each of these areas has to do with not liking the information you are taking in. For example, all of the eye problems have to do with fear or anger about the situation you're in. Children with eye problems may be trying to avoid seeing what's happening in their families, while older people who are affected by cataracts may be afraid of what the future holds. So let's see what medical science has to say about the mind-body connection underlying illnesses in the sixth emotional center. There is a large body of literature proposing that personality style may predispose certain people to Meniere's disease or other ear disorders. Having a type A personality gives people an increased risk for this disorder. It has been shown that type A personalities tend to hear only 20% of what has been told to them when they are having a discussion in a relationship. Despite having an external appearance of being calm and in control, Meniere's patients tend to have a lifelong problem with the outer world. They tend to experience anxiety, phobias, depression, and feelings of losing control. In essence, people who develop this condition are more likely to be unable to handle the uncertainty of change. Disorders of the eyes, however, such as blepharitis, styes, dry eyes, and glaucoma, have been associated with emotional frustration, anger, and irritability from thousands of years in the study of traditional Chinese medicine. And it's interesting to note that scientific studies are now also seeing the psychological aspects of eye disorders. In one study, people with eye pain said that they were actively blotting out feelings that they feared would be too painful to tolerate. People with Parkinson's disease tend to exhibit a lifelong pattern of depression, fear, anxiety, and a tendency to control both their emotions and their environment. Scientific studies suggest that these people may have been born with low dopamine levels to begin with, giving them a personality style that avoids risk and shies away from change. People with Parkinson's disease tend to be stoic and law-abiding. They are trustworthy citizens, industrious, and tend to belong to a lot of organizations. They are likely to be in charge and in control. Now that you've read the science behind illnesses in this region, what is the next step in healing your sixth emotional center problems? The brain. People who have brain-related issues such as migraines or other types of headaches, insomnia, seizures, memory problems, stroke, multiple sclerosis, Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, try to live with their life planted firmly on the ground. They want to be good at activities that use both the creative right side of the brain and the structured left side. These folks often aim to be skilled in many areas of life, from geometry to history to painting or music. Living in this manner for a long time often leads to a crisis that forces them to start seeing the world from a new point of view. With a brain disorder, they are no longer able to count on the learning pathways they have always used, and they must turn more towards faith, information from a higher power. If you have any of the brain problems above, see a doctor first, as there are effective medicines and therapies available. However, modern medicine and alternative remedies can only go so far. Once you have gotten the acute symptoms under control, take the next step in your healing. Your long-term health depends on changing negative thoughts and behaviors that are affecting how your brain is working and causing illness, in some cases, very serious disease. Learning new forms of intelligence and experiencing the world through eyes of faith can decrease the chances of developing brain disorders, as well as reduce the symptoms that are already present. Most people who are diagnosed with a brain disorder feel a lot of fear and anxiety. Affirmations are so important because they help rewire the brain away from these thought patterns that aggravate your illness. They help you acquire new pathways for intelligence and bring you faith in the universe. They can ultimately take your healing to the next level. Rewiring your brain to different ways of thinking and finding faith in your experiences can help banish the thoughts that could be making your ailment worse. For example, in affirmation theory, the thought patterns associated with epilepsy are rejecting life, constant struggle, and a sense of persecution. You can open yourself up to life and see the good in it with the affirmation, I choose to see life as eternal and joyous. I am eternal and joyous and at peace. Insomnia is associated with feelings of fear and guilt and not trusting the process of life. If you have trouble with insomnia, along with anxiety, you can calm your nerves and sleep better with the affirmation, I lovingly release the day and slip into peaceful sleep. knowing tomorrow will take care of itself. Migraine headaches, similarly, are about resisting life and also about fear of being pushed or driven. You can get relief from migraines by letting go and repeating the affirmation, I relax into the flow of life and let life provide all that I need easily and comfortably. Life is for me. Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia are associated with a refusal to deal with the world as it is, being stuck in old ways of thinking, fearing new ideas, and feeling helplessness and anger. If this sounds like you, open your heart and mind to new ways of approaching life. With the affirmation, there is always a new and better way for me to experience life. I forgive and release the past. I move into joy. If you are concerned about aging and memory loss and you feel like you're in a rut, release this judgmental mindset with, I love and accept myself at every age. Every moment in life is perfect. With Parkinson's disease, there is fear and an intense desire to control everything and everyone. Give up some of this control by meditating on the affirmation. I relax knowing that I am safe. Life is for me. I trust the process of life. Multiple sclerosis is associated with inflexibility and mental hardness, an iron will. So we need to soften the rigid mind with, by choosing loving, joyous thoughts, I create a loving, joyous world. I am safe and free. In order to achieve the healthier mindset acquired to heal sixth emotional center brain problems, you must work to bring other forms of intelligence and spirituality into your life. And we don't necessarily mean religion here. We're talking about a connection greater than yourself. These issues won't be solved by logic or study. They will be solved through meditation and prayer. It is important that you understand that there is an indefinable power that connects all things, including you. You must work to connect with the divine if you want to heal. How you do this is a personal matter. You may, for example, want to set aside some time each morning to meditate, or perhaps you may create space to walk in nature, not judging or thinking or figuring, simply experience the beauty that exists. If you are able to balance the input of the divine and a new intelligence in the earthly world, you will be able to live with health in the sixth emotional center. From the clinic files, brain case study. Vanessa, a 27-year-old freelance web designer, had an amazing memory and incredibly sweeping interests in everything from art to chemistry. Although she did not have the means to go to college full-time after high school, she was determined to get an education, taking night classes at the local community college. Known for her brilliant mind and never at a loss for conversation, Vanessa was a popular party and dinner guest, and she made friends easily. Despite her lack of formal education, Vanessa developed a thriving freelance career. She was making money and felt challenged creatively. But a few years after she started her business, she began feeling a prickling numbness in her arms and hands and was exhausted all the time and had pounding headaches. Thinking it was a neck injury from all her long hours at the computer, she spent hundreds of dollars on ergonomic devices for her office. Nothing seems to help. Then one day, Vanessa woke up with blurred vision and found she was also unsteady on her feet. She made an appointment with her doctor, who referred her to a neurologist. To her disbelief, the doctor said that Vanessa might have multiple sclerosis, or MS. He described this to her as a progressive neurological disorder in which the nerve fiber pathways in the brain and spinal cord are damaged. While he wanted to run more tests, she was too scared for a return visit. When Vanessa came to us, the first thing we did was help her understand that an MS diagnosis is not the end of the world. With the correct treatment, many people are able to put themselves into remission and live productive, happy, comfortable lives. But to quote Dr. Phil, if you can't name it, you can't fix it. So we encouraged Vanessa to follow up with a neurologist she trusted to find out what was really going on in her central nervous system, her brain, and her spinal cord. Within a month, she met her physician and scheduled an MRI to look for damage in her brain and spinal cord, a lumbar puncture, or LP, to test for specific proteins called oligoclonal bands, and a visual evoked potential VEP test to measure electrical activity in the brain. Vanessa's MRI and lumbar puncture suggested she did in fact have MS. Additional blood tests made sure her symptoms were not caused by another disorder such as Lyme, a stroke, or AIDS. Vanessa set up a varied medical team to look at her next treatment steps for MS. To set up Vanessa's brain health program, we first helped her create imagery about what a healthy brain and nervous system looked like. Our central nervous system, the brain, and spinal cord look like an orange on a stick. Akin to an orange, the brain has an outer, tough, darker layer of cells that surround an inner, lighter area of nerve fibers. Multiple sclerosis, or MS, is an autoimmune illness in which the white blood cells produce antibodies that attack the light inner area. In MS, nerve fibers within the brain, and also those that proceed down to the spinal cord, become scarred with plaques and thus are not able to transmit signals between the brain and body normally. With this knowledge, Vanessa could use visualizations to see her nerve fibers become healthy and unscarred. We helped her find audio versions of guided imagery, including a CD specifically for people with MS. The CD, a meditation to help you with multiple sclerosis, was created by Belaruth Naprostek, Naprastek, one of the pioneers of guided imagery, who has helped prove the beneficial effects of this type of treatment. Second, we sent Vanessa back to her neurologist, a neurologist she trusted, who showed her the drugs that were available to treat her MS. For this disease, physicians employ drugs for 3 reasons: to treat the symptoms, to prevent a relapse, and to modify the long-range course of the illness. Vanessa's symptoms were numbness, tingling, and unsteadiness in her hands and feet. Medically, this is called spasticity and ataxia. She also had fatigue, blurred vision, and pounding headaches. Vanessa's physician offered baclofen, dantrolene, and physiotherapy for the limb symptoms, and amantadine and modafinil for fatigue. For the sudden nature of her symptoms, the intermittent headaches and blurred vision, her physician suggested a course of steroids. The doctors recommended beta interferon and other drugs to mitigate the long-term effects of this disease. These drugs are said to reduce relapse rates by more than 30 to 60%, but they can come with a chance of side effects, some even serious. After much thought, since her symptoms were mild, Vanessa chose a short cycle of steroid treatment. For now, she wanted to avoid the other medicines, though she would stay in contact with her neurologist to monitor the level of her symptoms and consider those meds if her symptoms got worse. Next, Vanessa went to an integrative medical doctor and nutritionist who could also approach her illness from a symptomatic and illness-preventing point of view. The nutritionist worked to balance Vanessa's out-of-control immune system that was attacking her brain and spinal cord. Vanessa began taking DHA, calcium, magnesium, copper, selenium, and pharmaceutical-grade B complex that included thiamine, B6, and B12. Vanessa cut out caffeinated beverages and any drinks or foods that contained aspartame or MSG, as these are known to affect people with MS. Vanessa also wondered whether a wheat intolerance made her symptoms worse, so she began to remove wheat from her diet. The next step was an acupuncturist and Chinese herbalist who used certain points and herbs to reduce her limb spasticity as well as her headaches and fatigue. He suggested Boswellia serrata, which may decrease the autoimmune attack on the brain, and ginkgo biloba, which has also been shown to antagonize the inflammatory response in the brain in MS patients. She also took horse chestnut, another herb that has an anti-inflammatory effect. She also took horse chestnut, another herb that has an anti-inflammatory effect, as well as an anti-edema, decreased swelling effect. He even suggested that she temporarily eat a macrobiotic diet in an attempt to reset her aberrant immune system. The final member of Vanessa's team was a Tibetan herbalist who helped her find an herbal combination that suited her individual needs. These combinations have been shown to increase muscle strength, and patients taking them have even shown improvements in some of their neurological tests. In addition to these physical programs, Vanessa also started to work at changing the thought patterns that could be making her worse. She started to use affirmations to address both the multiple sclerosis by choosing loving, joyous thoughts. I create a loving, joyous world. I am safe and free. And the symptoms it was causing: numbness. I share my feelings and my love. I respond to love in everyone. Fatigue. I am enthusiastic about life, filled with energy and enthusiasm. Headaches. I love and approve of myself. I see myself and what I do with eyes of love. I am safe. General eye health. I see with love and joy. And eye problems. I now create a life I love to look at. And of course, we stressed to her the importance of creating a connection with the divine. She was hesitant at first, but decided to try it. She scheduled a half an hour each morning to simply sit and meditate in the woods near her home. Using these vast healing efforts, Vanessa was able to stem the symptoms of MS and continue to live a healthy and productive life. She was still a successful freelancer, and she was still the life of the party. But there was now also something more, a faith in the universe. Learning and developmental problems. While many people classify learning and developmental problems as brain disorders, we look at them differently. All humans come into this world with their brains wired in a certain way. Some are prone to function more from the spatial, emotional right brain, and others function from the logical, structured left brain. When it comes to learning problems, we find that these people live and learn and work in environments that make their learning disordered. After repeated failures in school and in work, they acquire an unhealthy mindset, believing they're stupid, lazy, and a failure. Many of the problems they experience come from being completely based in one extreme of the mind, either the right or the left side of the brain. There are pros and cons to each of these mindsets. For example, those more based in the right brain are often able to see the big picture of a situation and perhaps see it from a completely new and exciting angle. But it's hard for them to deal with the details of a highly structured society. And those more based in the left brain, often brilliant at detailed things like math and science, but they can't handle the emotional part of life. These conditions are not a matter of mere prominence of one side of the brain over another. Rather, they are about an extreme imbalance of intelligence in one direction without the ability to tap into characteristics of the other side. There are therapies and in some cases medicines that can help with the symptoms of learning and developmental disorders. However, to create a complete picture of health in the sixth emotional center, it's necessary to work with the behaviors and underlying thought patterns that may be making your problem worse. When looking at the developmental and learning disorders, we can see the extremes in dyslexia, ADHD, Asperger's disorder, and others. People with dyslexia, a language-based learning disability, typically have a stronger right brain than left. They aren't able to focus on the details of language. People with Asperger's, a pervasive developmental disorder, have a stronger left brain, tend to be obsessive and detail-oriented, and have more superior mathematical skills. Everyone's brain works slightly differently, with its own unique intellectual strengths and weaknesses. However, people with ADD, ADHD, Asperger's, and dyslexia have exaggerated developmental differences in how their brains are wired. This is why Louise's affirmation theory does not approach these issues as true disorders, because in most cases, we all have aspects of these issues within us. The key is to be able to teach your brain to function in the best, the most effective way possible. One way of doing this is to identify and change the negative thought patterns that are getting in the way of you using all of your intelligence. To address the thought patterns underlying ADHD, Louise suggests the affirmation, "Life loves me. I love myself just the way I am. I am free to create a joyous life that works for me. All is well in my world." But she also recommends you use other affirmations that address some of the common traits of the disorder. For example, the hyperactivity associated with ADHD is often accompanied by thought patterns that include feeling pressured and frantic. So if you tend to be hyperactive or unfocused, you may need the calming affirmation so you can let go of that anxiousness and worry. A good general affirmation is, I am safe. All pressure dissolves. I am good enough. Stuttering, a behavior associated with dyslexia, may develop from insecurity and a lack of self-expression. If you stutter, slow down and remind yourself that you have the strength and confidence to articulate your needs with the affirmation, I am free to speak up for myself. I am now secure in my own expression. I communicate only with love. Asperger's is often associated with depression. So if you suffer from this, you can use the affirmation, I now go beyond other people's fears and limitations. I create my life. As you begin to incorporate Louise's affirmations into your life, you will see the past thoughts and behaviors that were weighing you down start to shift. You should feel less anxious and jittery and more calm and focused. It is natural to still have times when you fall back into the old patterns. You have probably been this way most of your life, so do not expect an immediate cure. Give yourself credit for the changes you have made and notice where you still need the work. As someone who is living with an extreme brain structure, you may need the freedom to pursue topics that really interest you. Unexpected changes, rules, assignments, and requirements may shut you down. But a learning disability does not have to mean you will always struggle or that you will be unhappy in life. People with attention problems and other learning and developmental issues who follow this mind-body makeover will be amazed at how much energy they've wasted by being scattered and disorganized. Adopting a few new habits to keep track of your commitments will free up time to cultivate your amazing creativity. It is possible to maintain big picture clarity and attend to the details. It's a matter of changing the way you think and behave. Strive to achieve balance between cultivating your creative mind and keeping yourself grounded in the real world. You are a capable and strong human being. Keep reminding yourself with the affirmation, I am the operator of my brain. I love myself just the way I am. I am good enough. All is well. In addition to affirmations, there are a number of behavioral changes that will help bring balance to the brains of people with developmental and learning issues. To begin your emotional healing, work to move toward the other side of the brain. For example, detail-oriented, structure-loving, left-brain folks need to do everything they can to incorporate more free-flowing emotion and creativity in their lives. This may be very scary, so don't do it on your own. Ask someone you trust to plan a day, an hour, or even a half an hour, when you will just go along with whatever they suggest. You won't know what's going to happen, but you will be able to set out on the journey knowing that someone who has your best interest in mind created the structure for you. Easing into this type of spontaneity provides you with a safe structure, even though it may not feel like it. It's also important for you to employ the help of a professional therapist. Try a cognitive behavioral therapist or dialectical behavioral therapist to help you identify and handle thought patterns that lead to anxiety and fear. If you are a free-flowing, creative, right-minded person, you want to do just the opposite. You need to work on slowly bringing structure into your life. Don't throw yourself in all at once, though, because this will overwhelm you and destroy your efforts. One handy strategy to use is called the two-step technique. If you find yourself unable to focus your mind enough to make a decision or solve a problem, simply take 2 steps at a time. To do this, get a pen and a paper and write down 2 things that you know about the situation. Then come up with 2 more related facts. Then 2 more. If you repeat this process, you will find that you eventually zero in on the heart of the problem. This technique will help you achieve focus, even if your brain feels scattered. You can also look for someone who can ease you into organization. An educational coach can introduce you to some of the basic aspects involved in living a more structured life. They can also help you find tools that will work for you, be it a scheduling book, index cards, or some other method that helps you put things in order. And if you're feeling really daring, you could try to pick up a part-time job or an internship that uses your creative skills but also requires some focus on the details. From the Clinic Files, Learning Disorders Case Study. Tara, now in her 30s, grew up in a home that was run like a military unit. Her father was a Marine, and he insisted on discipline, structure, and focus. Some of the children responded well to this style of parenting, but Tara did not. To make matters worse, the school she attended was on the military base and had a similar strict philosophy, where memorization and other traditional teaching methods were used. Tara was lost. She couldn't concentrate and had trouble finishing her assignments on time. Concerned about her academic performance, her parents took her to a psychiatrist who diagnosed her with ADHD and prescribed Ritalin. Tara's concentration improved a bit, but Ritalin couldn't fix her primary problem. She just didn't respond to a conventional education. As soon as she became an adult, Tara decided to move to New York City to focus her considerable creativity by attending design school and getting a job in fashion. Almost immediately, she had problems fulfilling her academic requirements. Although design came naturally to her, she had problems taking the required exams and finishing her projects because of her incapacity to organize and plan her projects. She found herself on academic probation despite the fact that her instructors praised her designs and her brilliant creative mind. Lack of focus had derailed her in school when she was younger, and it was happening again. Tara started by trying to reprogram her thoughts using an affirmation for ADHD. Life loves me. I love myself just the way I am. I am free to create a joyous life that works for me. All is well in my world. When she came to see us, we recommended that she also use the affirmations for anxiety. I love and approve of myself, and I trust the process of life. I am safe. And hyperactivity, I am safe. All pressure dissolves. I am good enough. Although she had a doctor and was considering Ritalin again, Tara wanted to know all the options available to help her learn. So the first thing we did was teach her how the brain generally functions in people who have the ability to focus and pay attention. Here's what we told her. The right brain focuses primarily on shapes, colors, emotions, and overall themes. The left brain is more drawn into details, words, and logic. As humans, there are also 4 ways we can pay attention. Focused attention, we can ignore distractions and prioritize what to pay attention first, next, and last. Next, divided attention. This allows us to spread our focus among an array of things in our environment. Or sustained attention. This state involves vigilance and mental endurance. And finally, emotional and intuitive attention. This style drives our focus to elements in our lives where we or someone near us is in distress, in love, or in some other emotionally charged circumstance. The way your brain is wired will make you more prone to one type of attention style, but this also changes with age. At age 3 to 4, emotional and intuitive attention runs our life. So we focus on what we want, whether it's the candy bar or the nap. As we get older, other members of our attention network come on board. We start to develop our capacity for focus, divided, sustained, and emotional attention. For example, by the time most of us get to high school, we have learned to divide our attention between what the teacher is saying and what our crush is doing at the same moment. We may also become better at blocking out the distraction of music while we focus on our homework. I say most of us, incidentally, because not everyone develops these abilities. But this doesn't mean that they can't learn to tap into any one of these attentional styles that are within all of us. Each and every one of us has intellectual strengths and weaknesses that can be addressed with instructional, pharmaceutical, and nutritional support. Tara went for a complete neuropsychological assessment to pinpoint her brain style for attention, learning, and memory. As one would expect from an artist, Tara had a good attention for 3-dimensional shapes and other right brain elements, but was easily distracted when it came to those left brain details. She got completely lost when she received written or verbal directions. In fact, her left brain developmental language deficit was diagnosed for the first time as dyslexia. When Tara's neuropsychologist explained her true brain style, she was elated. All of a sudden, she realized why it was so difficult for her to finish her reading assignments on time. She wasn't stupid. And in fact, her right brain visual spatial IQ points were superior off the charts, and this indicated that her brain was born to be an artist's brain. She just needed to adapt her learning style so she could do the required reading and pay attention to the details in class to finish her assignments. Armed with a newfound confidence, Tara looked for a mentor. She found a professor who was known to have dyslexia and ADD, but had somehow made it through the maze of training. Under his wing, she learned a variety of compensatory techniques, including 1, the use of a color-coded calendar system to keep her on schedule, 2, the use of a loud timer that was set so that when she started to get stuck on one detail, it would remind her that she needed to move on to complete the assignment, and 3, the tool of diagramming and flowcharting assignments so she could keep her priorities and timing more on task. Under her doctor's guidance and support, she worked out a system in which she took the stimulant metadate, a drug similar to Ritalin, at times when she was experiencing the most pressure. and then took the less powerful stimulant Wellbutrin at times when she wasn't under as much pressure. She even worked with her doctor to spend some vacation months where she was in fact drug-free. However, we did recommend daily supplements of acetyl L-carnitine, ACETYL L-carnitine, DHA, and ginkgo biloba to help her focus. On the dietary front, we told Tara to keep her caffeine intake to a minimum because this is also a stimulant that could ironically decrease her ability to focus. And finally, we told her to carefully assess her mind state after drinking alcohol or smoking marijuana. In the end, Tara decided that she needed to stay away from these substances because they made her mind muddled. Using these tactics, Tara graduated from fashion school and is making a living as a designer. She even sold her products to several major department stores. Eyes and ears. People who have problems of the eyes and ears often have trouble balancing logic with spiritual contemplation, prayer, and mysticism. But if you have your feet on the ground, always experiencing pop culture, politics, or some other topic, or, in the other extreme, are in the spiritual ethers, this isn't healthy. Disorders of the eyes and ears are caused by thought patterns and behaviors that block your capacity to see and hear what you are being shown or told. It is important to change these thoughts and behaviors. Louise lays out a number of affirmations that will help address the fear and anxiety that are often associated with ear and eye problems. For example, eye problems in general are about not liking what you see in life. To combat this, you can use the affirmation, I see with love and joy. Nearsightedness, myopia, has to do specifically with fear of the future and not trusting what is ahead. If you are constantly worried about what the future will bring, remind yourself to stay in the present with the affirmation, I trust the process of life. I am safe. Conversely, farsightedness is fear of the present. If you have trouble seeing what is right in front of you, open your eyes with, I am safe in the here and now. I see that clearly. A disease of the eye, such as cataracts, a clouding of the lens of the eye, involves not trusting life and seeing the future as dark and dismal. Try the new thought pattern, life is eternal and filled with joy. I look forward to every moment. I am safe. Life loves me. Glaucoma, a disease of the optic nerve, involves a distorted perception of life caused by strong, long-standing hurt. Release the past hurt and start the healing process with, I see with love and tenderness. Ears represent our capacity to hear, so a loss or disruption of ear health or ear function is about not being able to hear or fully open up your mind to the outside world. Ear problems also are associated with a lack of trust. A good general healing affirmation is, I now learn to trust my higher self. I release all ideas that are unlike the voice of love. I listen with love to my inner voice. Deafness is related to isolation and stubbornness in what you don't want to hear. Open yourself up to new ideas with the affirmation, I listen to the divine and rejoice at all that I am able to hear. I am one with all. An earache is about not wanting to hear, combined with anger and memories of turmoil such as parents arguing. Release the anger and chaos in your mind with, harmony surrounds me. I listen with love to the pleasant and the good. I am a center for love. Middle ear issues such as balance problems and dizziness, vertigo, are caused by flighty or scattered thinking. If you often feel distracted or confused, focus your mind with, I am deeply centered and peaceful in life. It is safe for me to be alive and joyous. Tinnitus, or ringing in the ears, occurs in illnesses such as Meniere's disease. It is associated with stubbornness and a refusal to listen to your inner voice. Remind yourself that you have all answers within you with the affirmation, I trust my higher self. I listen with love to my inner voice. I release all that is unlike the action of love. You are making these changes in your behavior to bring yourself in balance between an earth-based way of living and a spiritual life, and this will take conscious effort. So look at the world around you and learn to delight in the basics of daily life, food, nature, people. Don't go deep into the spirituality. Stay for once on the surface of things. Be tough. You can do it. Sometimes superficiality has its perks. And in the other times, bask in the spiritual realm. Do something that gives you an ability to relate to the divine. Get a little more familiar with balancing earth with spirit. You must also avoid the urge to seclude yourself. Armed with your new knowledge of the world, try talking to people. Take a minute or two in the kitchen at work to relay your thoughts on the latest episode of Dancing with the Stars. Really, try watching some show that everyone is talking about. Not to watch the show per se, but to join the conversation and social festivities the next day at work. You can even jumpstart your interaction skills by making small talk with a cashier at the grocery store. The weather is always a good topic of conversation. How about those Mets? Finally, try to do some activities that involve physical sensation. Get a massage, go to the gym, go dancing. Any physical activity will connect you to the body, grounding you here on earth, which eventually will connect to the divine. From the Clinic Files, Eyes and Ears Case Study. Wanda, 44, was one of the most sensitive people we'd ever meet, and also one of the more spiritual. By the time she came to us, she had been having mystical visions for more than a decade. Wanda had to wear glasses at a very early age. Through her teen years, she had struggled with weight problems, anxiety, and irritability, so she withdrew into her books and became more and more solitary. She graduated from high school and became a bookkeeper, the perfect job for someone who was hiding from life. But after years of doing the same job, adding columns of numbers, she began having trouble seeing and found herself making errors that she had never made before. She also started experiencing a glaring light distortion as she was driving home from work at night. Assuming she needed glasses, she made an appointment with an eye doctor who quickly diagnosed her with a cataract. Our first step to a healthier vision for Wanda was to help her visualize, pun intended, what a healthy eye looked like. The eyeball is a globe with light-sensitive nerves in the back, called the retina, and a lens in the front. Lining the front of the lens is a very sensitive, fine layer called the cornea. In a normal eye, the lens is nice and clear, but when someone develops cataracts, the lens of the eye becomes cloudy, sometimes to the point of blocking vision. And this is what happened with Wanda. The risk of getting cataracts can be increased by a number of causes, including eye trauma, an autoimmune disease called uveitis, diabetes, radiation, and steroid use. To reduce her problem, not to mention preventing a cataract in her other eye, we needed to figure out if Wanda had any of the other possible contributing factors. We noted she was 50 pounds overweight, but because she had been avoiding doctors for years, she was unsure whether or not she had diabetes. At our urging, she went to an internist, had her blood sugar checked, and was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. To help with this part of the problem, her doctor put Wanda on an aggressive, carbohydrate-restricted diet to lose the weight. And we helped her find a form of aerobic exercise she could do 30 minutes a day. Wanda embraced the exercise plan, inspired by the fact that she was improving her blood sugar, her heart health, and ultimately her vision. Wanda saw, pun intended, that the only medical treatment for cataracts is surgery. A patient's cloudy natural lens is removed and replaced with a synthetic lens to restore the lens's transparency. Wanda was worried that the surgery might not help her visual problem, but the eye surgeon assured her that 95% of people do see clearly after the procedure. With this bit of information, Wanda elected to have surgery on her cataract. But she didn't stop there. She wanted to know how to prevent a cataract from forming in the other eye. We recommended she continue to work on dropping the weight, but we also sent her to an acupuncturist and Chinese herbalist and nutritionist who would try to extinguish the inflammation in her body that was increasing her chances of creating cataracts. The acupuncturist and Chinese herbalist suggested Huang Lin, which contained Coptis, Bupleurum, and Scutellaria. The nutritionist gave Wanda a nutritional supplement specifically aimed at creating eye health. It contained vitamin E, vitamin A, D, H, A, vitamin C, riboflavin, zinc, selenium, copper, turmeric, grapeseed extract, lutein, and glutathione. Wanda also took antioxidants, including alpha-lipoic acid, coenzyme Q10, acetyl L-carnitine, and quercetin. In addition to the supplements, the nutritionist told her that cow's milk may make her cataracts worse, so Wanda began to avoid dairy products. She also began to change the behaviors and thoughts that could be contributing to her ailment. She decided to go to 2 movies each month to get a taste of pop culture. This is something she could do on her own that would give her something to talk about with other people. She also began to make small talk anywhere she could. To help her change the underlying thoughts that were likely affecting her eyesight, Wanda worked with affirmations for general health. I see with love and joy. For eye problems, I now create a life I love to look at. Cataracts, life is eternal and filled with joy. I look forward to every moment. I am safe. life loves me. And anxiety. I love and approve of myself. I trust the process of life. I am safe. These changes helped her gain a greater connection to the world around her, rather than the world above her. Wanda's vision improved. She lost 25 pounds, her blood sugar normalized, and her other eye remained cataract-free.
All is well in the sixth emotional center. When people develop brain, sight, or hearing problems, they must look once again towards balance. Health in the sixth emotional center is all about being able to take in information from both the world around you and the divine realm. These different perspectives will help you move through life smoothly, giving you a well-rounded base of knowledge from which to approach every situation. Your brain and your abilities to see and solve problems are unique to you. Don't deny your special talents, but try to create a vast, multifaceted approach to gaining knowledge. Learn to trust and have faith. Embrace meditation, prayer, or quiet times, but also hold on to the logic, structure, and creativity of the earthly world. To facilitate a more mindful approach to your life, try my sixth emotional center affirmation. When I balance my creativity, intellect, and spirituality with discipline and flexibility, I always succeed. Believe that your heart and mind are open. All is well.
Chapter 10. Changes. The seventh emotional center. Chronic and degenerative disorders and life-threatening illnesses. The seventh emotional center differs slightly from the others because this center is about problems that often begin in other emotional centers but progress to their extremes. For example, breast health is a matter of the fourth emotional center, but life-threatening breast cancer falls both in the fourth and the seventh emotional centers. This same pattern can be held for any ailment that becomes chronic or life-threatening. Everything from weight problems to immune system health. To move toward health in the seventh emotional center, this involves overcoming a lifelong emotional pattern of hopelessness and despair. It's about finding one's life purpose and a spiritual connection at the same time. If you believe that you are powerless, or if you have lost your connection to something bigger than yourself, whether it's God or some other greater force, you may find yourself experiencing the problems of the seventh emotional center. An immediately life-threatening or slowly degenerative disease could be your body letting you know that you need to reevaluate your life purpose, free yourself from the grudges and resentments you carry, and access a higher power. To live with health, you must realize your life is guided by both divine grace and personal choice. The negative thoughts and behaviors that are associated with chronic or degenerative diseases, as well as cancer, involve fear, worry, hopelessness, and feeling you're not good enough. The process of identifying the thoughts and behaviors that may be making you ill or making your symptoms worse is not about blaming yourself. You did not cause your illness. Every illness is in part due to the factors such as diet, the environment, your genes, but every illness is also made worse or better by your emotions. So the goal is to transform your thoughts and behavior into healing ones by incorporating Louise's affirmations and behavioral changes into your daily life. These can help align your earthbound mind with a higher power so you can be well. 7th, emotional center, affirmation theory and science. When it comes to the 7th emotional center, Louise's affirmation theory explores the emotions behind chronic, life-threatening diseases such as cancer, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease, or other degenerative disorders. For Louise, these diseases are a sign of stagnation, whether it's in the job, marriage, or life in general. 7th emotional center thought patterns associated with cancer and chronic or degenerative disorders often have to do with a denial of success and, ultimately, unwillingness to believe you are good enough or worthy. What does medical science have to say about the mind-body connection of 7th emotional center life-threatening health problems? There is a clear historic pattern of emotion that has been established for people with chronic health problems or life-threatening illness. For example, studies show that people with degenerative illnesses are often dealing with depression, hopelessness, and anxiety associated with losing someone or something central to their life, something that gave their life purpose and meaning. While these emotions can increase the risk of chronic illness in general, one study showed that these feelings are directly associated with multiple sclerosis. Losing a relationship because of death or infidelity, experiencing the death of a child, or even learning that you can't have children, all of these situations have been shown to precipitate the onset of multiple sclerosis. The death of a loved one or other significant loss often leads people to evaluate their purpose in life. However, another study showed that people who were unable to reconstitute their life with a purpose and meaning, to find loving support through creating new relationships, or find an avocation or calling, had a worse prognosis after the diagnosis of multiple sclerosis. Studies have also shown that the degree of disease progression or even remission of a neurodegenerative illness like ALS can be influenced by how we handle stress and find meaning and purpose in life's adversities. A landmark study on ALS by Evelyn McDonald, RN, showed that people who had a strong life purpose, a belief that they could change their lives, and had a high level of psychological health, lived on the average 4 years after the diagnosis, compared to only 1 year for those who did not have this positive frame of mind. This study, published in the Archives of Neurology, had such an impact on the medical community that it influenced how ALS is in fact diagnosed and categorized. Before the study, a diagnosis of ALS uniformly was considered a grim prognosis. Apparently, it is possible to heal your body and change your life in the face of a fatal degenerative illness. People who come down, as they say, with a chronic or life-threatening illness such as MS, ALS, or cancer often have major depression or are chronically anxious and angry about some past, unhealed, unresolved, traumatic experience, whether it's a contentious, drawn-out divorce, the death of a child, or some other catastrophe. And we see that effectively dealing with these emotions, whether they take the form of anxiety, sadness, or frustration, even in the midst of cancer treatment, can make a great difference in the ability to have an optimal result in the end. In one study of men before and after prostate cancer surgery, there was a marked difference between the control group that used only supportive therapy and the group that used guided imagery and other stress reduction techniques. The latter group, the one that used guided imagery and stress reduction techniques, had a better immune system and recovered from the surgery more quickly. This shows that if we are able to identify and process the stress, change the negative thought patterns through affirmations, imagery, or other means, and use all the available medical options, it is possible to heal our bodies and live with purpose and passion. Chronic and degenerative disorders. People who are prone to chronic or degenerative diseases such as fibromyalgia, Lyme disease, or ALS tend to try to control their destiny. They often have lists of life goals, a successful career, having a lot of money, being thin, or having the perfect family life, all these goals that guide all of their actions. However, it's likely that they haven't accounted for the possibility of some sort of divine intervention. Unfortunately, if you have been going through life considering only your own plans with no room for deviation, the universe is apt to throw you a curveball. To overcome the forced sense of simmering helplessness that often accompanies unexpected events, it is important to cultivate a healthy balance between earthbound purpose and heavenly intervention. If you are one of the millions of people who suffer from a serious progressive illness that's been labeled incurable, you've probably tried everything from conventional medical treatments to alternative therapies. But does your illness seem to get worse no matter how much money and resources you pour into your problem? Maybe you need to try a new tact. In our experience, medicine is very helpful, but it isn't the complete answer. If you combine medicine with intuition and affirmations that guide behavioral changes, you are much more likely to see changes in your health and in your life. There's nothing like a health crisis to help you take stock of your past, present, and future and help reevaluate your priorities. Louise believes that at the heart of the imbalance between the personal and the spiritual is a fundamental refusal to change old ways of thinking, an inability to let go of old hurts, resentments, patterns, and beliefs, and a failure to believe in oneself. Chronic disease in general is about refusing to change because of fear of the future. To foster the ability to change in spite of your fears, use the affirmation, I am willing to change and to grow. I now create a safe, new future. Looking at some of the degenerative illnesses, we see a similar pattern of fear. People with ALS are often extremely capable, but deep down believe that they are just a sham. They live with the terror of thinking, if people only really knew. They have deep feelings of not being good enough, and the closer they get to success, the harder they are on themselves. Remind yourself that you are powerful and talented with the affirmation, I know I am worthwhile. It is safe for me to succeed. Life loves me. AIDS is associated with a similar thought pattern of defenselessness, hopelessness, and feeling alone. To combat these feelings, you can use the affirmation, I am part of the universal design. I am important, and I am loved by life itself. I am powerful and capable. I love and appreciate all of myself. If you are told that your illness is incurable, offer yourself hope by meditating on the affirmation, miracles happen every day. I go within to dissolve the pattern that created this, and I now accept divine healing. And so it is. Changing thought patterns is vital to achieving health in the seventh emotional center. As you begin to shift your negative thought patterns and behaviors to healthier ones, it is also important to look at your relationship to the mystical world and realize that your life's purpose is not something you decide and carry out on your own. This life-altering condition can help evaluate what your life's true purpose is, if you are open to it. Search for guidance using more than just your own logic. Accept that there is a higher power there to support you in your efforts, and try to tap into its wisdom. Your belief in something greater than yourself will help you banish the fear and hopelessness that comes when you experience chaos in your life. One tool that we recommend to people who are trying to create a connection with the divine is something called the Life Grant Proposal. This is like the grant proposals researchers or nonprofit organizations write to get funding, but this is one that you send to the universe, God, or whatever higher power you believe in, outlining how much longer you want to live and what you intend to do with whatever additional years you're allowed to have. To do this, take a piece of paper, write your name and date at the top. Then, along the top of the page, write Life Grant Proposal. Follow that with a time period in parentheses, such as for the interval 2013 to 2048, using the current year, and whatever year reflects how much longer you want to live. Then, underneath this heading, break up the proposal into 5-year phases. So, in the above example, phase 1 would be 2013 to 2017, phase 2 would be 2018 to 2022, and so on. Under each phase, write what you think your divinely guided life purpose would be during that period of time. Then itemize, like a grocery list, itemize what supplies you need to accomplish the plans you're proposing. Now, don't write down goals that you're already involved in, like volunteering at the soup kitchen or enjoying nature. That's for a grant renewal form. With this exercise, you're preparing a whole new purpose, not renewing the old ones you're already doing now. Also, avoid those vague purposes such as creating world peace, loving my grandchildren, being a loving person, etc. Chances are you already love your grandchildren and are trying to create world peace. These are nebulous phrases that aren't really specific enough. They weaken your proposal and make it less likely to fly. A better life proposal sounds something like this. I used to work 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. In the first phase of my new life, I intend to decrease my workday to 8 hours, 6 days a week. I will spend the rest of my day engaging in loving and leisurely activities with my grandchildren, including, but not limited, to going camping at least once a year, coaching their soccer team, and teaching them fishing and needlepoint. Got it? Be detailed, but not so much that you don't leave room for a higher power to have some input. The process of writing a life grant proposal is truly a profound exercise in reevaluating your life design, enabling you to set your divine purpose into motion with humility and intention. Many aspects of how a disease progresses are well out of your control, but there is much in your control. Try not to let anxiety overwhelm you. Be in touch with your friends and family to form a supportive circle around you. Learn to listen to your instincts and gut reactions, as these are divinely guided signs leading you toward your true purpose. Choose to believe in yourself, but also in something more. From the Clinic Files, Degenerative Disorders Case Study. Yvette was 62 and in excellent physical shape when she first came to us. Everyone in her family was an athlete. Yvette appreciated the rituals and structures of sports and had become an avid long-distance runner in her teens. As an adult, Yvette kept up her running, even through her pregnancy, and she was still running when we met. Throughout her life, she'd had occasional injuries to her knees and back, but her positive attitude and belief she would get better helped her through these times. But for the most part, Yvette was content. She had a large house, a handsome husband, plenty of money, and her health. Then things started to fall apart. One night, Yvette was awakened by strange tremors in her side. They continued for days. She saw her doctor, then a neurologist, and then another neurologist. There was no definitive answer, but the doctors thought it might be ALS. Yvette was devastated. The first thing we did was to explain that before cementing her mind to the label of a diagnosis, she needed to remember what her physician had said. She might have ALS, and there was no definitive answer. We stressed to Yvette that it was good news that her symptoms fell only in a gray area, the pre-diagnostic phase. This may not seem very comforting because people often want a definitive name for what they are suffering. But from our point of view, this was key because without a firm diagnosis, it is easier to reverse your symptoms and put them in remission. ALS is a perfect example of that kind of disease. ALS causes a progressive degeneration of the nerve cells in the brain and spinal cord that control movement. An individual can experience arm and leg weakness and, at later stages, difficulty talking and swallowing. This disease used to be universally thought of as fatal, but this is no longer the case. It has been shown that if a person with ALS is engaged in their life purpose, they will have fewer physical symptoms and live longer. To help Yvette, we recommended some more in-depth diagnostic testing to find out if another illness was causing her tremors. Everything checked out okay. She didn't have problems with her neck, her thyroid, or parathyroid, and she didn't have some other oddball disease that could account for her illness. Her MRI and EMG were both normal. So Yvette focused on finding a way to put her ALS into remission. Yvette went to see an integrative, holistic neurologist who would follow her symptoms over time, but also suggest a series of nutritional supplements to help stop the degeneration in her nervous system and promote its recovery through a process called plasticity. The first treatment he suggested was a series of hyperbaric oxygen treatments. This method has shown to have some effect in the neurodegeneration of multiple sclerosis, so physicians are beginning to use it to treat ALS as well. In addition, the physician recommended a series of potent antioxidant treatments, including glutathione and a pharmaceutical-grade multivitamin, along with DHA. The final physical treatment for Yvette was a combination of Tai Chi and Qigong, as these practices have been used for centuries in China to counteract complex neurological disorders that are especially common as people age. Yvette also started working with affirmations to address the ALS. I know I am worthwhile. It is safe for me to succeed. Life loves me. General brain health. I am the loving operator of my mind. And tics and twitches. I am approved of by all life. All is well. I am safe. Empowered by all of her treatments and the affirmations, Yvette began to take a long, hard look at her life and what she wanted to accomplish with it. It took the crisis of a possible illness like ALS to force her to begin to listen to her intuition and live with passion and purpose. And when her physician examined her once a year, her illness had not progressed. From time to time, when she was stressed, she would get an arm tremor, but there was no escalation. Life-threatening illness. What is it about someone's life that would increase the chances that disease would actually progress to threaten it? People who are prone to life-threatening illness have often felt helpless about their lives for a long, long time, even before they got sick. They believe that all events in their lives are in the hands of fate. They feel powerless to make their lives better, and they wait, hoping things will somehow get better, but they don't. The treatment of life-threatening diseases is varied and unique to each case. However, we can see a string of similar behaviors and thought patterns that may contribute to the disease. After working with your physicians, surgeons, nurse practitioners, and other medical providers to figure out what treatments are right for you, it's important to incorporate intuitive thinking and affirmations into your plan. Since life-threatening illnesses stem from ill health associated with other emotional centers, you must change the thoughts associated with both centers. So, for example, with breast cancer, there is a tendency to mother and nurture others, but also a deep hurt and a long-standing resentment. To free yourself from these thoughts, you would work with the affirmation for breast problems. I am important. I count. I now care for and nourish myself with love and with joy. I allow others the freedom to be who they are. We are all safe and free. And the affirmation for cancer. I lovingly forgive and release all of the past. I choose to fill my world with joy. I love and approve of myself. To address the behaviors that may be contributing to the rapid progression of your disease, you have to take healthy control of your life. You need to realize that though there is a divine presence supporting your life, it is not in charge of everything. You also have to have personal power. You can co-create your world. The most important step to take when addressing health in the seventh emotional center is realizing the balance between the power of the divine and the power in you. Take action. Free yourself. From the clinic files, Cancer Case Study. Angelina is 50 years old. She has been tested in every way someone can be, financially, physically, and emotionally, but she's still standing. Her life has mostly been defined by ill health. It has been one disaster after another. When she was a child, her appendix burst, causing a serious blood infection that forced her to be hospitalized. She had chronic headaches and back pain from a car accident in her 20s. She had a thyroid problem that led to weight gain in her 30s. She had asthma, and in her 40s, she was diagnosed with breast cancer. She fought and won the battle with breast cancer in her left breast, choosing to have a lumpectomy followed by radiation. Physically, Angelina was healthy for probably the first time in her life. But emotionally, she was a wreck, always on edge waiting for the next medical disaster. So when she developed a persistent cough and her doctor found a shadow on the mammogram of her right breast, she was sure her breast cancer had returned. By the time we met Angelina, her health history read like a table of contents of this book. She had had a major problem associated with each and every emotional center. Blood infection first, chronic back pain second, weight gain third, asthma fourth, hypothyroidism fifth, chronic headaches sixth, and cancer seventh. Whereas in the past, she had seemingly endless energy and a positive attitude that never wavered, now she was exhausted, and for the first time, she felt hopeless. When we started pulling together a health plan for Angelina, she became overwhelmed. So we broke up her plan into two parts, one short-term and one long-term. We began with the short-term health goals. These goals all dealt with bringing love and joy into her life. She needed to focus for at least 1 hour each day on each emotional center for a total of at least 7 hours of daily work. To help her schedule this, Angelina got a daytimer calendar and programmed her phone with reminders to help her follow this new system. Our goal was to inundate Angelina's life with love and joy. These emotions elevate opiates and natural killer cell activity, and they decrease inflammatory mediators that maintain health problems. So here's the typical day for Angelina under our new plan. First emotional center, blood. Spend time with a friend or family member over coffee, maybe decaf. Look at old pictures of family and friends during pleasant times. Second emotional center, lower back. Make a date, even if it's just with a friend. Dress up and have an evening out on the town. Buy a small gift and give it to someone you love. Watch children playing at the playground. Third emotional center, weight. Allow yourself one 100-calorie treat before 3 p.m. Have a friend help you reorganize your closet and go to a makeup counter for a makeover. Do aerobic exercise on a bicycle or treadmill while listening to upbeat music. Dance like a banshee. Fourth emotional center, asthma. Go to a funny movie or watch comedies on TV. Your goal is to laugh. Go to an art store and buy some watercolors, crayons, or colored pencils and paper or coloring books and start coloring. Fifth emotional center, low thyroid. Go driving in the car. Play the radio and sing at the top of your lungs. Play with an animal, even if it belongs to a friend. Sixth emotional center, headache. Remember the deeds of loving people in your life and have gratitude. Reflect on how you have improved from last week. Learn a new language. Take dance lessons. And seventh emotional center, possible cancer recurrence. Wake up every day with your first thought being, I am thrilled and grateful to be alive. Try something new, whether it's a new station on the radio, eating a food you have never tried, watching a new TV program, or visiting a different place on the web. Go outside and look into the sky and try to reach your higher power. During the other hours of her day, we addressed her long-term health goals. First emotional center, blood. Go to an acupuncturist and Chinese herbalist who can nourish your blood with herbs, including angelica, gecko, fructus lycae, peony, and others. Take a pharmaceutical-grade vitamin that includes folic acid, pantothenic acid, riboflavin, thiamine, copper, iron, zinc, DHA, and vitamins A, B6, B12, and E. Second emotional center, lower back. In addition to the multivitamin for anemia, take SAM E and Wellbutrin to relieve back pain. In addition, to ease the pain of lower back arthritis, take grape seed extract and glucosamine sulfate. Also do Yamuna body rolling to improve flexibility and pain in the spine and joints. Third emotional center, weight. Lose weight by eating a big breakfast, a larger lunch, and a tiny dinner. Every meal except dinner must have sensible portions: 1/3 carbohydrate, 1/3 protein, and 1/3 vegetable. Dinner is simply a small piece of protein and some dark, leafy vegetables. Also, feel free to eat half of a protein bar with a bottle of water at 10 a.m. and 3 p.m., but no carbohydrates after 3 p.m. Check out a macrobiotic healing diet, which will help support the immune system's capacity to keep cancer at bay. Fourth emotional center, asthma. Use the Advair inhaler and visit an acupuncturist and Chinese herbalist for Kakodi, smooth tea pills, andrographis, and respirant herbs to decrease shortness of breath. Also, take the nutritional supplement coenzyme Q10 for immune system support. Fifth emotional center, low thyroid. Visit an integrative physician to find out if it would help to stop taking only Synthroid T4 and replace it with a thyroid hormone that is partly T4 and partly T3. Sixth emotional center, headache. Go back to the neurologist and decide whether you want to take a migraine medicine such as Imitrex or Topamax. If not, visit an acupuncturist or Chinese herbalist for weekly treatments and the herb Tian Ma Huan or Gastrodia. Seventh emotional center, possible cancer recurrence. Get a second or third medical opinion to verify the results of the first mammogram. With these instructions, Angelina started on her new regimen. The first thing she did, because she was so scared about a recurrence of her early breast cancer and thus a life-threatening prognosis, was go for a second and a third opinion. Fortunately, after a biopsy was performed, both opinions suggested that this was a second primary cancer, meaning that Angelina had a new cancer in her right breast. It wasn't a recurrence of the original breast cancer. She had a lumpectomy and radiation again, but this time, unlike her first occurrence, the cancer had spread to one lymph node. Although he was concerned, her oncologist agreed to continue to work with her after she elected not to do chemotherapy. Since it was only one lymph node, he felt that his knowledge could be of help, even without the typical treatments. But the spread of cancer did something to Angelina. It made her realize she had to make major life-saving changes. She needed to figure out her life's purpose. Angelina began to work with a vocational coach twice a month, focusing on a long-range map of what she wanted her career to look like at certain intervals in 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, and 5 years from that point. She made a list of all the people she had unfinished business with, those people against whom she harbored a grudge, and she immediately called them to set up lunch dates and clear the air. Angelina took a weekend solitary retreat at a friend's cabin in the woods to map out her future. She wrote a life grant proposal to her higher power, outlining what people and financial support she needed to carry out her life goals. She put the grant in a journal and said a prayer over it. Next, Angelina worked with a life coach to make sure she was able to skillfully work with healing affirmations to optimize her body's capacity to keep cancer at bay. To address the underlying thought patterns that were affecting her health, we had to incorporate many affirmations. In addition to body part specific affirmations, for example, breast and lung, we also brought in affirmations for cancer, I lovingly forgive and release all of the past. I choose to fill my world with joy. I love and approve of myself. Depression. I now go beyond other people's fears and limitations. I create my life. And possible death. I joyfully move on to new levels of experience. All is well. And chronic diseases. I am willing to change and to grow. I now create a safe and new future. By using all of these techniques and working tirelessly to bring joy and love back into her life, Angelina was able to overcome her cancer and move forward with her life.
All is well in the 7th Emotional Center. In this chapter, we have explored 7th Emotional Center health issues, which are some of the most challenging emotionally and physically. If you have a chronic, degenerative, or life-threatening disease, you will be tested in all sorts of ways you may never have imagined. You may even contemplate your mortality and ask yourself, what is the meaning of my life? Or how can I find peace with a higher power? How you handle these concepts will dictate how long you live and how happy and healthy you are while you are alive. To achieve and maintain health in the 7th Emotional Center, search for your purpose in life, strengthen your faith, and strive to keep learning and changing. If the negative thought pattern for chronic illnesses and cancers is why me, the new thought pattern is, in partnership with the universe, I move through emotional conflicts to find a peaceful resolution. Listening to my own intuition, I simultaneously try to tune in to the wisdom of a higher power. I have survived and thrived. All is well in my world. Thank you, dear readers, for coming on this journey with me. Creating this book with Mona Lisa has provided ample opportunity for me to learn even more about my own work. I now have a much deeper understanding of what I have been teaching for years. I see the depth of patterns, both wellness and disease patterns, and how these affect our lives. And I see even more vividly just how connected our thoughts, emotions, and health are. I know you will use the information in this book to create a happy and healthy life. Here's to a new wave of personal healing. This is Louise Hay, and I love you.